Hello there, and welcome to the Bitcoin Takeover podcast. This is season 16, episode 32, and we are live with the two members or co-founders, or I don't know how I should call them, of Cypher Stack. And their names are Diego and Luke. For Diego, the last name is Salazar. For Luke, I'm gonna have to struggle a bit. I hope I don't mess it up, so please let me know. Szramowski, is that correct?
Yeah, that's good.
Okay. And also, this episode is sponsored by Edge Wallet, Bitcoin.com News, Layer 2 Labs, Nuance.com, Hodling.ch, Siteshift.ai, and Citrea. We put a very clickbaity title to this one, which is very unlike what I usually do, but I feel like we should poke fun at everyone who's being tribal and basically try to present the nuance that is involved every time we talk about privacy protocols, because they are sort of like tools that you have for different kinds of use cases, and they're all sort of different in their own beautiful way. But at the same time, people on the internet try to say, well, you should stay Bitcoin only and use CoinJoin and then get on the Lightning Network. Or you should only use Monero. Or you should only use Zcash. Or, Zano is so nice and perfect and it's better than Bitcoin Cash because it seems like it's very fashionable these days. You get into these macrocosms, but at the same time, everyone disregards the nuance. So basically, I'm gonna let you guys choose which controversial topic we discuss first.
Yeah, there's a lot of them, and I totally agree with you that it gets a little bit silly in regards to like people choosing their own little sports team. It's like this is mine and this is mine. There are legitimate grievances, I think, with every project. And some of them have fewer, some of them have more, depending on your points of view and depending on the things that you value in cryptocurrency. So nobody's ever really gonna, fully agree, but definitely there is. It's kind of overblown for the clicks, for the views, for the whatever, and I mean, if we're being completely honest and transparent here, for the price, right? Because if somebody's like, oh, I'm going to maybe sell some of coin A for coin B, that drives the coin A price down and drives the coin B price up. And so if you got your bags, you really want it, the one that you have to be there. So you really lock in and say, this is my coin. I got to get everybody on here and trash everybody else. And, that's just the case with cryptocurrency in general. And it leads to, I think, a lot of really sad discussions that don't just lack nuance, but they lack a bit of humanity as well. And what is the reason that we're all here? Well, for me personally, I'm here for the privacy, right? I'm here because I want there to be private tools for people to use when they need them. And in open source technology, we've got some awesome stuff like Tor, like Veracrypt or age rage encryption. And so we've got a lot of cool privacy tools for a lot of ancillary things. And we need to complete that privacy tool belt with private money. So that's why I'm here, and making sure that all the cool research that we do gets out there to the public, so that way it may be useful in other spheres beyond cryptocurrency as well. That's always kind of the holy grail for me, is if we work on something interesting here in cryptocurrency land, and then it finds application and usage outside of cryptocurrency land and furthers privacy in general. Which, I mean, if I'm being honest, and I'll stop ranting here in just a moment, the privacy scene has really not moved forward since like PGP, until cryptocurrency came around and started putting some money behind this stuff. So like that was really exciting to me, to be a part of one of the biggest pushes in privacy technology in decades, and getting to see this math, actually have usage. And Luke will actually probably touch on that as well, where before he came onto Cypher Stack, a lot of his math research was strictly theoretical, and then he gets into this space. He's like, oh wow, people can actually like use this today and do stuff with it and be private. And so lots and lots of fun. Let me give a very brief intro to myself, if I may. My name is Diego Salazar. I have been in the Monero community since 2017, like the very beginning, January of 2017. And I found Monero before I found Bitcoin. I was going around peddling my wares, starting my new design business, and I had come across the Monero website through my travels over the years, and I was like, man, this is the most horrible thing I've ever seen. And so I came to the community like, hey, I could redo your website, and they're like, yeah, that's fine. Why don't you read up on us first so you know what we're all about, so you can, make something that aligns with our ideals. And so I did, and I was like, oh man, I basically agree with all this stuff. And made the website and ended up sticking around. Big privacy lover. I started Cypher Stack, which is a design, development, research, infrastructure firm. We're kind of guns for hire. We go project to project, whoever needs our help. Of course, I like to keep us doing the most interesting stuff and stay on the bleeding edge of privacy tech, which we've thankfully been able to do for 4 or 5 years now. Lastly, CypherStack puts out its own little thing called Stack Wallet, which is a open source cryptocurrency multi-coin wallet with what I believe to be the best and cleanest UX in the space. So go check that out. And that's me.
What about you, Mr. Mathematician?
I can't say I have nearly as good of a speech as that. I spend all my time doing math. I have a master's degree with a focus in like number theory, and then another one with a focus in coding theory and some cryptography. I've been working at CypherStack for the last 6 months, I think we're coming up on. And I get to work on a lot of really cool projects. I think I get to view the crypto space without the tribalism, which is nice, because it is just what is good math and what is not good math. And I think you can be fairly objective about that. Obviously, there's some subjectivity on how you want to use that. But for the most part, it's just I get to see a lot of really cool stuff. The divisors research we did, that was a very interesting, because that was like the first big thing that I got to work on here, and it was a very interesting look into how research is done in the real world as opposed to in academia. And yeah, I'm just sort of like reading papers and writing papers and having a good time seeing what everyone else is doing. It's a very fascinating space.
Oh, but paper is fiat, right? We're trying to replace paper here. No more paper money.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I don't think I've printed out a paper in quite some time. So yeah, paper in the like vague vernacular.
I was just poking fun at some of the high priests in the Bitcoin world. Also tell you just use Bitcoin. CoinJoin is good enough. It gives you all the privacy that you need. You want anything more than that, you must be some kind of criminal. What's your take on this one? Are CoinJoins good?
Ooh. Diego, do you have a well thought out opinion of this first?
Yeah, I'll start here. I know as preparation for this podcast, I had Luke go over some of the finer details of a lot of these different things. But I will start with my nuanced take and then move to my less nuanced take, I guess. My nuanced take on this is that the reality is that most people don't threat model. And what that means is what am I trying to protect myself against? And what are the capabilities of the attackers or the people that are trying to track me down or that I'm trying to defend myself from? And this really needs you to sit down and think to yourself, what are my values? What am I trying to protect myself from? At that point, once you know, you choose a tool. And it's very silly to choose a tool without knowing what it is you're trying to protect yourself from. It's like, okay, I'm going to build myself a shelf. Well, what are the requirements of my shelf or my bookcase or whatever? And like, you know what, before I know what they are, I'm going to grab this saw, I'm going to grab this drill, I'm going to grab this. Like, yes, there are some things you're probably going to need more than others. A hammer, a drill, screws, those, you're probably going to need those no matter what project you do. But some of the more esoteric stuff, you start grabbing some whatever and just bring it. And then you open up the instructions and go, oh, like, it turns out I don't need half this stuff. And, I need a few things that I didn't bring. So that is the first step that people don't do. And for the general population, the majority of them are not going to care about things like targeted ads or certain people monitoring where their money is coming and going. I think they should more, absolutely, but the reality is that they don't. So for the general population, even Bitcoin without any privacy features may be quote unquote private enough. I say that, but it doesn't generally tend to be the case. And I know this as a squeaky clean guy myself, I don't like get into any of the dark web, anything like that, right? If I sell a t-shirt at a t-shirt shop as a squeaky clean guy and I accept payment in Bitcoin, and that Bitcoin has gone through a darknet market, through a transaction that I had no part of. Now, all of a sudden, I may potentially be part of an investigation. My funds may be frozen, depending on where I accept them to. If it's a, my own self-custody wallet, then it won't be frozen, but, most people will just put it onto Coinbase or whatever. Boom, funds are frozen. Like, why? I'm a squeaky clean person. It's like defensive driving. It's not me that I need to look out for. It's other people's stuff that they do with their money that then comes to me. So like in theory, Bitcoin without privacy will defend you against most things as a first worlder until it doesn't, right? And then all of a sudden there's some big problems. Why is my money all frozen? So now, getting to the actual question about CoinJoin, this is a step up. This is a step up from Bitcoin. I think it is very overblown and oversold in how much privacy it gives you for one particular reason. In the old days of Bitcoin, nobody, the government, nobody thought to kind of passively surveil the network, passively surveil all the computers and servers and nodes and things that were connected to the Bitcoin network. So I actually consider a lot of the old Bitcoin transactions as functionally untraceable. Yes, the record is there, but there isn't a lot of the metadata alongside them to kind of pinpoint where these things go, right? And who sent them. And metadata is the thing that kills, right? Metadata is the timing. This node was connected at this time. This wallet was connected at this time. This transaction was sent at this time, which is nighttime in Russia, but daytime in the United States. So maybe it's more than likely a United States person. All this metadata that you can accumulate can start to make a clearer picture of who sends what where, especially over time when you can start patterning these things out. And it becomes more difficult with something like CoinJoin. That's obviously the purpose. The primary purpose is that you're mixing with other people's stuff and then sending out. So then whose Bitcoin goes where? But that doesn't get rid of all of that like metadata, right? Of okay, this was received once again, but at this time, and then sent out once again at this time. So I wouldn't say it becomes trivial, but it's easier than if everybody was private, and obviously we'll be getting to those technologies here pretty soon, because once you exit out of that CoinJoin thing, you go back into this transparent graph. And when you really zoom out on this graph, which I know is a fun phrase to say in the cryptocurrency community, zoom out, for the price. But when you really zoom out on this graph and you go, okay, here's the line is going this way, and then it enters a black box, and then we got some other lines going this way, but another one keeps going that way. You know what? 90% chance, it may be the same line. And yes, there's a little bit in that graph that's a little bit fuzzy, but you can make some pretty good assumptions. So it's like I liken CoinJoin to Tor usage. If you never use Tor, or this is also true of VPN. If you never use Tor or you never use a VPN, and then you decide to use Tor or a VPN for something sketchy that you're doing at one point in time, what the ISP, what the internet service provider sees, and what they may report to authorities if commanded to do so, is Diego never used VPN, Diego never used Tor until this segment of time, which lines up with the segment of time where something sketchy happened across the internet with some unknown random username thing. Boom, you've just done a timing attack there. There's a good chance that might be Diego. And that's also true if I don't go back on Tor for another week, and then I use Tor for that same sketchy thing a week later, and it also happens to line up with a second sketchy thing under that same username across the internet somewhere. At that point, it's pretty easy. It's pretty easy to connect those dots. The better thing would be to use a VPN or use Tor 100% of the time, because then all of those things just kind of go away. There's no way to kind of make those attacks. And in fact, people have been caught. There was a DEF CON talk on how different people got caught using Tor, and that was one of the examples. And it was a real life example of that. And CoinJoin is very similar. Transparent, a little bit of, privacy here. Transparent. It's easier than you think it would be to connect those dots. It's better than transparent Bitcoin? Absolutely. It's better than nothing. But it's nowhere near as robust as people think it is. And I saw this on the ground firsthand when I was going through my conference circuits. I was doing a bunch of different conferences in 2018, and a guy comes up to me. He knows I'm a Monero guy. He's a Bitcoin guy, a big time maximalist. And he's talking to me like, well, I don't think Monero needs this, or the people needs this much privacy. And like CoinJoin at that time, there was like Whirlpool was like good enough and stuff. I'm like, well, I don't think it's as robust as you think it is. It's fairly brittle. He's like, you just wish it was brittle. I'm like, okay, well, let's sit down. Let's have a talk about this. Like, what do you think? And I start trying to go into the weeds with him. He's like, oh, well, I'm not really a tech guy, so I can't really talk about this. I'm like, how are you making these big grandiose claims about what is brittle, what is not, how things work, how things don't, if you have no idea what you're talking about? And oh man, looking into the Bitcoin Twitter scene, like 95% of these people don't know anything about anything. And even if they do, here's the scary part, and then I'll stop talking and I'll let Luke answer. You have people that think that just because they understand, and even to a good depth, one technology, that automatically makes them like an expert on like all technology, right? So you have people that have very good understanding of Bitcoin, of blockchain, of Nakamoto consensus, of all these different things, right? They understand all this stuff. And then they think that their general technological knowledge, specifically in blockchain, also means that they can speak as to what is good privacy and what is not. And these are two separate disciplines, right? Keeping private in a digital age is a separate discipline than blockchain. And marrying the two is even more difficult, because now you're dealing with records on a chain that will stay in perpetuity forever, right? Which is the unholy grail of privacy. So it makes it even more difficult. So you have all these blockchain bros, Bitcoin bros that are very knowledgeable in their fields, that think they're able to speak, and they speak too confidently on what constitutes good privacy in blockchain. And you start poking at them like, well, what are your other privacy things? Oh, well, I just kind of use Gmail. I just, yeah, these guys don't know anything about what they're talking about. Anyway, so that's my whole rant. I think CoinJoin is very overblown, very understood in regards to the safety guarantees that it offers. I also think it's under-researched. I don't know that anyone has ever really kind of sat down and put what kind of threat models these are good for. People just look at the mixing and they go, that's pretty good, because the theory is pretty sound. But as we will be most likely talking about further in this podcast, it's not really until you get into the weeds, it's not really until you start getting into the numbers, into the hard math, that you go, wow, this looked good on the surface. But there was a lot of bear traps in that tall grass that you just didn't see. A lot of big ways to shoot yourself in the foot, and a lot of ways that this is just not anywhere near as private as I thought it was going to be. So I'd like to see some more research done on the CoinJoin and the various different kinds of CoinJoins that have come up. And I just don't think anyone has really done any rigorous research on it.
Should I just jump in? You made a lot of really good points. There was like I wish I would have just written down what I was thinking whenever you were saying stuff. But I'm going to try to work a little bit backwards from what you said. The threat model stuff is the most interesting thing, because that's the one thing that truly is subjective and changes from person to person. If you're super paranoid, then you should work under the assumption that every data point that relates to you is being recorded somewhere by someone, probably the NSA. Anything you do, people are going to have the data to put it together, and they're going to have these crazy smart analysts trying to put these things together. So the timing attacks that Diego was talking about, there's like 20 mathematicians that got recruited from some university in Nebraska. They're going to pinpoint your exact GPS location because of your ISP history, because you're not, it wouldn't make sense to like put on an invisibility cloak if you're just going to hold up like a police light above your head outside the cloak, right? And it's a lot of things where like if you're not very privacy focused in a lot of things, then the stuff you are privacy focused in suffer because of that, which I think is hugely problematic. And a lot of that is just a lack of education of what certain tools are used for. Whenever I was reading up on some of the CoinJoin stuff, it might be a perfectly fine tool for someone. Is it going to do anything if you're, you know, targeted under like some blanket mass surveillance? No, because it's not, it's the obfuscation isn't sufficient to trick these fellows that have petabytes upon petabytes, just these towers of data and the computation power to process it all. It's just not going to do it. If you're worried about being spied on by some weird guy you met on the internet, then yeah, that might be totally fine to throw him off the track. But again, it's about what is an acceptable threat level that you're willing to operate at. So I think it's a fine tool. It's not like, I can't speak as much for the, I've only been part of like the larger crypto community for a while. It might be fine for some people, but maybe it's not secure enough for others. But I think that's kind of the point of doing research in this space, is that you sort of have levels to your security, levels of, okay, maybe this is a bit too much, maybe this isn't enough, and then you can kind of move between them. I think it's important to have that kind of continuum of tools at your disposal, because obviously as you get higher up on the list, things become more sophisticated, more complicated, and it's very important to understand the tools that you're using, because if you don't understand them, then you can't use them to their fullest capacity. But once you reach those higher levels, understanding what's going on, I don't think most people have the desire to do that. Even if you do have the desire to do it, you might not have the prerequisite background. You know, even for me, if someone throws code in my face and says, hey, look, this is nice, I'll be like, okay, give me a week, let me grind through it and turn it into a problem that I understand, and then give me another week to actually tell you if it's good or not.
Yeah.
And there's, it seems like the tribalism stuff that you were discussing with the differences in the different communities, it's kind of a shame to see, but you also see it a lot where you said you just don't know enough. And getting into the technical aspects, at the very least, I can't speak much for the computer science side, but the mathematics, I mean, the first, month, 2 months that I was at CypherStack, Diego was just like, hey, read all of these papers. And 8 hours a day, I was just reading these dense monsters of stuff that I didn't even, applications of mathematics that I've seen before in a way that I've never seen it. It's a lot. It's a lot even if you know what you're talking about. So there's no shame in like, the only shame comes from pretending you know what you're talking about. I'm an idiot, but I'm an idiot that's good at a handful of things. And I think that's good enough, right?
And I think that's one of the primary indicators to me that these blockchain people really don't know what they're talking about when it comes to privacy. It's not just that they don't use the lingo like threat model and stuff like that, but they very naively, because Bitcoin is looking to take on nation states, right? They obviously assume that their threat model must be the highest threat model possible, nation states kind of thing. So you ask them, so what are you defending against? Well, everything is what they say, right? It's got to stand up to everything. That doesn't really work from a mathematical perspective, because when you're writing a paper, you have to define an adversary so you can mathematically prove that you are safe against said adversary. And you have to define what capabilities the adversary has, or you assume that they have. And that's a lot of math, is making the assumptions on what the adversary's capabilities are, because we don't know. They don't tell us. They don't say, hey, we have this much, computing power, and we this many personnel, and here's the metadata we collect. The powers that be especially aren't going to be telling us that information. So we have to assume. And a lot of times we try to err on the side of what like the more dangerous sides of those things, so that way we don't under assume. But they are still assumptions, and it's not. If you say that the adversary is capable of anything and everything, well, at that point, nothing is private, because they could just, they could just peek into your mind and see what you've done, right? So if you assume anything and everything is the adversary and their capabilities are limitless, then nothing is mathematically secure ever. So you have to really narrow that scope down. What is the adversary? What are they capable of? And then we can prove mathematically that you can be safe against that, if that makes sense. And this, sometimes we get the assumptions wrong. There's no other way to do this mathematical research. There just isn't. But sometimes we may indeed underassume and realize, they actually have more metadata or more types of metadata than we thought they did. So this whole thing actually falls apart. And that's why I think it's very, very dangerous that CoinJoin is described and implemented, but not super researched, at least not that I know of, right? Because you don't have all these assumptions about what the attackers are capable of, and you just assume that it's kind of good enough. And that's where most Bitcoiners leave things, because it's very inconvenient for them if they start digging deeper and realize, okay, actually, if we are like up against nation states, this may not be sufficient. But then where do you go from there, right? Bitcoin isn't looking to add any kind of base level privacy stuff for the time being. So at that point, you just got to kind of understand that I guess this isn't the tool for the job against nation states. And there's a difference also between Bitcoin as a concept, as a coin, as a thing being against nation states, but an individual using Bitcoin not necessarily having that threat model. Right? There's a lot of nuance in these discussions, and there's a lot of bifurcations here that just get completely lost in the like we were kind of discussing pre-show. It's cool to be on Twitter, but one of the bad parts about it is that it values wit over nuance. It values brevity. It values the ability to say something sharply, right? Instead of and very, very incision rather than okay, well, let's tease this out a little bit and see what actually the implications are, which to be fair, those gigantic blog posts or long form video essays or whatever, I look at those and my eyes start to glaze over too. So I totally get it. But for something as important as privacy, you really can't skirt around that. You really can't just distill it all down to the headline and go, this coin is better than this coin. Okay, yeah. Better at what? Better against what adversary? With what capabilities? Because as we're going to be talking about, kind of Monero versus Zcash, they both have their strengths. Obviously, I've been doing stuff with Monero for a long time. I have a preference both in my heart and in my mind for Monero, but Zcash has a lot of things on Monero. It does. And we'll be discussing that here pretty soon. Lukey, you have any final thoughts on CoinJoin?
I'm typically not a huge, I think things are most secure whenever they're built with the idea of security in mind. So this sort of CoinJoin almost feels like a suit of armor that you're putting on top of skin, right? It might be good enough, but it's maybe not as good as having Metal Gear Solid nano skin that can deflect bullets, because that was the purpose that it was built for. So I get the add-on security has its benefit of being mathematically lighter, where it's just oh yeah, you can just throw it on and boom, you get these, whatever the security guarantees are. That I'm not sure. There might be a white paper out there that says give some proof sketches or whatever, and maybe that's what you want. But I think to achieve the highest level of privacy you can, you really need it baked into the foundation. Otherwise, too many things can fall apart. One of the things that I did some research into whenever I was studying cryptography originally was so-called side channel attacks, which is you're not really attacking the mathematics. You're not really even attacking the code. You're just attacking everything else that might bleed information, right? You might have a heat map of someone's CPU while they're running a computation that and there's information there that can be lost. And I think opening yourself up to those sorts of vulnerabilities is easier whenever you have sort of packed on security, as opposed to having everything done more or less internally. But that's just more of a personal preference, I think. It really depends. There might be an Iron Man suit of armor to shove around Bitcoin, and then it's all good to go. But I haven't seen it yet. I'm not sure if it will be researched or if it's even on anyone's plate, because there's so many different, there's so many different lines of thought in the space for privacy. Real quick, me and Diego were talking about the divisor stuff for FCMP, and that was a buried concept in algebra from like 100 years ago. Who knows how many more interesting things are going to get pulled out and implemented, and it's all happening so fast too. You never know.
And not just pulled out and implemented for the sake of making things better privacy-wise, but also to be weaponized against current privacy things.
Oh yeah.
I don't think, I think it's an undereducation issue. I don't think Bitcoiners or even the populace at large, or even a lot of privacy people, realize just how vast the amount of tools to attack privacy are. I think if like, Luke is mentioning kind of heat mapping a CPU, who thinks of this when they're thinking of capabilities of their adversary and their attacker, right? Mostly when we're talking about privacy, especially when in regards to Bitcoin, Monero, and Zcash, we're mostly thinking, if a government can just look on the chain and that's all they can do, what can they glean? And then that's kind of where we stop. If they just look at the information that's saved onto the chain, what can they glean from that? That's a good starting point. And it is the first line of defense, absolutely. That is your first line of defense, making that as obscure, encrypted, what have you, as possible. That is your first line of defense. But that is nowhere near the extent of the mathematical capabilities, logical capabilities that the powers that be, if indeed the nation states are what we're up against, have to throw at this problem and track where things are going. And however big you think the tool set is, let's say you're not that naive to think it's just the chain, however big you think that tool set is that they have, make that maybe an order of magnitude or two bigger, and that's probably actually what they have. So when we're kind of having this rigorous discussion of, like, how good is CoinJoin? And we go, it's okay with what we think is, for certain threat models. The truth of the matter is that probably degrades further and further the more tools they have to, like, you know what, I would not recommend it.
And some of the stuff is so clever too. Some of it could be applied in this space more, but there was an example that we were looking at where it was like a microwave emitter, and the whole purpose of it was to flip like a single bit on like an AES circuit. Because whenever you're doing the standard old school AES, you're basically just like adding and subtracting and doing a whole bunch of permutations. And you might be able to measure the output of that, even if you can't measure the inputs. And if you're able to flip a single bit, and you can do that enough times, then you don't need to know what the original things are. You can kind of work your way back to it, which is, whenever I saw that, I'm like, okay, that changes the name of the game. I don't have to worry about someone breaking the discrete log problem. I have to worry about some fellow with a briefcase that has a microwave emitter that walks into a bank and then can just steal all of their keys. It's very clever stuff, and I think you got to give like the adversaries in this case credit where credit is due. They're clever. They're really clever, and that's both a good thing and a bad thing, because it forces us to do more, better, faster research into stronger things. But then they're kind of the other side of that coin. Like, they're smart dudes. So you can't, underestimating an adversary is like the worst thing you can do, because then you can just throw out all your results. But there's some crazy tech. It's not all just on the mathematical / software side. There's some nutty hardware stuff.
Yeah, so for the listeners who might feel confused at this point, AES stands for Advanced Encryption Symmetry, if I'm not mistaken.
Is it? I think
System.
it's a system. Yeah.
And it's a type of symmetric cryptography.
Yeah. Yeah. It was like one of the original AES was like very convoluted, very messy, did what it needed to do, but it definitely didn't live up to, or maybe it was DES that we were using. Regardless, one of the older systems was vulnerable to the strange sort of side channel attack, the inducing error thing. I wouldn't be surprised if we see more of that because, I mean, some of my research in grad school was in error correction, and it's getting to be a little bit bigger, especially with the advent of quantum computers on the horizon. But I won't jump into that rabbit hole.
And to Bitcoiners' credit, there were like none of the Bitcoiners are stupid in regards to privacy. Some of them are, but you do have some smart people. For example, like the Whirlpool guys, they were very, you know, the Samurai guys were very unpopular for being quite abrasive and all these things. But they designed their Whirlpool protocol with the idea that you put Bitcoin in there, and for the most part, you leave it in there, and it just continuously mixes, right? And that's why whenever they post it all the time, like the Whirlpool now has 1,000 Bitcoin, 1,100 Bitcoin. That's all there in perpetuity. And that kind of solves a lot of the timing attack problems that I'm talking about, because now you're not just putting it through a mixer and then it's coming out the other end. You're leaving it there until, in theory, until you need it, which presents its own potential attack vector on when you get your money out. But at the very least, you know, it's not a 10-minute procedure, one and done, and much easier to, you know, it could potentially be months before you take out your Bitcoin, and that definitely makes it more difficult and makes that fuzzy portion in regards to your funds a lot thicker, which is good. So like there are people looking at this and trying to solve the problem. It is still built on privacy, right? It is still not kind of built from the ground up with privacy and security in mind in that sense, but there are smart people in here that are trying to look at this problem like, okay, if we can't get Bitcoin onto the base privacy onto the base Bitcoin layer, what is the next best thing we can do? And there are still people doing research in that space, and we have touched a little bit on that internally in CypherStack as well, back when I had other researchers. And it's a tough problem, man. It's a tough problem, and every time we take a look at it, we come away going, ooh, well, maybe we could do that. No, I guess that requires it to have been, you know, kind of built from the ground up for this purpose. And we keep coming away from the conversation like, we'll come back to this later.
Yeah, let me plug free sponsors at this point, and then also we should establish some criteria for evaluating all of these privacy solutions, because we can talk very broadly, but I think it would be more interesting to give them like a score from the perspective of sender privacy, receiver privacy, network level privacy, and amounts privacy. Maybe have a scale from 1 to 10 for all of these, and maybe we can have another criteria for metadata, like how much of that is generated. So first of all, I gotta tell you about Edge Wallet, which is a wallet that sort of competes with CypherStack, but they have all of the privacy-friendly coins which they're supporting. Not in the best way, because for example, in the case of the Monero implementation, they do have to store the view key, so it's not as good as running your own node, but it's very convenient for using it on the go. And the coolest thing, honestly, is the swapping feature. You can swap between, for example, Monero to Bitcoin or whatever pair you find interesting. If you're into stable coins, they have some of that too. And they have lots of integrations. It's basically the everything wallet. I was at a conference recently and someone asked me to claim some NFT on Polkadot to receive a t-shirt, and I sort of liked the t-shirt, and I was like, so how do I get this NFT? You need a Web3 wallet. And I was like, what's a Web3 wallet? And then I figured out that Edge Wallet has that. I didn't have to try something else. I just used that one, and it worked very fast. So check it out. I think it's edge.app, app. and you can download it for pretty much every operating system out there. Then there's also Citrea, which is a company that's trying to bring a ZK rollup on Bitcoin. I think this can be an interesting topic that we can also discuss about all of these zero knowledge proof projects which have emerged over the last 3 or 4 years. And the fact that a lot of the research that went into Zcash went to Ethereum and then went back to Bitcoin. And Citrea basically is trying to build like a financial layer for applications such as borrowing and lending and all of this pseudo banking stuff that's actually decentralized and on a protocol as opposed to a company. And I think the ultimate goal for Citrea is to tap into the liquidity of wrapped BTC on Ethereum, which right now I think more than 100,000 Bitcoins are locked in there, and hopefully they will come to Bitcoin in a way that is more secure and does not require as much counterparty risk. And you can test their testnet software today at citrea.xyz. And the third sponsor that I'm presenting in this round is Layer 2 Labs. And basically, drive chains are this solution to simultaneously bring use cases to Bitcoin and also provide to the miners extra revenue. Because there's two-way pegged sidechains that are secured by the miners, and therefore it's the miners who collect the transaction fees from everything that's happening there. Right now there is a Z-side sidechain, which is a clone of Zcash where all transactions are shielded by default. There's a prediction market sidechain, there's a Namecoin sidechain, there's an Ethereum sidechain, and all of them are up to date, and you can test them at layer2labs.com/download. They run on the Bitcoin Signet, unfortunately, but hopefully at one point in the future we're gonna get the soft fork to let this come to Bitcoin. So check all of these out. And now let's talk about CoinJoins from the perspective of how much privacy they provide from a sender perspective, from a receiver perspective, network level, amounts, and metadata. We have 5 criteria. We got to rate them from 1 to 10.
Okay. So let me start with kind of sender receiver perspective, I guess, because the CoinJoin can be used in different ways, for sure, where oftentimes you are both the sender and the receiver because you're coin joining and then bringing it back to your wallet to try to wash your coins and make yourself less, in the weeds for potentially other people's stuff or trying to hide something that you're doing. So you can often be the sender or the receiver at the same time. Alternatively, obviously, you can put somebody else's address as the receiver, so it goes through the CoinJoin and then goes through there. So these tools can be used in different ways, which I wouldn't say super complicates the matter, but just a little nuance I want to tack on there, I guess. From a sender perspective, in my opinion, it does not hide anything because it is on a transparent chain and you are sending Bitcoin that has not yet gone through any sort of CoinJoin or mixer or whatever. So we know that Diego sent money. We don't necessarily know where he sent it to. That's the receiver portion, but we know that Diego sent money through a CoinJoin mixer. So that gets a 0 from me. It does not hide the sender at all. We know that this address, which if you know my identity, Diego sent this much Bitcoin through a mixer. Yeah, see, I would say the same for a receiver. Like it gets a little fuzzy here. I would say the same for a receiver because let's say I didn't send, but I was the receiver. You know that Diego received money that went through a mixer. So you know that Diego has money, and another attack that you can do is like if the amount that was sent was like 5.43268 Bitcoin, and the amount that is received is 5.328 something minus transaction fees, it kind of becomes pretty clear who sent and who received. So like there's an emergent property with CoinJoin that makes the privacy stronger than the sum of its parts. But like if you look individualistically, the sender has 0 privacy because he sent to a CoinJoin. The receiver has 0 privacy because that he received a certain amount of Bitcoin. That thing in the middle makes it so that way connecting the two, linking the two is harder, but you still know that Diego sent and or Diego received. So yeah, I would go anywhere from 0 to 1 on those. So that's 2. What were the other 3?
Amounts privacy,
Amounts
metadata,
privacy.
and network level privacy.
All right, let me open up a little. Let me write this down. Sender, receiver, amounts, metadata, and what was the last one?
Network level.
Network. Okay. Amounts are depending. It depends on the implementation. Amounts are not obfuscated on Bitcoin at all, as you know. But for example, Whirlpool made it so that way you can only send certain amounts into the pool, because if everyone puts in 5 Bitcoin, and that's like the 5 Bitcoin pool, and all of the outputs there are of 5 Bitcoin, then the amounts do become functionally the same and harder to tell apart. And that attack I just talked about, where 5.32 something something goes in and 5.32 something something minus transaction fee comes out, that obviously completely ruins the whole thing. So depending on the implementation, they will have very specific requirements for things that can be mixed. Bitcoin Cash does this with Fusion also. In Stack Wallet, we worked on Cash Fusion, which is kind of their little mixer thing. And that's what they do as well. So depending on the implementation, you still know it's 5 Bitcoin. So in that you know how much it is. So in one sense it's a 0, but you're hiding amongst a crowd of people that are also doing the 5 Bitcoin. So it gets a little bit stronger. I would put it at like a 2 or a 3, because information can be gleaned just from the fact that it is 5 Bitcoin and I had that many Bitcoin to mix. And you can narrow the amount of addresses who actually have that much Bitcoin down, right? So the people try to make it better by making it 0.5 Bitcoin or 0.1 Bitcoin, or so that way more and more people can mix, and the amount of people who are capable of mixing is bigger. This is a theme we're going to be running into a lot. Your privacy in a digital world is only as strong as the anonymity set, as the crowd that you are hiding in, right? The bigger the crowd, the better it is. That's why the more people use Tor, the better it is. The more nodes the relay nodes there are, the better it is. Not just the amount, but also the homogeny, which I guess we can cover after we talk about CoinJoin. We'll talk about the crowds that you hide in and how that helps. Okay, so sender 0 to 1, receiver 0 to 1, amounts 0 to 2. Metadata, this one is going to be the hardest one to answer for everything, because there are so many foot guns that if you are a privacy expert, you can avoid, such as, like I said, using VPN all the time means that you're not prone to timing attacks, whereas somebody who only uses it sometimes is prone to timing attacks. That's a metadata thing. That said, the amount of data that is stored on chain and around the chain for Bitcoin is quite large, both because it has a lot of eyes on it because it's the biggest one. I'm certain that 700 different powers that be across many countries are collecting as much metadata as they can on it. And CoinJoin does not do really anything to mask any of that. So I would not rate it highly. It's a big question mark for me. That ranges anywhere from like 1 to 3. From a network perspective, I guess I need to clarify this. What do you mean by network? Do you mean the Bitcoin network, or
No, because you can observe that if you interpret that as the network, as the sender and the receiver, it's basically a combination of the two criteria. But what I mean is just if you use Tor or VPN, or you're just using it on ClearNet.
I see. So CoinJoin can be used by any of those things. So I would say it ranks higher on those. Yeah, I'd give it a fairly high score. I'd say 7 or 8. And I do want to note that even though I gave sender a 0 and receiver a 0, the two of them together, I would say like are a 2 or a 3. because again, there's an emergent property there where you do know Diego sent and you do know receiver received, but the linkability between the two is harder. So I would honestly add a sixth one that is linkability, the linkability of transactions, and I would give that a numerical score too. So if we did add that sixth one, I would say sender is 0, receiver is 0, and linkability is like a 1 or a 2. But CoinJoin is under researched. So these are all kind of my personal thoughts on the matter. You may have people vehemently disagree with me and explain their reasoning. And if they come forward with the evidence and the math and the things, then I will absolutely change my opinion.
But Diego, have you looked into WabiSabi, which is Wasabi Wallet 2.0, which they launched like 2 or 3 years ago? Basically, that one doesn't just mix in pools of equal amounts. You can enter with as little as, I think, 0.00001 BTC. And basically, it does divisions and also consolidations so that you're never very sure what's happening there. And it has remixes that happen in the background. So in some ways, it's superior to what Samurai was doing with the Whirlpool, especially since it doesn't generate the toxic change. In the Samurai implementation, basically you had the change that you were supposed to never touch, because that one was basically leaking information about when you got into that CoinJoin.
No, sure. No, I agree. So basically, to clarify what you're saying, they're making it so that way the outputs mix and come out with varying amounts before they go off to the receiver. So an output could start as a 1 and a 5, merge to become a 6, come out as a 3 and a 3, merge back in to be a 6 again, or a 5 and a 1. And
or
so,
2 and a 4, or divisions of it, like 1.5 and 4.5.
Okay. And is there a pool as well that you could just sit your money in there to just chill and do whatever until you want to take it?
There is.
Okay. And then, so obviously there's some kind of proof that has to be given mathematically to say I only put in 0.1, so I can only take out 0.1. So, and that's kind of the problem with all this, is that you can mix all these as much as you want, 2 and a 4, or 3 and a 5, 3 and a 2, but at the end, when I want to take out my money, I still have to take out the same amount that I left in there, minus transaction fees, which was 0.1 in my hypothetical example.
Yeah, but it's different UTXOs. So let's say you got into this mix with 1 Bitcoin, and then maybe you get 10 UTXOs of 0.1.
Okay, sure. Yeah, I see. I hear you. Which in theory you're putting in different wallets, because otherwise if you put in the same wallet, then you have a whole bunch of 0.1s, which add up to 1, which doesn't...
By wallet, you mean address, yes.
Right, yeah. Sorry. Apologies. Okay. No, yeah. This seems a smarter approach. I haven't done a deep dive into the Wasabi stuff. I can go ahead and look into that. Is that still continuing? Is Wasabi still doing the Wasabi stuff?
So the company dissolved last year after the tornado cast situation. They were not very keen on being targeted, but at the same time it's still being maintained as an open source project, so you can see that they still launch new versions of it. They rely on community donations. They're not a company anymore, but there are at least a couple of devs that work on it full time.
Okay, I'll have my guys look into that. And if they have any papers with mathematical rigor, I would be keen on seeing those.
Yeah, it's called WabiSabi, and it's authored by someone named Yuval Kogman.
WabiSabi paper. You said his name was what? Sorry, one more time, just the first.
Yuval Kogman. He's known in the privacy and security field as Nothing Much.
Nothing much. Okay. We will take a look at this. And I will come back and deliver my final verdict.
I feel like it's super underrated for the simple reason that before launching this, Wasabi, basically the company was dealing with some issues and they were changing jurisdictions all the time. And at one point they caved and they said, okay, we're gonna hire a blockchain analysis company to make sure that we don't get inputs from, I guess, the sources that we don't like.
Mm.
Because they were accused of a lot of stuff and they just wanted to find one place to settle and have their HQ in there. I think it was the Cayman Islands or something.
Okay, I have found the paper and I'm sending it to my guys now.
They got a bad reputation because of that, and then people didn't really look into the merits of this new implementation.
Hmm.
And the Samurai guys were all over them all the time saying, "Oh, you're basically spyware."
I did hear there was some bad blood between them and another implementation something, and I was kind of on Twitter back in those days because that was a while ago, right? Like a couple years ago, 2-3 years ago, maybe longer at this point. Because
Yeah, in Bitcoin you have
25.
WabiSabi, you have Whirlpool, and you also have Join Market. These are the three big ones.
Okay, yeah,
Join
yeah.
Market is more decentralized. You can basically put your own liquidity in there and take a fee for the mixing.
Hmm. Okay, that's interesting. And I do know they have other privacy things as well for Bitcoin. It's not just the CoinJoins. There's like the Paynims, the Bit47s, which we were the first one. Stack Wallet was the first one to put that on iOS, by the way, because I know Samurai had that for Android, but they didn't put out an iOS wallet. Had no plans to, and nobody else made it, so we did. And then like Cake Wallet, I know they just did silent payments. I always come back to this. Very funny how the shitcoin wallets like us are doing the big Bitcoin privacy stuff while the Bitcoiners are just talking amongst themselves and jerking each other off and saying how awesome they are. It's us that are actually doing the stuff. And so like silent payments, adds another layer of that. And so Bitcoin privacy, like that's the thing, right? If it's just CoinJoin, it's pretty naked. If you're using it in conjunction with these other things like silent payments, and it gets stronger. It does. It gets stronger. How much stronger depends on that, which tools you're using, which combination of tools, how consistently you're using them, if you're avoiding all the foot guns. And obviously the ideal would be to have, a Bitcoin wallet that just uses all these things kind of by default and you can't turn them off. And then you're just getting the maximum amount of Bitcoin privacy that you can with every transaction. Which is still not quite comparable to the privacy coins that are made specifically for privacy, but getting the maximum Bitcoin privacy that you can with every transaction would be the ideal. But nobody wants to commit to that, so we live in a world where very few people use it. The crowd that you're hiding in is not very big, and you actually stand out more as a user of those technologies, and your addresses will potentially undergo greater scrutiny, because if only 2% of the transactions are using said privacy feature, then the powers that be are going to focus all of their metadata collection and things on that 2% of addresses and transactions, which the whole point is that if somebody looks at you long and hard enough with enough metadata, they will find you out. So you want to hide in that crowd, so that way the eye, as it were, is forced to look at all the people relatively equally, which divides their resources. Because yes, if you throw enough resources at the problem, you can probably track down almost anything, if you have the capabilities that the powers that be potentially do. So if only 2% of the transactions are using privacy features, that's eyeballs on you and money spent on you and resources spent on you that you'd rather them not do, because they could figure some stuff out. Anyway, does that answer the thing for CoinJoin?
Sort of. I feel like we should also define BIP47 for paynims and silent payments and what it is that they do. Basically, my understanding is that they enable you to have a static pseudonym or address where people send you money, but in the background, your wallet is going to generate a new address for every transaction. Is that correct?
Yeah. You basically give people a single address. Obviously, for those who don't know, in Bitcoin, you should be generating a new address for every incoming transaction that you do.
That's what Satoshi says in the white paper, chapter 10.
It becomes trivial. Linkability becomes trivial. So, but that's annoying for people, and they got to keep. I mean, they don't have to keep track of it because well, these days wallets keep track of everything. But have I already given this one out? Have I not? So Bitcoiners have tried to solve this problem in two ways. Bit47 was kind of the first one and didn't really take off aside from Samurai and us at Stack Wallet, where yes, you give a static address from which can be generated new addresses. So a new one can be generated each and every single time. And that's the one that's kind of stored on the blockchain. So any passive watcher is going to see a different address every single time, even though you just posted kind of like the one address on your website for donations or what have you. It required several steps, and so from a UX perspective was not great. You had to send a tiny transaction to that person first to establish a link between the two of you. And only after that could you generate a lot of addresses, and that the receiver cannot touch that teeny tiny amount. They have to just leave it sitting in their wallet forever because it's toxic. Messing with it could potentially just blow up the whole thing. So you had to eat the transaction fees, which if the transaction fees were high, sending a teeny tiny Bitcoin transaction, the fees would be much higher than the amount that you had to send. So you would have to pay $5 to $10 in a bad fee market to make a connection with a person just for the privilege of getting to send to that one address over and over again, which was not ideal. Silent Payments does something similar, but it does away with the that initial kind of transaction and toxic stuff, which is good. It is good. But it comes with a different trade-off, and that's another thing that's going to be running through a lot of this. Is there's trade-offs everywhere. You're always going to be giving up something, and the trade-off that they do is you're going to have to scan. And for Bitcoin, it's really easy. Your node, because addresses are transparent, you could just look up the address, how much is in there, boom, there you go. That's not the case for something like Monero. You have to take a magnifying glass that is your private key and run it over the entire chain to see if that magnifying glass unlocks your stuff. Because you can't just say, hey, give, what is in this address? Because addresses are not saved on chain as a result of stealth addressing. So Monero has a scanning time, which if you're scanning from the very beginning of the blockchain, takes hours and hours, or depending on your connection, potentially a day or more. Whereas Bitcoin is fairly instantaneous to resolve in the sense of like how much Bitcoin does this address have? Boom, there you go. It's given to you in an instant. So Monero has that drawback over Bitcoin, and Silent Payments does something similar where you do have to have that little magnifying glass of your private key and drag it over the Bitcoin blockchain to see any funds that are yours. You have to scan the whole thing. So you get the worst parts of Monero. In Monero, nobody likes that. It's just a trade-off that we've learned to live with, especially if you haven't opened your wallet in months. Now you have to wait for it to scan that whole thing to see if it finds any funds or what have you. So you get the worst parts of Monero for a fraction of its privacy. So in that sense, like, Silent Payments is good. It's an improvement because it functionally it reduces address management. That's kind of what it does. It makes it so that way you don't accidentally footgun yourself by reusing addresses and creating linkability between your funds in that manner. But it doesn't completely eliminate linkability, and there are still ways to footgun yourself by like mixing your funds by sending it all to the same address or anyway in a non-Silent Payments way. It's a step up. It's an improvement. And this is the theme through Bitcoin. It's better than nothing. It's a step up. Sometimes it's a couple of steps up, but it really, really doesn't solve a lot of the underlying issues. So it's good. I'm happy we put in Bit47, and a lot of people got some good use of it. And for a tool that's as popular and powerful as Bitcoin, I want to continue to working on privacy things for it. It will continue to be the king for not just the foreseeable future, but I think for the remainder of the cryptocurrency thing, experiment, as it were. So I want to make sure that if you're onboarding a grandma, she's probably onboarding into Bitcoin. I want to make sure grandma has options. hopefully good UX options, because that's the other thing with privacy is that you can have the most robust, powerful privacy, but if it's hard to use, nobody will use it. Nobody will use it. Just, and Bitcoiners and geeks and nerds in general have this very naive thinking where everyone's going to do the maximum amount they can every single time. That's just not true. I have a PGP key. Man, I rarely dust that thing off and use it, right? Because it sucks, man. It sucks to use. Everything sucks about it. And that's kind of the issues with all these bolt-on privacy things with Bitcoin is you need something bolt-on for the sender. You need something bolt-on for the receiver, something bolt-on for the amount, something bolt-on for the linkability, which means you've just added 4 technologies to Bitcoin. Bitcoin used to be so simple, send, receive, boom, there you go. But you want to add the privacy. Okay, let me make sure I'm using the right output so I don't accidentally poison myself. Okay, silent payments is turned on. There we go. Okay. I need to send this through some kind of CoinJoin. You know, you mentioned Join Market, WabiSabi, and Whirlpool kind of thing. You know, which one is my best tool for this particular use case and I'm doing. And so you got to have all these things in mind. And then you can press send about 20 minutes later.
and a lot of the time, those are the, it is somewhere in those steps that the adversary is just like sitting there, baring his teeth, waiting for you to make a little mistake. Because that's all it takes, really. It's whenever we were talking about like the human element is truly the weakest part of any secure system, right? If you can find a way to remove humanity from it, which would also remove its functionality, you can make something that's very secure, but it's always the talk that I'm going to give at DEF CON this year is all about Enigma, and the way that it was broken is because the German soldiers signed off all their messages the same way, and it reduced the number of instances that need checked in order to break it. It was so simple. Alan Turing, the guy who broke it, he only knew 2 words in German, and I'm sure you could guess what 2 words were super popular in the country at the time, and that was all it took. It really is looking for the human weakness. So when you're doing anything involving privacy, you have to be under the assumption that someone is waiting for you to make a mistake, and if you do, they're going to see it, right? So that's the main issue I have with some of the bolt-on privacy stuff, is that unless it flows really well, the more points of human contact there are, the greater the probability that things are going to fail. Mm-hmm. And with something as prolific in the not even just the crypto space, but in the world as Bitcoin, you know, you run into this issue of, yeah, okay, so you have grandma wants to get in on that, or just your average everyday fella, they're not going to know any of this. Side channel attacks, timing attacks, they're not going to have even heard of those things, right? So you can't expect someone to reasonably defend themselves against something that they don't even know exists. It's just not a reasonable request. So it's kind of the funny thing with this built-in versus bolt-on security, where you want to make it as accessible as possible. And it just kind of seems like to me you just need the core components there to build off of, so that what you're bolting into is very strong, as opposed to just like, you know, shoving some armor around something and hoping that it holds.
And see, everything we're saying here, I know it's very frustrating to listeners because they like to say Bitcoin gets a 2, Monero gets an 6. They want the numbers, right? They want the things at the end so they can make their little infographic and go, look, this is what Diego said, or this is what said. Here's the numbers. This is better than this. Boom, there you go. That's it. You know, and then they're going to share that infographic on Twitter, which is going to spark conversations and debates and retweets and all the different things. When in reality, like, that's why I really appreciate you, Vlad, having this kind of long form podcast. There's so much nuance to all this, and as privacy people, as any self-respecting privacy person would do when trying to educate other people on privacy and how to actually be private for real, not just performatively, right? But because we know that there are people out there whose lives or freedom or money are depending on actual good privacy. And I think that's the compassionate heart behind a lot of what we do. Because most of us in the first world and most of the Bitcoiners working on this, you know, it's all theoretical and, you know, it's all kind of up there. But there's people that actually need this. Just because you don't doesn't mean there's not people that don't actually really need this. And we need to get it right for them. We need to get it right for them, and we can't be wrong here. That's a big burden on our shoulders, and it's one that I take into the CypherStack research team, and all the work that we do is like, you know what, we want to get this right, because it's not just these, you know, people who if they get it wrong, you know, we'll try again. You know, for some people, you get it wrong, they go to prison or they die. So this whole, you know, WabiSabi versus Samurai thing, we're like, oh, which one's better, you know, which one's worse, and like, for them, it's all up here, you know, it's all up here. And mind share and users and metrics and things, and I don't doubt that these people really do want privacy. Like I'm not saying it's all performative or anything, like, you know, and heck, you know, the Samurai guys, they're putting their money where their mouth is. They are, you know, going through the court system and fighting the good fight, and, you know, superpower to them, and may they be released and things soon. But yeah, for even so, you know, and it's up there for a lot of the people, and a lot of the debaters on the social media sites, whereas for a lot of people it's not. So we're trying to get it right. We're trying to get it right for them. Anyway, sorry for that little aside. Any other thing you want to talk about in regards to Bitcoin? I completely agree with Luke that the more steps you add, the more potential there is for human failure. This is true across all UX, not just privacy. This is true for the most mundane tasks, digital and physical. The more steps that you have a human have to do, the more likely they're going to screw it up. And they will screw it up. They will, I promise you. I promise you they will. Which is why, you know, if Bitcoin ever does get to a nice hodgepodge of privacy technologies that if they're used in the right way, it'll just work. I would love to see a wallet, heck, Stack Wallet may be that wallet, that we just put all that stuff on by default. You can't touch it, you can't turn it off, you can't mess with it, and then boom, it'll just work for you. Because otherwise, people will shoot themselves in the foot. They will.
Oh yeah, and it happens, and it's not even a matter of, because I know maybe one talking point is, oh, what, we're not smart enough to figure it out. It doesn't have anything to do with smart or knowledgeable. I've been doing math for like, what? I'm an old man now, so like 12 years at this point. I make dumb mistakes. I make dumb addition mistakes. I misplace a negative sign regularly. It doesn't, and I do this every single day. It doesn't matter. You will mess up at some point in time. It is not an assumption. There's not some probability related to it. You're going to make a mistake, and there's nothing evil or wrong or bad about that.
Mm-hmm.
But it can be used for evil, wrong, and bad things. So you have to protect yourself against it. Right. Can I make one quick comment about the tribalism stuff? Because that's still just kind of like sitting in my mind. Especially that conversation you had with the Bitcoin guy, Diego, that little excerpt you said earlier. Mm-hmm. I'm of the opinion that if you hate something, you should hate it properly, by knowing everything you can about it. Right? There was a really funny story about, like, you know, a priest and an atheist were talking, and the priest is like, oh, what are you doing? And the atheist is like, I'm reading the Bible. And he's like, I thought you didn't believe in it. And the atheist says, well, if I'm going to hate something, I want to hate it properly. And that's a good attitude to have towards anything you feel strongly about, because it might not be, you might not actually hate it, right? You might like parts of it, and that is how useful community driven research is done, where instead of it being Bitcoin versus Monero guys, the Bitcoin guys are championing, like, hey, we saw this thing in Monero that we don't like, these are the reasons why we don't like it, this is how it's done better here, instead of it just being, you know, a dick measuring contest, which never, like, no one ever wins that. No one ever walks away feeling great about that. It just makes people more angry. And having good community discussions is super, super, super helpful, because the research we're doing is going to be used by real people. Mm-hmm. You know, you can't divorce that from the mathematics as hard as you try. So seeing people talk and say, oh yeah, we really like this being done, and other people saying, well, this could be different, this could be different, those sorts of discussions are helpful. Because it's going to have to, the math is going to move through a pipeline, and at the end of it is the user. And if they're not happy with it, then even if the math is fine, it's still not, you know, we're not doing what we're supposed to do, I guess. So it's not just math for the sake of math. It's math for the sake of the people using it, I suppose.
So I would even, this is going to be stupid, I would even add a seventh thing, gunability, you know, how on a scale of 0 to 10, and we don't have to do this, you know, otherwise this list would expand all day. But the footgun ability of a system, how easy is it to just completely shoot yourself in the foot and just ruin all of your privacy, right?
Yeah.
And you know, for Bitcoin, that's not a good one right now. It's like 0 to 1. It's like 0.
And that does lead into a good discussion about like the ZK snarks. That non-interactability aspect of it is very nice. It's really nice for like simplifying threat models. Whenever we were dealing with the divisor stuff, throwing things in a sort of non-interactive protocol made things work so much nicer. It helped narrow down the assumptions that you need to make, and the fewer assumptions you need, the stronger the result is, right? That's like the core logical principle that drives most of mathematics. Right. If you only need to make one assumption, it's better than making two assumptions. What's that, like Occam's razor?
Yeah.
Something like that.
Vlad, we could go on this stuff for literally 700 years. Okay?
Yeah.
At some point, you're like, guys, we need to move on. We could go on 700
I think
rabbit
Luke
holes.
mentioned something about a dick measuring contest, and I have to disagree with him because in the case of Bitcoin, you don't even start the contest. You say, well, my dick is the biggest, the best in the world, the one that everyone wants, okay? And every other dick is a scam. It should not exist.
But that's sort of a non-argument, right? That's a just sort of a grandstanding argument of, oh, we're the best because we're the best. And in the marketplace, when we're talking about money, yeah, sure, no one can debate that. It's literally a moot point. But I don't think that's what people are debating whenever they're trying to have those conversations, which just detracts from the original argument to begin with. Because for me, when looking at all of these different cryptocurrencies, I sort of like internally rank them based off of how many papers are being published, how much analysis is being done, how good the analysis are, even if they ultimately end up, like I'm reading through the WabiSabi paper kind of off to the side, and they have a really good section on the active attacks. That's an awesome analysis. That should be done more. You can make a lot of security guarantees, but what if you are met with very specific instances of bad things happening? And that sort of stuff should be done. And it needs to be done because, this space isn't the same as academia. There's very clear differences. But the one thing that was really nice about, doing research in an academic space is that all of the results are built on each other. And if you publish a bad result, first off, it's not going to survive. People are going to eat you alive for that. You will not get a bad math paper published. It will get destroyed. And that's just due to the sheer amount of literature. There's just so much. So the more papers and stuff we have in this space, the more analyses by not just mathematicians, but computer scientists, by communication specialists, that sort of thing. That's important. Whenever it comes to the Bitcoin debate, you have to talk about what aspect of it you're actually really debating, because you could always roll it back around and say, well, we're still the best. But what is that conversation achieving, right? Every conversation should have a goal, right? Even if we're just chatting casually about cryptocurrency, well, what about it, right? We can talk about privacy. We can talk about like accountability. We can talk about how various laws are coming in and governing how we can do research, what things we can implement legally, all of these sorts of things. So I think shutting down the conversation by saying we're the best is, I think, potentially destroying what could otherwise be a very fruitful conversation about what you really enjoy about it. And obviously, people that love Bitcoin enjoy the fact that Bitcoin is just rolling in it right now, right? Like, how could you not love that? But there are other aspects to consider, and especially with this like strange new world we're moving into regarding technology, there's there's stuff we need to think about. There's questions that need to be asked.
I am of the very controversial opinion that I would not like Bitcoin to become mainstream yet. Because if Bitcoin as a whole with its current privacy technologies is adopted worldwide, like let's say it was adopted worldwide like tomorrow, this just gives the powers that be so much information about spending habits, about, you know, how things are spent and sent, and the flow of money that it's a wet dream for, you know, for the people up there. So
yeah.
I'm not saying I'm actively working against it, like, no, Bitcoin, no, you know, I celebrate as well when, you know, it gets credit where credit is due, because it's an awesome thing and it is a freedom tool. But like, goodness gracious, I get nervous when people start talking like, and then it'll be everywhere. I'm like, no, please. I want my privacy. Let's not do this quite yet. I have hope for Bitcoin. It's really disheartening to me, the state of privacy for Bitcoin research. Like you said, you know, with the Wasabi people, the Whirlpool people got taken, the Wasabi people like backed down. I get it. I do. Dude, the amount of times, like when those things were happening, like to the samurai guys and stuff, I'm like, man, should I shut down Stack Wallet? Because like Stack Wallet is a very privacy focused wallet. We have privacy coins, and if it is a coin that has privacy technology like Firo, you know, that isn't from the that does have kind of a transparent and a private option, we make sure that we support the private stuff. And in many cases, we are the only wallet to support the privacy stuff. So we're very privacy focused. That's in our messaging, that's in our values, that's in our everything. And I'm like, okay, I got a family, man. Like, you know, what am I doing here? Is this going to be worth it? And obviously we're still going. So the answer became obvious to me somewhere along the way. But, you know, you get people backing down, you get people that were doing research, not doing research anymore. And it's disheartening, because there was a point where, you know, heck, just the fact that there was a huge debate between the Whirlpool people and the Wasabi guys, that's a good thing. That shows that there's two competing privacy technologies there, right? And so if one egg is broken, at least we've got another one, kind of thing. And now we got none. I mean, like, yes, Whirlpool is still around, but from community stuff. And you said WabiSabi is still around from community stuff. And yeah, that's great. You know, I'm glad those things are still there. But the amount of people stepping up, taking this kind of Bitcoin privacy helm and pushing us forward on that front have quite dwindled away in favor of, in my opinion, all this other nonsense. I mean, Lightning and things. I've got opinions on that, which this is not a Lightning talk, which I do know people say that, you know, Lightning adds some privacy to Bitcoin, which is true in some cases. Another thing that needs to be very rigorously researched, and a lot of huge claims are made by people who have no idea how privacy works.
Which is the problem, right? Like, show me the Carfax, right? Hand me the paper. Show me the mathematical proof. That's what I want to see. Like, you could say 100% private. I don't even know what that means. What, right. You're private against God? If God came down, he wouldn't be able to see what you're doing? I call bullshit. It doesn't make any sense. Which is that, and it's funny because that's how academic debates happen. I'd love to see at least some of that rub off onto the larger crypto community. Because whenever we're sitting in our research chats and we're talking about this, and that, someone will throw up a paper and they'll be like, oh, well, that causes a problem with this. And then someone else will throw up a paper and they're like, well, in this edge case, it doesn't cause a problem. So if we focus over here, and then productive stuff happens, right? That's how good discourse is supposed to go. But yeah, whenever people make claims like that, it really does weaken the space as a whole, because I mean, it's just kind of outlandish, right? Be very.
If we've achieved 100% privacy, why bother doing further research?
Yeah, exactly. It's like, we're done. You know, we can hang our hats up and go home, and that's it. I think people, not to make people more paranoid than maybe they already are, but understanding why the privacy stuff is so important is like the big hurdle to overcome, especially with like the ads and stuff, like targeted ads and whatnot. I mean, if you're not being sold something and you're still getting something out of it, then you're the product, right? Yeah. And that's not good. Information is a billion-dollar industry. I mean, the amount of stuff you can do with it, and everyone thinks, oh, well, not my information. You know, what are they going to do with that? Well, that's what it's like propaganda. Of course it works on everyone because no one thinks it works on them.
Yeah.
You know, it's
okay. The next coins that we're going to cover should go a lot smoother.
Just a second, because I do want to mention something else. I feel like a criterion we need to add is scalability. Because something that we did not mention about these coin joins, I mean, they're wonderful, but the way in which Whirlpool was operating was unscalable. It was doing these 4 input, 4 output coin joins repeatedly, and it was taking up a lot of block space. WabiSabi, in comparison, does like 400 input and outputs. It's much bigger, and it scales better because it's just one batched transaction. But it still doesn't scale. So if all users, we assumed that like 2% of Bitcoiners are using privacy, but if all users wanted to use privacy, it would not scale for them. It would end up costing a lot of money, and there would be a lot of congested transactions waiting in the mempool. So this is also another important criterion. And something else to which I want to give a shout out, I don't expect you guys to comment on it if you don't know, but there was something called Mercury Wallet, which was basically using a technology called state chains, and it was being used for swapping UTXOs. The reason why it never caught on is that people are asking themselves, okay, so why would anyone want to exchange their UTXO with one of equal value off chain? Like, am I gonna end up with a much worse one? Like, let's say I'm not into drugs, but I'm gonna assume that someone has sold some cocaine and decided that he wants to get rid of his UTXO of 0.1 BTC, and then he gets one from child trafficking. I mean, it's not much of an improvement.
that's a really bleak scenario, which is solved if you deal with the issue of fungibility, which I think is kind of like baked into a lot of the privacy stuff, which I mean, trying to find a way. I think on one of, maybe it was I can't remember the website, but they were talking about, oh well, this can introduce a degree of fungibility, and it's like that's not really
degrees.
That's like more or less like it is or it isn't. It's like a binary thing. There's like degrees in between. It doesn't really make much sense to talk about.
So I would like to apologize to the Bitcoiners, who I assume comprise the bulk of your listeners. Bitcoin is definitely the one we're weakest on in terms of, knowing all the different technologies, but that's generally because it's the least interesting. It takes very neutered and watered down versions of technologies from all of the privacy coins and bolts them on in a way that is pretty leaky. So it gets to the point where you look at the general concept of it and you go, okay, I can see how that could be somewhat helpful. So then for privacy people like us who want to be at the bleeding edge of privacy, Bitcoin is not the space for it. It's not. And so we have to end up delving a little further down into what, the Bitcoin maxis think of as all the shit coins, to make sure that we actually get some actual privacy work done instead of getting all these half-assed, half-baked, watered down, super neutered solutions for honestly, for a group of people and a community that barely wants it. The Bitcoin community can spare half a thought for privacy on the best of days. That's not true of everybody. I know there are Bitcoiners out there who's like, we need to make this thing more private, but they're more interested on the layer 2s and the ordinals and all the different debates and the opcats and the things that are going on in that space. And you're like, hey, remember privacy? We haven't really solved that here either. Long-standing problem, if you guys recall. They go, yeah. Now about opcat,
Well, and that's maybe a good if the privacy research for Bitcoin isn't started and done soon, then it might never get done. And if it starts, it might be like too late. Right? You got to figure all eyes are on Bitcoin because it's new, it's shiny. Okay, it might be old in this relatively young space, but come on, like you got at least American agencies that don't even have names, that are manned by a bunch of shadow fellas that are drooling at the amount of information that people are just giving out. And they'll just collect and collect and collect. And maybe they won't use it today or tomorrow or in a year, but they have it. Right. And that thought, it skeeves me out. I hate it. So if these privacy technologies aren't if they aren't researched rigorously and implemented, then you run into the issue of, even if it's done later down the road, someone might have broke it and they just didn't say anything about it. Because why would you? Right? It's a good secret to keep if you're some shadow agency looking to destabilize. And that's kind of what I like about our research now, is that we're just trying new stuff and seeing what works and proving all of these different results about what these things are rigorous against. And that's the only real way to stop, or at least fight effectively against, an adversary that is doing the exact same thing on the other side. Mm-hmm. They constantly want to find ways to break things. They constantly want to find ways to track things. And if it's slow starting and slow going, then even if you do the research, it's too little too late. Mm-hmm. And you really do want to avoid that, because we're coming up on the technological nexus point, right? Computation power is about to get absolutely crazy the moment any superpower gets their hands on next gen technology. And I think Bitcoin is looking to suffer the most at that if protections aren't built for it soon, which I genuinely, to the bottom of my heart, hope is done. And you know, if you have any great ideas and some good papers, throw them at me on Twitter. That would be much appreciated. Love to take a look. But it's just hard.
Fund Cypher Stack. Yeah. All the research.
Yeah, I'll do math for you guys all day. Just let me know what. Yeah, but it's just tricky because it is a genuine concern. In this space, we want to see as many things survive as possible. It's like mathematical evolution. The more things we have, the more things are likely to survive, and we want that. Bitcoin's kind of the top predator right now, right? So people are gunning for it.
Actually, that joke I just made, fund Cypher Stack, and we'll do that. That's actually a big part of all this. You know, where's the money going in terms of, you know, evolution of Bitcoin and new technologies and things like that. And I mean, as a person who has run a Cypher Stack for 5 years, 6 years, one of those, and has oftentimes had to struggle to find people who care enough about privacy to invest any amount of money in getting, you know, good math done with good guarantees and privacy protections. It's tough out there, man. It's tough out there. And I have asked, you know, various Bitcoin communities or grant people that offer grants and stuff, and I've put in submissions, and people just don't care. People don't care. They want to talk about their layer 2s, their lightnings, their arcs and things, and which they swear up and down will absolutely help privacy, and they will to an extent. Excuse me, but it's tough out there finding anyone who cares. And the people who do care are the shitcoins down there. Like, yeah, we want privacy. You know, we'll put some money behind it. All right, well, that's where we are. I do want to. Like I said, I do think the next coins, we don't have, if there's more to talk about, Vlad, on Bitcoin, we can still do that, absolutely. But I
just want to add a disclaimer, because you're so eager to move on to Monero.
But I'm not. I do want to keep going on Bitcoin, actually. But I want to reassure you and the audience the next coins will be simpler, because these conversations have so many big privacy disclaimers, right? Like that whole tangent and rabbit hole we went down about metadata and attacks and timing attacks and all these things. Like no privacy conversation can be complete without them. We've gotten a lot of them out of the way now, so hopefully we won't have to take as many rabbit trails. We'll still probably have a lot, but hopefully not as many, so it should go smoother. I'm totally happy to go back to Bitcoin if there's plenty more to say about it.
What I want to add, and this is a disclaimer, is that someone called me a shitcoin scammer today. And when I speak with you guys, I'm sort of this Bitcoin maxi. And I do consider myself to be a Bitcoin maximalist, in the sense that I want Bitcoin to maximize its use cases. I want it to scale. I want it to become private. I want it to be the best it can be. I don't think it's a final project. And usually on Twitter, the conversation about maximalism revolves around conservatism, just leaving the protocol as it is, maybe adding 1 or 2 more opcodes which are trivial. They're not such a big deal. They're not making much of a change. They're just letting developers deploy something which might be significant, but it doesn't solve the greater problem. And before we move on to Monero and Zcash and everything else out there, I just want to say that 2013 we had Zcoin and Zcash, which were papers that were proposed for Bitcoin to fix the fungibility problem, and that's why we have Zcoin, which rebranded into Firo, and Zcash today. Ring signatures were also proposed for Bitcoin if you look very deeply on Bitcoin Talk. Dandelion++, it was a proposal to increase Bitcoin network level security and privacy. What else is out there? Confidential transactions proposed for Bitcoin. They were never implemented and they're used in Monero. Bulletproofs, I think they were also considered in Bitcoin, but they're used in Monero. What else is out there? Basically, pretty much everything that we're going to discuss could have been part of Bitcoin, but it was not wanted by the core developers or the community or whoever had a voice at the time.
Yep, I am also a potential Bitcoin maximalist, dude. If Bitcoin solved the base layer privacy problem, and with layer twos or what have you, like the throughput and the use case and the scalability, like sure, like let's use Bitcoin, let's do it. Like we wouldn't necessarily need anything else. Totally down with that, but it doesn't. So, pretty frustrating on a lot of levels, but that necessitates the need for things like Monero for me, because if we're going to have a Bitcoin that can't commit itself to privacy, then we need something that commits itself to privacy. So it's good that it exists in this world. And I think a lot of Bitcoiners, minus the most vocal podcast bros with laser eyes out there, have at least a begrudging respect for projects that try to do, or at least Monero, I can't say all projects, but that try to do, that try to commit to that privacy, because there is a use case there that Bitcoin just does not fill. It doesn't. And anyone who says it does has no idea what they're talking about. Which is a bummer. I wish it did. If Bitcoin did, let's make it so it does do that. Let's make it so it does fill that use case. But it doesn't. Not right now.
Right, so let's get into Monero, I guess. It's based on CryptoNode. It's radically different from the Bitcoin design because it's optimized for privacy by default. And basically everything else is an afterthought, like scalability. I don't think Monero people are too concerned that their nodes are going to get bigger because they're going to get full chain membership proofs or something. They just care about the privacy, and they're open to hard forking more often. They're open to not having ASIC miners, which, even though we can argue that they're evil, they do provide some reliability for network security. In this sense, Monero feels a lot more grassroots. It was a response to Bitcoin by someone called Nicholas von Saberhagen, which sounds like just a play on Nick Szabo, if you ask me, but that's just my conspiracy theory. And what else is there to say? It launched basically with a scandal. It was called Bytecoin, and it had a huge pre-mine, and then the community decided to fork off, and that's how they made Monero.
Yeah, I'm actually a Monero historian of sorts. I have spent plenty of time in the Bitcoin Talks forum going and reliving in real time, because you get to read the posts, right? What exactly happened and how it happened, and spoke with many, many people about how it happened. And yeah, basically, Nicholas von Saberhagen, who we assume was actually part of the Bytecoin team, we still don't know who he is. He proposed the initial protocol that would eventually make it into Monero, and a coin was launched not long afterward, yes, like you said, called Bytecoin. It was a total scam, huge pre-mine. They justified the pre-mine by saying, oh, no, the reason so many coins have been mined is because Bytecoin has actually been a thing on the dark web for years. That's why so much of the supply is gone. But literally nobody on the dark web have heard of this thing. And the pre-mine was egregious. It was like 80% or, something way, way high. They were just trying to make a quick buck. And the interesting thing is Monero started off as a scam too, because what happened was the Bytecoin guys realized that nobody was buying their story, so they cut their losses and said, let's launch like 10 clones of Bytecoin, all of them made by us, but under different pseudonyms. So that way we can still be, whichever one actually does get adopted, we could still be the primary people behind that and make the money. So they did. They launched like 10 bit Monero, which was the first. Monero being Esperanto for coin, so bit Monero, Bitcoin. And it became pretty clear pretty quickly that the guy, thankful for today, who launched it, nobody had heard of him. He just popped up out of nowhere. You know, was a Bitcoin guy. Like 99% was a Bitcoin guy. Very quickly realized within a few weeks that this guy was, you know, not good kosher. So the community forked that, took it away, and said this is a community project now. Dropped the bit from the name, and it became Monero. So Monero actually had a scammy beginning. And Bitcoin people did, you know, they put out Bullberry, they put out all sorts of different coins to still try to be the guys behind that. But Monero was the one that really took off. And the protocol has very much evolved over the years. The initial version did not have confidential transactions, which, as you said, were proposed for Bitcoin first, and they had to be custom retrofitted for ring signatures. So that became Ring CT. And, you know, since then, Monero has further evolved. You know, we've got bulletproofs, which made things a lot more efficient and gave us big gains so we can add more members to the ring. And now we're kind of on the cusp of the next thing, FCMPs, and leaving Ring CT behind completely. For those of you who don't know how Monero works, basically, you have rings composed of different members where you say the true output, not the true center. And here's where people get confused. People say, oh, well, you're only hiding amongst 16 people, because right now I think the ring size is 16 or 18 or something like that. But that's not true. You're hiding among 16 outputs. If you can put that output to a person, to an identity, okay, that's another step you have to take. You're hiding among 16 different outputs. And nobody knows which one is the real one. That's the point of a ring signature, is that there is a signature that somebody in this ring of people has the authority to spend such and such amount of money. And you don't know who it is. 16 is not a large number, right? In theory, using different heuristics, using different attacks like the ones that we were talking about before, you can narrow that number down. You can effectively say, no, it can't be this guy. No, it can't be this guy. And no, it can't be this guy. Things were really bad because in the early days of Monero, the ring signatures were not enforced. You didn't have to use them. And then now you had to use them, but like it was 4. There was a point where you could specify the amount of rings that you ring members that you wanted. So some people would use the default, which was like 6, and some people would say 1,000. And in theory, that makes you more private, but once again, it makes you like really stand out because you're the only guy using 1,000. And if you used a very specific number, which some people did, like 1,662, and you're the only person using that number, then every time 1,662 appears on the blockchain, it's like, oh, it's that guy, right? It's that guy making a transaction. So we further, you know, made it restricted things so that way everybody has to use the same ring size, so that way nobody stands apart from the crowd, because it's not just the size of the crowd. And I alluded to this earlier in the conversation. There are 2 things that make you private. 1, the size of the crowd that you're hiding in, but 2, the and I hope I'm saying this word right, the homogeneity of the crowd. If you have a crowd of 1,000 people and everybody's wearing a black shirt and you're wearing a white shirt, you're in a big crowd, but you still stand out. So I could still pick you from a crowd of 1,000. And that is also true if you're in a crowd of 1,000,000 people and you're the only one wearing a white shirt. You can still pick yourself out from there. So the crowd has to be big, because if the crowd's only 3 people and everyone's wearing a black shirt, well, you can, you know, this guy has brown hair, so he wasn't the guy. This guy has blonde hair, so he wasn't the guy. Okay, it has to be this guy, right? So you need the crowd to be large, and you need the crowd to be homogeneous. Again, I don't think I ever learned how to properly pronounce the word.
That was good. Yeah, that works.
Those are the 2 things that are required for digital privacy. Everything Tor, I2P, you know, anything kind of privacy related works off of this in some way. And that's why it was a big deal for Whirlpool, you know, whenever like more and more Bitcoin was added, because the crowd is getting bigger, and, you know, they enforce that homogeneity with the restricted amounts that you could send in. So Monero also restricted the ways that you could stand out from the crowd, made it so that way everybody had to have a certain ring size that couldn't be changed. It wasn't just the default anymore. It was enforced by protocol. raised the amount to over the years from like 4 to 8 to where it is now 16, 18, and actually I think it might be 20 something. I forget. It's kind of not important, and the reason it's not really important is because a jump from 18 to 16 may help weaken some heuristic analyses sometimes, depending on the metadata they've collected. A jump from 16 to 20 may help weaken sometimes that blah, 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 everything I just said. A jump from 16 to 200, believe it, like it seems like a big jump, but, and it is, and the amount that it weakens that does actually, you know, it does actually increase by quite a bit, but it doesn't actually help as much as you might think because they're effectively the same number. When you start getting into the thousands and tens of thousands of people that you're hiding, okay, now we're talking, right? Now we're talking. But the difference between a 16 and a 50, it's not really as much as you would think. It doesn't buy you as much as you think. And there are diminishing returns to adding more and just blanket adding more and more people, more and more ring members here. The approach needed to be rethought from the ground up, hence FCMPs, which we can talk about in just a little bit. But that's kind of like the history of Monero, and that's actually currently where we are with Monero because FCMPs has not been launched yet. So we are still on, you know, old school ring CT stuff. We're getting pretty close. Heck, we just delivered something a couple of days ago that, you know, the Monero Research Lab has been asking for to help get FCMPs out the door. So we are still very much in the thick of it. But Monero, as it stands right now, you don't have a large anonymity set on outputs. Again, not on people, on outputs, And this is a big thing that people misunderstand on all sides of the aisle, and very, very silly. This actually can play into an attack also, where if somebody can spend a ton of money, make tons and tons of transactions, that they own a larger percentage of the outputs in the total pool. So they can, you know, when a person is trying to send a transaction, they can accidentally choose several of the outputs of one entity, all owned by one entity. And that one entity can then say, I know it's not this one, and this one, because those are mine. So I have reduced the effective anonymity set from 16 to 10, and then using other heuristic analysis, I can potentially reduce it even further from 10 to 4 or something. And now it's a much easier thing. And then when you start graphing it out, things start getting a little bit scary. We work with and he works with Monero also. Isthmus is his pseudonym. Really smart data analyst guy. He graphs everything out. That's his thing. He graphs things. He was at our first, we had a big, CypherStack is a remote company, but we had our first big mathematician get together a few months back. We're going to actually have another one in a couple of weeks. He showed us a presentation on, you know, mapping different things out in the Monero blockchain, and some of it was pretty eyebrow raising, where it becomes pretty clear, even with all of the protections that we do have, the flow of a particular output might not be as hidden as you think it is. But that is not the only tool in Monero's arsenal. We do also have things like stealth addresses, which is basically like silent payments like we were talking about. It makes it so that way you can just give a person a single address, and on chain, it will kind of generate a new novel mini address every time. That's what's the thing that's stored on chain. And ring signatures, ring CT, and stealth addresses. Yeah, those are kind of the three things that hide sender, receiver, and amounts. So if one thing fails, everything does not fail. And we have known for a long time that ring signatures is the weakest part of our privacy technology stack. In fact, if you go to YouTube and type in Breaking Monero, you will find a playlist of videos made by members of the Monero community of the attacks that you can do on Monero, because we are actually serious about privacy. We're not just like, oh no, we're the best, and you know, nobody holds a candle. There are people like that in the community, but a lot of us are here for the privacy. So we want these problems to be known. We want them to be publicized, because who knows, you may have a 16-year-old guy watching one of these videos that we made because we're being honest about this stuff, and he's like, I've got an idea. right? And then that's where the next generation of stuff comes. And in fact, that did exactly happen, right? Where you have the next generation of privacy stuff, Firo's Lolenta Spark, FCMP's coming out, and Halo 2 Orchard by the Zcash people. All this stuff only happens when we start having honest conversations. What are the weaknesses in our approaches? How can we either bolster them up, or do we have to rethink from the ground up, or blah 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 blah? And we're here now at the cusp of next generation privacy for Monero. For those of you who don't know, Monero is coming out with full chain membership proofs very hopefully quite soon. Hopefully, fingers crossed. We're working very hard to make it happen sooner rather than later. That will bring our effective anonymity sets up from 16, 24, whatever I said the number was, to every other output on the blockchain that has gone through FCMPs. So thousands, tens of thousands, potential millions, which is just, it's the holy grail. And we're doing it for not a gigantic increase in computational cost and storage costs, which is the big thing. I mean, all of this has always been possible. We could have just ballooned the ring size up to 10,000, but then Monero would just be unusable. The bandwidth required, the storage required, right, to send a single transaction, would just be astronomical. So something like this could only be possible if mathematically we can make it so that way we can get such big anonymity sets, but not destroy our throughput, our bandwidths, and the storage costs.
Do you have anything to add to this, Luke?
I think Diego's hitting all the major points, and he's far more knowledgeable about the history and a lot of the technology than I am. I'm very much a theory-focused kind of fella. So, I mean, I can comment on the mathematics and stuff a bit. I'm very excited about the FCMP stuff, though, just because it's a very clever idea, and clever ideas in math are like, that's really the thing that pushes stuff forward. Not really. I mean, working on the devisers research, there's, it's very careful work, because we worked on it for several months, right? Where every research meeting we had, it was just, the problem that we had previously discussed, we figured out, and then someone was like, well, what about this? And then we're like, okay, let's look at that now. And then we break it down and try to find solutions to it. And ultimately that we came to a really good spot. And that was what we ended up delivering to MRL. But it was long and hard work. And it gave me a much greater appreciation for just the sheer time commitment that privacy research requires. Not to, backtrack to Bitcoin, but if they want to start, even if you have some of the best, because I'm working with some very, very, very smart people. I oftentimes say that I'm the dumbest one in the research group, and I will stand on that. I am the himbo of the research group. But even with really smart guys doing really hard work, 8 hours a day stuff, it still takes months of grinding through calculations, making sure theorems apply the way that you want them to, make sure that the underlying concept is mathematically supported in a way that almost doesn't feel like you're working with cryptography. It almost feels like you're just thrown back into the dark ages of math, trawling through manuscripts, trying to make sure that 1 + 1 = 2. So it's not something that you can just say, oh yeah, we want to do this. You got to get a group of people together that knows it and likes it and is willing to invest months and months of time doing it. And it's tough. So, to the Bitcoin guys, if you want security and privacy and stuff done sooner rather than later, doesn't have to be me, but someone,
Yeah. We keep mentioning devisers. Devisers is a part of FCMPs. Basically, FCMPs would have indeed made it so we can have gigantic anonymity sets, but the cost would be huge. Devisers is a clever mathematical way to reduce those costs by quite a bit. It was to the point where when we were unsure whether devisers would be able to be used, people were like, well, I don't know that FCMPs can be launched then. So you guys, we got to make this work. So we did. Yes. And so in that sense, when we're talking about Monero, we actually need to kind of give two lists. The first one is when we're talking about, I mean, our numerical values assigned to sender privacy, receiver privacy, amounts, metadata, network, the first is Monero as it is now, and the second is Monero as with FCMP after FCMPs, which may seem premature to some because everything's vaporware until it's actually deployed. But I mean, like I said, just a couple of days ago, we just delivered a huge chunk of math work to everybody to make this all work and prove it all to a good degree. And the code for FCMPs has been done for quite some time. They're just waiting on the math audits, which we just delivered. So this will be coming, and I'm going to be doing everything in my power to make it maybe this year, or at the very least Q1 next year. We'll see. That may be a bit optimistic. Anyway, Monero as it is now, the sender is the weakest part. That's the ring signature. That somebody sent in this ring has the ability to send this amount of money. I give that. I mean, the heuristics, the low anonymity set. I give it a 3. I give it a 3 or 4. The receiver is rock solid. We use stealth addressing, like I said, and that means that anything actually on chain is not the actual address. That puts us up pretty high. 7, I'd be conservative to say 7, 8. Amounts are hidden. So that's there are things I don't necessarily have time to go into that you can't show what the amount is. But for example, you're obviously very familiar with Bitcoin outputs and stuff like that. If you get a bunch of not just dust, but small bits that are donated to you over time or whatever, then when you do make a transaction, merging all of those or trying to send those to a different wallet, it ends up being like a 50 input, 1 output type transaction, right? Because you're getting all those teeny tiny ones. So using things like dust attacks, which can also be used for linkability, but it is possible in Monero as well, because it's output based, to have an idea, especially if it's coming from a wallet that is something like a donation wallet, where maybe $5 is the standard donation or whatever, and then you just count up the inputs that go into that, and you can have a rough idea. It's not perfect. And actually, this is something that even Zcash with Orchard, and so like the output stuff leaks metadata. How many outputs are put into a thing? It does leak metadata. I don't think anybody has completely fully solved this yet. So because of that, I'd put that at 6 or 7 is no, I'm gonna bump all my numerical scores for this down by 1. I'd put sender I'd still put it at a 3. I'd put receiver at like a 5, amounts at 5. Metadata, it leaks more than we'd like right now. FCMPs is going to really plug up a lot of those holes. So I'd put that at 6. For network, it does have Dandelion in there, as well as the ability to use and a pretty robust infrastructure of things like different Tor nodes and stuff. A lot of Monero people run a lot of Tor nodes. So with Dandelion and those things, I would actually put that fairly high. Some of the higher stuff we have, like an 8. Linkability for current Monero. Oh, this is contentious. People will argue back and forth. It's not the greatest. Once again, very much plugged up by FCMPs. I'll put that as a 5. And these are all my gut reactions. I may come back after this like no, wait, stop. I was a fool. Foot gunability is great. Foot gunability is like an 8. There are still ways to foot gun yourself. But like I said, that tweak we made where now everybody has to have the same enforced amount of ring members, that was a foot gun thing that people could degrade their privacy with, and we have done away with many of those over the years. There's still a couple that exist, but for the most part, because Monero has everything default, mandatory, nobody gets to deviate. The crowd is big and the crowd is homogenous, and the ability for you to degrade your privacy is pretty reduced. That's the power of having it be by default. So as a result, it gets to like an 8. Scalability. This is a tough one because like Monero has dynamic block sizes. So in one sense, throughput will not be affected even as transactions are bigger than Monero's, and if there are a lot of them, because the blocks will expand in size to accommodate the throughput, to accommodate the larger amounts, and then will shrink when they will shrink back down when the mempool empties itself again. But as we know, scalability is not so simple as throughput. It's also bandwidth and storage. You know, if the blocks are too big, if each block balloons up to 1 terabyte because there's just that many transactions, then nobody can run a node, right? So scalability is really 3 conversations. It's what are the storage requirements, what are the bandwidth requirements, and what is the throughput of this? You know, because everyone talks about transactions per second, so we can work with Visa, but also what about storage and all. So it's 3 conversations in one. For that sense, our throughput is fairly unmatched, at least with if you don't get into like the DAGs, the acyclical graphs or whatever, which kind of interesting brain fodder for me, but nothing I really pay too much attention to, so I can't speak definitively on those. But it is better than Bitcoin because we can dynamically increase the block size. So, but at the cost of storage and bandwidth. The pros and cons all average out to a 5. I don't know. I'd say Bitcoin also has a you know what? I'd say it averages out to like a 4, and I'd say Bitcoin also has a 4 because Bitcoin's throughput sucks. But everyone can run a node.
Yeah.
So.
Well, it's okay. So I got to say, I do love this sort of attaching values. This feels very much like a mathematician conversation. Oh, we need to break this down into 3 subcases, and each subcase breaks down into 7 subcases and stuff. It's a nice way of doing this. I wonder if there's any formal. The tricky thing with making metrics like this is, I think it makes people feel like they can compare things that they really can't compare very well. It's so useful to get like a vague idea of what's happening, but metrics are a very studied thing in mathematics. They got like 50 math courses on them, and it's just very tricky to handle. So I guess maybe minor disclaimer is that higher on average doesn't necessarily equate to better all the time. It's just like this is just sort of the math speak. It's hard to compare 2 things. It's a very difficult problem to compare 2 things. So don't think higher value is always better in all cases all the time.
And we're not trying to be wishy-washy, right? It's just as learned privacy people, the edge cases are numerous enough and influential enough to make it so that way you almost feel like you have to add an asterisk to every statement that you make.
Yes.
So we're trying as best we can to distill this down to its most need to know information type thing. Just know, indeed, behind every statement we make, there's like a mountain of footnotes.
Yeah. And that might seem very unsatisfying for people that really do just want like a measurement. But trust, if I could give one, I'd love to. Yeah. But it's just really, 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 really hard to be able to do.
And I would not be able to claim intellectual honesty and integrity if I didn't say that, which is very important to me. Because people can say a lot of things about me, that I'm naive, that I'm, I misunderstand this or whatever. But one thing I will never let people say about me is that, I'm not intellectually honest in the way that I pursue the things that that we're pursuing. Even if it's, even if I'm wrong, at the very least, present me the evidence and my mind will change because I want to know. I want to know how to do this best. FCMP Monero, all this stuff bumps up across the board. This is always true of technologies. They always tend to have emergent properties because if one thing starts to fail, the others can still hold it up. So if you bolster one part of your privacy stack, it does make the other ones a little bit better also, because if those fail, well, now you've got a stronger guarantee on this other area. So, with that in mind, receiver doesn't change much. Sender goes from like a 3 to like a 9, which is a huge jump, because now your effective anonymity set is ginormous, massive. Receiver was already pretty high. That stays there. Excuse me. Amounts, like that one little output attack that I said, like that isn't solved, like I had mentioned, like Zcash was still going to have that. Everyone's still going to have that. Anything that is kind of output based is going to have potential ways to estimate. I'm not claiming they're good estimates, but they are estimates. So before anyone jumps down my throat, I was like, there's no way you can see how much money is just by adding up the output. That's true. But it is metadata. It is metadata. For example, on stackwallet.com, I have a donation page which I have donation addresses for. This is not me plugging to go donate to Stack, but you do know that. So that means that you can grab the address from there, and if you see from that address is a 60 input transaction, that Digo got X amount of donation. Anyway, I'm not going to harp on this too much longer. The cool thing about Monero is that even if you do put a donation address on your page, people can't just plug that into a block explorer and see how much is there, because it's all private. Network, I don't think much is changing in that area. We'll still have Dandelion++ to my knowledge. Linkability goes way down, meaning the number I assign it goes way up, I guess. To once again, something like a 9. Footgun ability stays very high, because all of this is once again going to be by default private. Don't have to do anything. 0 human interaction beyond put in the address that you're trying to send to. So it is going to be very hard for you to just completely shoot yourself in the foot. And scalability will get worse, because the transactions are bigger. They are not mountains bigger, but they are bigger. So what did I get scalability before? Like a 4, and I put this like to a 3, I would say at that point. Like I said before, I think like Bitcoin and Monero kind of balance each other out, because one has good throughput but bad potential storage and bandwidth. The other has bad throughput but good potential storage and bandwidth. I would say Monero loses across the board there. So from a 4, Bitcoin stays a 4. Obviously, I would bump Monero down to a 3 scalability wise. We still do have those dynamic block sizes, so our throughput is still good, but the other stuff degrades a bit.
Yeah, I will say that last scalability bit should have a bit of an asterisk there as well, because of the proof sizes. If I'm not mistaken, is a logarithmic scale, right? So even if it does get worse, it's not going to get that much worse,
right?
Which is maybe not the best thing in the world, but it's a pretty good guarantee, right? So even if we do jump up a fair bit, and these things keep growing, we're not suffering as much in the long term, which is, I think, a nice thing to know. So I guess you could split scalability into 2 subsections as well, where you have your realized scalability, and then you have your growth over time. So if these things were to expand even larger, your proof sizes aren't growing as much over time.
Right. So you're right, but it is intellectually honest to point out that it does get bigger. So
yes, it does. Yeah.
Any questions on Monero, Vlad, that we can talk about?
I'm trying to think about questions, but at the same time, you already did the classification, and I think it's only going to get interesting once we get into Zcash. And close to the end of this interview, I'm going to ask you to present the numbers in a way that's structured like by category, I mean. So for scalability, this is how much every coin got. So we can put together something and lure people into listening to this long conversation to understand why, if they care about why. Otherwise, they're just going to one-up each other on social media.
Yeah.
Which seems to be everyone's favorite sport.
Have you been writing down what I've been saying? The numbers?
Not yet. I should grab a pen.
Okay, I got some graph paper in front of me, so I'll make a little chart we might have to reiterate some values, but
So because I don't remember off the top of my head, some of my numbers may change, and I apologize for that. It's not on purpose.
Oh, I thought you were taking notes because
I have the notes of the things
at
I
one
need to
point,
grade.
yeah, you wrote down exactly the criteria, and then I thought as you're mentioning them, you're also writing down.
don't worry, I'll get us covered. All right, Diego, give all of the values for the ones that we've said so far, and I'll keep track.
I mean, the only ones we've done are Bitcoin and Monero, which is nice. But well,
Yeah.
Monero 1 and FCMP Monero.
Oh shoot. Okay, let me add that to the FCMP.
Yeah. So for Bitcoin, I said sender 0, receiver 0, and this is just with CoinJoin, with silent payments and or BIP47. Receiver goes up to like 2.
Okay.
Amounts. We talked about Whirlpool enforcing the correct amounts, and we talked about WabiSabi kind of. So actually, it is kind of good that I'm adjusting these numbers, because this is after quite a bit of conversation about the caveats and the different technologies that are available. So, with amounts and like with WabiSabi potentially merging and breaking apart and merging and breaking apart. I'm not trying to be contrarian or like give favoritism to like Monero or other privacy coins here. I mean, the fact that you have any amounts rather than just no amounts still makes me feel like this goes like no higher than a 3. And even that's me being kind of generous. Metadata is like a 1. You just you spew so much of that everywhere. Network stuff we had talked about. Dandelion plus plus is not in Bitcoin. There are different things available like Tor and things, but that's kind of based on the community and not based off the protocol. But Bitcoin also has like only net, and it does have proxy options, I've been told. It's people DMing me telling me all the areas where I'm wrong. I would, I'd put that, because no things like Dandelion plus plus or whatever, I'd put that like a 3. In terms of like leakage of network stuff. Linkability is contentious. I said I wouldn't put that higher than a 2. Footgun ability is a 0, meaning it is so easy to just completely footgun yourself. And scalability is, I said, a 4 because I had Monero match it at a 4. So that's my scores for Bitcoin.
Okay.
Everyone feel free to yell at me and say, no, Diego, you're wrong, and here's why. Afterwards.
I can also argue that basically you said that receiver privacy is 0, but as long as you generate a new address every time, you're
Correct.
fine,
Yes.
but you're going to get screwed when you send it because you're going to have to batch or consolidate or do something which is going to destroy your privacy.
Right. Output management definitely makes footgunability worse, but could make the receiver stuff better. So trade-off there. Bitcoin is probably going to have the biggest variance of numbers. Like, probably better for something like Bitcoin would be to say this is anywhere from a 0 to a 2. I'm distilling it down to a single number, but know that that's kind of like an average of all the different technologies from as I understand them. So Bitcoin would probably be the only one that I'd be like, 0 to a 2 here, a 2 to a 4 here, but we're not doing that. But that might be what I do afterwards. After this this is a great conversation. After this, I may sit down and kind of write this out a little bit further, and send that off to you guys. Maybe I will, but maybe I won't. Okay, Monero. I said sender was like, what did I say? Sender was like a 3. Monero as it is now, because ring signatures is the weakest portion that we have. Receiver's pretty high. Receiver, I'd put it like an 8. Amounts are hidden. There are some potential attacks that can be done on it. I would put like a 7. Metadata, it is kind of leaky. We're putting that as, I'll put that at a 6. Networking, we have Dandelion plus plus and a good community Tor infrastructure. So I put that a little bit higher at like an 8. Linkability, I said that was contentious. I would also put that like at a 6. Footgun ability is like a 9. because you are not going to be foot gunning yourself with Monero very much.
Shouldn't that be 1 or close to 0? Because it implies that it's likely for you to foot gun.
Yeah. It's just with all the other categories, the lower the number, the worse the score, or the worse it is for the person, I guess, is the way that I'm looking at it. So when I give foot gun ability, you know what? Let me change this category to non-foot gun ability, which is not a word.
But it is now.
Now it's more evident.
Now we know what we're talking about. So the non-foot gun ability of Monero is, what did I say? Luke, tell me.
You said so. You said for foot gun ability, you had it at a 9.
Okay,
so for non-foot gun ability, be at like a 1.
No. We're going to retain the 9. Non-foot gun ability is a 9. That's a good score. It means you will not foot gun yourself.
Okay.
Non-foot gun ability is a 9. Scalability.
Okay.
I matched with Bitcoin at a 4 because you are trading storage and bandwidth for throughput. And this is probably the one that the maxis will most come kick my shins over. Because any maxi worth his salt knows that Bitcoin's not particularly private, but boy, do they have opinions on scaling. So I expect them to come yell at me. Okay, FCMP, Monero. I put the sender up at a 9. I put the receiver up at a still like a 9. Amounts is like I forget what I said. It's still like a 9 because it's all. The metadata is much less leaky. I'd put that at an 8, although this is a conjecture because it's not live yet, so we can only assume. Network is still going to stay high. I would match the score that I put pre-Monero on, Luke, whatever that was. Just put that same number.
Yeah.
Okay. Linkability goes way down, meaning the score goes way up. So also this should be non-linkability instead of linkability. So the high score actually means that it's good. So the non-linkability goes up to like an 8 or a 9. Non-foot gun ability stays high at a 9, and scalability drops somewhat to like a 3 because transactions are bigger. So that's where we've come so far.
Got it all marked down now.
We're all good. You know what? That was a good summary. That was nice.
Yeah.
I'm glad we did this.
For those of you just tuning in now,
Please go watch the last hour and a half of disclaimers in regards to privacy.
Yeah, I think every single number that I've written down should have like a little asterisk by it, but then it'll just be like footnotes on foot. Yeah.
Be 200 years. Okay. All right. So no further thoughts on Monero, Vlad, that you want us to cover?
I don't think so. I feel like we covered most of it. We presented the history. We spoke about the various technologies that are operating Monero. We spoke about the trade-offs and about basically what's coming next, the proposed improvements and everything else. And you even gave ratings.
The last thing I'd like to talk about with Monero is we have a really strong community. It's actually like the only community similar to Bitcoin in that it's very grassroots, very cypherpunky, very, no kings, no gods kind of thing. Even I put out a post on Twitter X not too long ago about how the Monero core team is pretty much defunct these days. It was necessary in the beginning days, similar to the fact that kind of Satoshi and his successors were kind of necessary to get Bitcoin off the ground, but it didn't take long for them to kind of disappear and it become a community thing. These days, the core team of Monero, like somebody has to own the domain name, somebody has to run the servers, right? So that's kind of what they do. And they hold a general fund and run the community crowdfunding system, but that's about it. Pretty much these days, development is by contributors, and we've got a robust wallet ecosystem coming up, and this is a similar problem that people are talking about actually very, very recently on Twitter, where people are talking about alternative Bitcoin implementations beyond core, and the whole nuts thing and whatever. There is not a whole similar to Bitcoin. There's not a whole lot of alternative implementations for Monero, especially since we keep innovating. Now all of a sudden we have to do twice as many audits or 3 times as many audits because the Go version will also need to be looked at, right? in terms of cryptography and the new stuff. So I expect that to kind of change after FCMPs, and so it'll become more decentralized in that manner. But Monero is very much a community-run project these days. We're on IRC, Matrix, Twitter, blah, 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 blah. Anywhere you can find Bitcoiners, you can find Monero people. And in most of the conferences that I've gone to and the people that I've spoke to beyond the Laser Eye Maxis on Twitter, you typically see, at the very least, a begrudging respect for Monero, and at most, kind of like, I like Bitcoin and Monero, and that's about where the buck stops. Because Monero actually legitimately solves a use case that Bitcoin does not. So most of the other ones, I can see the arguments how they don't necessarily need to exist, but Monero definitely does something that Bitcoin doesn't. So it's got a reputation. It's got a decent reputation in most of the Bitcoin world, beyond the Giacomos or whatever of the scene.
I call him Guacamole Zuccola. And for those of you who speak Italian and know what Zuccola means, extra points for you. Anyway, I gotta plug some sponsors before we move on to the topic of Zcash, which I think is possibly the most interesting research lab that we have in the space. It's the one that produced a lot of stuff that's being used right now on Bitcoin and Ethereum. And even you can argue that full chain membership proofs are inspired by Orchard and the way that Zcash basically manages privacy. But I'll let you comment on this when I will have finished the ads. Bitcoin.com news. I checked them out today and I found some very interesting articles, but the one that caught my attention was about a Trump-backed American Bitcoin company that raises $220 million to buy BTC and mining gear. The reason why I chose this article to present to you is, on one hand, to inform you that Bitcoin.com is no longer the Bitcoin Cash website. They sort of accepted that the real Bitcoin is BTC. But on the other hand, this is sort of an exception to the rule because I think the news on Bitcoin.com is much more diverse than Bitcoin Magazine, which seems to be very centered around Trump and Bitcoin companies that are buying a lot of BTC for their reserves and just institutional adoption. And I feel like Bitcoin.com still has some of that grassroots spirit that you can find in more diverse kind of coverage of news. You can find news from India, from Pakistan, from the Middle East, from Africa on Bitcoin adoption. And I think that's a lot more interesting than just US and what's happening on the business side on that part of the world. So check out news.bitcoin.com. I think you're going to find something interesting in there. And there's also Nuance.com, which is a peer-to-peer marketplace where you can contribute to empowering the global south. That's the mission of the project, according to CEO Ray Youssef, who used to be known previously for Paxful. And now he doesn't want to be associated anymore with Paxful because he feels like his business partners were not honest and he's doing it the right way right now. He's traveling to Africa regularly, building schools and doing a lot of charity work. And if you want to contribute to basically the mission of this project, there's a spot exchange, there's a peer-to-peer exchange, there is a marketplace for gift cards, there's even a debit card that you can get if you're into that, so you can spend your coins directly within the Visa network. And it's pretty cool. I think you should check it out. If you're into peer-to-peer exchanges, take a look at Nuance.com, which is Noones.com. There's also SideShift, which I really like because you can swap pretty much every coin you like except for the privacy ones that are causing them legal troubles. And this is sort of sad news, but also a disclaimer, because on SideShift you can buy the Trump token, but at the same time you can't buy Monero or Zcash, which is a bit sad. But at the same time, I think the main use case that I find interesting is when someone wants to pay you in stable coins and you don't want to touch that shit, because why would you? It's just someone holding US dollars for you and you have to trust that they're honest about holding US dollars. And you can just send your Bitcoin address to SideShift and ask the person wanting to send you USDT or USDC or whatever stablecoin to basically send to SideShift's address. And what's going to happen is that you're going to get the swap where you get the BTC to your wallet and the person sends their worthless CBDC wannabes to SideShift. And good luck to them managing them from there onwards. I don't know what they're going to do with it. Also, if you have some old shit coins that you want to dump and they're listed on SideShift, like, I'm pretty sure it's a better idea to just get Bitcoin. And then if you want to get Monero, there are ways for doing that on other platforms, which I'm not going to promote. But anyway, SideShift.ai, really cool website. If you don't care too much about privacy, you can also register with an account and they're going to give you extra tokens that give you discounts for new swaps. Check it out. And last but not least, in this episode, there is hodling.ch. Hodling is specializing in self-custody. So if you're part of a company that's going to buy Bitcoin, or you're a whale and you have no idea how to keep the keys outside of your home, they can provide you the consultancy that's needed so that you can set up hardware wallets with multi-sigs and whatever is necessary just to put you in a situation that protects you against your threat model. Because just like in the case of privacy with security, you have to know your adversary. And the most likely adversary in some cases is not the state. It might be your neighbor, it might be someone who's working for your company and is more tech savvy and can just steal your coins whenever he gets fired. There are lots of these situations and they have it mostly figured out and they're going to listen to your story and give you the best solution. Check out Hodling, which is HODLING.ch. And they also have a coin recovery service. So if you lose part of your seed phrase, or maybe you forgot your passphrase and you remember some vague ideas about it, they can try to help you for a fee, but they can try. Let's get into Zcash, gentlemen. I'm done with the ads for today.
Oh, real quick, can I comment something that I was reading earlier, not to keep jumping back to the side channel attacks, but there was a very interesting paper about someone being able to recover passwords based off of the sound difference that was detected by between the left and the right, like between, like, from your microphone. They can look at the different channels and map out your keyboard in that way. So you always got to watch out for the side channel attacks because there's always some crazy clever stuff that pops
Dude, we
up.
are so screwed.
Yeah, I know. It's like such a clever. They're like, oh yeah, you can tell between this channel and this channel that it's slightly different. So it's probably
at which point are they going to be certain that you press the top part of your phone screen as opposed to the bottom part of it?
You know what? I wouldn't be surprised if someone's working on something like that right now because it's a clever idea.
This is why in between every keystroke I move my microphone a little bit forward. And
Yeah.
forward, so that messes with everything.
Yeah, so for the low price of giving yourself whiplash, no one can use this very strange new attack vector. So it's good. Okay, sorry. I needed that to be out in the world. But.
Okay,
So-
Zcash, which comes from the Zero Cash paper published in 2013 by a bunch of researchers. Some people say it doesn't come from zero knowledge proofs, and they're mostly on Twitter, and they hate Jews, and they say it's Zionist coin or whatever, and that's what Z stands for. Because part of the research for this was funded by, I think it's the Department of Defense from Israel.
Oh, I didn't know that. Interesting.
But then again, a lot of the cryptography in this space comes from Israel, from ring signatures, which was, if I'm not mistaken, designed by Adi Shamir. And a lot of RSA, if you take a deep dive into who made the cryptography that we use in Bitcoin and Monero and Zcash, you're going to find a lot of Jewish names. But that's what you get when you have a state in the middle of adversaries and they have a lot of funding for this kind of stuff. And they build cryptography. And some of it ends up either having expired patents or becoming open source.
Excuse me. All right, Zcash. My Zcash journey is that Monero and Zcash have a lot of bad blood between each other. They especially when I got in at like 2017 through 2019 era. They tore each other down every chance they got. Both communities were pretty livid at the other ones. The Zcash community put out a thing like, oh, look, you know, all of these Monero transactions are easily traceable. And that whole thing was based off of Monero pre-ring CT, but it was presented in such a way that it's like, right now Monero is, you know, like 100% traceable. So the Monero people didn't like that, and the Monero people are always poking at Zcash like, you guys had a trusted setup, which hasn't been the case for many years, right? So like the bad blood was everywhere. I was a lot younger back then, and I bought into several things, and then I looked into Zcash and I read their forums, and I have been a passive and quiet cheerleader for Zcash for quite some time. I think they are a net benefit to the space. They have come out with some of the coolest, funnest technology and privacy in a long time that to this day is currently unmatched by anything deployed. And this came out several years ago, which is quite an achievement. Their Halo 2 Orchard stuff is beyond reproach at this point. A lot of the things thrown at it back then were it's so new, so few people understand it, you know, like, so, which is a fair criticism, but that criticism dies down with each passing year because now it's not so new and more people understand it and have been able to look at it and stuff. Heck, I'm having my guys look at it and understand it and things, and that's what Luke has been tearing into for the past few weeks. They put out a gigantic, huge, what'd you say, 150 page?
Yeah, yeah. So whenever originally, whenever Diego was like, "Oh, hey, look at this stuff for this podcast," I started looking at the Halo 2 stuff, and the Halo 2 stuff is really cool. It doesn't seem to differ too much from the Halo 1 stuff, minus they switched from Sonic to Plonk, if I'm remembering correctly. But the Halo 2 book that they have online is, I would say it's good for someone that's trying to understand it without having a whole ton of background, because it does cover a lot of material. But the way they go about doing different stuff, it's very interesting. I could spend a long time looking at it and getting very comfortable with it, but that's true about pretty much all math. But Halo 2 is very interesting, though finding stuff on Halo 2 is tricky because the video game Halo 2 exists. So I looked up Halo versus Halo 2, and they're like, oh, Halo 2 is so much better because Master Chief is so much cooler in that game. And I'm like, okay, this isn't really what I'm looking for, but you know, it was a good article.
Those are the arguments he has prepared for the today.
Yeah. So I'm here to talk about Master Chief whenever he wiped out the Flood using the Halo ring.
Yeah, and you can teabag other players much better.
That's right.
In
you
multiplayer.
Can, yeah. That's right. Yeah. But I very much liked the depth of how much they went into each topic, because you can really tell how good someone's research is by how simply they can present it. So if in order for us to have a conversation about something, you need 4 years worth of background information to understand it, they're probably not a very, you could probably do a little bit better. But they do walkthroughs on how they design their different circuits. They go through just like basic definitions about snarks and ZK snarks. And yeah, they did good. And then they had that other document, which was just posted 2 days ago, if I'm not mistaken, that I was talking about with Diego before, for the Zcash protocol, which is a 224-page document that covers everything. I mean, it is a dense, it is like the uranium of math papers. This thing is, but it got everything, which is important, because if I really wanted to go through and understand everything about Zcash, I would just spend a month like burning this paper into my brain. You know, it's well done. Like maybe a little, they could probably chop some stuff out of there, but for completeness sake, they added literally everything.
So, well, not literally everything, because it doesn't touch on the community things and the other things. And, you know, that's kind of, I wouldn't say for the first time I'm putting all cards on the table, because I've been honest in various platforms and, you know, on the Zcash forums and in Monero places and stuff like that. But now that I'm platformed here, you know, I might as well take a moment to kind of throw everything on the table. I think Zcash has done some of the coolest math, has done some of the coolest stuff, has some of the highest quality things. But I feel like they missed their chance to do something really big. And I don't think they're going to get a second one, which is a big bummer for several reasons. One, they started out with this idea like, okay, the T addresses, the transparent addresses, they're just here as a stopgap so we can get onto exchanges, so we can, you know, actually make this coin worth something. And then, you know, we'll move over to Z addresses only. And they never did that. And in fact, T addresses are pretty much, by a lot of the community, and especially a lot of the people in charge, here to stay. Which is, they position themselves to have the coolest tech, but an in-between version that serves no one and pleases no one, because the T addresses are just Bitcoin. And if you need Bitcoin, just use Bitcoin, right? It's accepted more places. It's there's confidence in it, and for, you know, their privacy things, I said this on a recent show also, like I was alluding to in the beginning, 60% of people will, for 60% of people's threat models, Bitcoin, even naked Bitcoin, is probably good enough. That number gets bigger if you add in CoinJoins. Monero probably covers 80 to 90% of threat models and use cases, even in its current form, which is kind of leaky and not great. And so that leaves Zcash to kind of have like a 5 to 10% people that Monero wouldn't serve. So it positioned itself in a way that only 10% of an already teeny tiny niche group of cryptocurrency people need. And so I just don't think it ever took off. If they would have doubled down on the privacy and said, look, guys, not only are we private by default mandatory and stuff like Monero, but we have technology that Monero does not have right now. And to this day, at time of recording, still does not have. And because they had Halo 2 for several years by this point, I really think they could have done something, you know. And I'm in here for the privacy. I like Monero. I think Monero is awesome, you know, but I'm here to make sure the world has privacy tools. And heck, if Monero, Zcash, all these other ones die, but are stepping stones to something that comes next, that is a private tool that people can use globally, then let them die, right? I really walk the walk here in saying that I want, like, the end goal is privacy tools. And if that means that some of these things have to fall apart or go away so that way something new can come in its place that's bigger and better and for everyone, then so be it. Monero, Zcash, it applies to all of them in my mind. Not that I want them to. I like these people, you know, the Monero people, the researchers, the Zcash researchers and stuff. But it's really just a big bummer. And you know, I know most Bitcoin maxis think this about every coin, but I think Zcash has had many missteps in the very beginning that weren't even trusted setup related. We're not even trusted setup related that preclude them from being any sort of, like, not just world reserve currency, but, like, you know, accepted in so many places. Just that so much of the money went to the dev fund, which I understand from how are we going to pay the devs? These cryptographers are not cheap. Believe me, I know cryptographers are not cheap. I employ 4. and if ever a month or two goes by where I don't have contracts for these guys, I am really sweating. These guys can wipe me out in an instant, all my profits for the past 2 years. So I know, I hear, you know, I know better than anyone. But, you know, just from a distribution perspective and the way that they position themselves and, you know, the whole foundation, like, I lurked on the Zcash forums for years, reading so many things and just seeing the way these people, again, if I can be just brutally, bluntly honest, you know, smile through gritted teeth at each other while shit-talking each other behind each other's backs. You know, the foundation and the ECT, this was under older leadership, and in years past, things have improved, in my opinion, in the past couple years since the new CEO stepped in. And they made a lot of really silly decisions, like Orchard, not Halo 2. Halo 2 has always been MIT from my understanding, but Orchard, which brings Halo 2 into cryptocurrency setting, was put under a novel license, BOSL, BOSL, that is not open source. It is not open source. And as a wallet creator myself for Stackwell, I looked into Zcash various times over the couple of years, because I like privacy and I want to put it in there. And every time I'm like, well, maybe it's time to take that plunge, to bite that bullet. There stood the BOSL license. And it would require me to do things that it would require me to relicense parts of my code. It would require me to do. And here's the thing. I am pretty sure that if I researched it thoroughly enough or contacted them, we could work something out and I could get it to work legally. But man, I just have so many things to do. Why am I gonna spend that time looking into this, license that only this thing uses, just to get kind of Zcash and its thing on here, which wouldn't really get me a ton of users, if I'm being honest. So I just kept putting it down, and one day we'll come back to it. One of the first things the new CEO did is make Orchard completely MIT, completely open source. Boom. Okay. So this happens constantly in Zcash's past, in my opinion, which is the big bummer for me. Constantly missing the forest for the trees kind of decision making, because how many third parties were like me? Third party softwares that were like, well, let's take a look at Zcash. Like, I like the cool things that they do. Oh man, they're just making me jump through so many hoops, jump over so many things just to have a chance of getting this in there. So much this has been their entire history, and it's been so frustrating because they have some of the coolest tech out there and we can't get it to people. Anyway, that's my long-winded rant. I saw recently that you had Zuko on the show, and I watched a little bit of that. Like Zuko, great guy. Zuko, if you're watching this, contact me, let's have a talk. Love you, man, but anyway. Yeah, as I said, under the new leadership, I think Zcash is taking a lot of major strides to not just constantly shoot themselves in the foot at every step, which is great, because at present they still do have best technology, and boy, do I not understand that technology, so I'm not even going to try. But the mathematicians that both I employ and around town, around the block, as it were, in the mathematicians cryptocurrency block, they say it's really good. Vlad, did you want us to talk a little bit about the technology? I can kick it off to Luke and how it works at a layman's level, or if it's possible for us to try to say it something like that, as I kind of described Monero's way of doing that, or
that makes a lot of sense. We should explain what Zcash is and what it does, because once again, it's covered in all of these stories that make people unhappy and all of these bad memories, from investors and all the way to early adopters. There was a lot of frustration involved. They had the initial ceremony, right, with the trusted setup. Just a second. This is Peter Todd's laptop that he used during the ceremony. He was one of the 6 people, alongside Edward Snowden and Zuko and Zuko's brother, and who else was there? Anyway, it doesn't matter. I bought this for $1,000 a few years ago from Peter Todd, who said he was cleaning his closet. And I have all the remains, including the DVDs on which he wrote data during the ceremony. So there are all of these stories that add up and make people unhappy about Zcash. And this is what keeps a lot of people from looking at the tech today, because the project has constantly grown and become better at what it was meant to do originally. It's definitely a great leap from Zcoin, which it was just a paper. The first implementation was bad. They had an inflation bug, which they discovered and they had to keep hidden. And that's part of my interview with Zuko. He said it was terrible just because it was 3 people who knew about it. And they had to figure out a solution and not tell anyone that the problem is there. And they had to pretend that everything is fine for like a year. So it was not a perfect implementation. But at the same time, what I do want to explain for context is that, for example, the T addresses and also the Z addresses, right?
Mhm.
In the beginning, you couldn't even run Z addresses on a mobile phone.
Oh,
It was not computationally possible. Phones were not powerful enough to run all of that computation. They had to make their math better, and they had to wait for hardware to get better.
Mhm.
So from this point of view, it was not feasible. Maybe they were a bit, they rushed the project, or they were ahead of their time a bit. It took them a few years to get mobile wallets to work with Z addresses. And yeah, I guess people usually say, yeah, it's because they wanted to get on exchanges. I understand that. Now they have the U addresses, which are universal. You can send basically Z transactions and T transactions to that. And you're not going to see anything on the block explorer unless it's from a T address.
Yeah, I think U addresses are a mistake. I think adding a third address type is not the answer. And honestly, I'm not alone in that. When I went on the forums and ranted and raved about different things, a lot of the Zcash people, they even were like, yeah, we probably shouldn't have done this. Yeah, man. Remember, from a UX perspective, the more things you have to throw at people, the more things that people are like, okay, what does this mean? What is the difference between this and this? What is this? They're just gonna uninstall, man. Like they could not care less. They could not care less.
Well, it's still much simpler than Bitcoin. You have one addresses, you have free addresses, you have BC1 addresses, you have BC1Q addresses, and then you have the new Taproot addresses. So 5 types.
Oh, I agree. But in Stack Wallet, I mean, we support several of those, but we make it so just like only one of them is, like you can go into the more advanced settings and do the other ones, but we just present the Taproot addresses and there you go. And I agree. Bitcoin has horrible UX. I don't know if there's anyone who's claiming that it has good UX, they are wrong. And that doesn't necessarily invalidate my point. Adding U addresses was not the thing to do, in my opinion. The thing to do would be to get rid of T addresses and just have private Z addresses, but that's just me. And actually, I want to correct myself on a slightly earlier point where Zcash basically just equals Bitcoin if you have T addresses. From my understanding, and Vlad, maybe you can tell me if this is true, you can't rotate T addresses like you can with Bitcoin.
What do you mean rotate? As in generate a new one from your wallet?
Yeah.
Well, you need to run a node for that.
Okay.
On the mobile wallets, like you get one U address.
Yeah, but I'm talking about T address. I'm talking pre-U addresses, like the T addresses, generating new ones. I don't know. Okay, may just be speaking there. Either way, I'm not a fan of the unified addresses. I understand what they were trying to do and how they were trying to do it, but to me, it's a compromise of a compromise. The compromise already was keeping T addresses when initially they wanted to get rid of them, and now that they're kind of here to quote unquote stay, there's a second compromise on top of that compromise to have a U address for them. Again, man, like I have been, I don't really watch sports, so I can't point to any specific teams, but I do know, there's the general memes of if you're the fan of a sports team that keeps, fumbling and not getting to the playoffs or whatever, like they're still in your heart, man. You still love them, but like every time you're like, come on, these guys, get it together, guys. That's me with Zcash. Man, I will keep coming back to this point though, that so much of the bad blood between Zcash and Monero has things to do with everyone pointing out things that used to be the case and is no longer. The trusted setup, the pre-ring CT era of Monero, and that bad blood just persists. The Monero community is certainly something special. It's not a sunshine and rainbows place. It's very cutthroat, even internally to our own. So I think a lot of the vitriol towards Zcash has been overblown, but it has oftentimes been returned in kind. So at some point, as a guy who likes Monero but likes privacy more, you got to just kind of shrug your shoulders and let these people yell at each other on Twitter, so that way the rest of us can get on with the actual work of research and development. And I am much more optimistic on Zcash than I've ever been. Orchard is now MIT, and yes, anyone who has been claiming that just because 10% of or less, much less of the transactions are Z addresses, and the vast, vast, vast majority of them are transparent addresses, means that Zcash has a worse anonymity set or worse privacy. That's not true. Intellectual honesty, even though a tiny fraction of them do have actual Z to Z transactions, shielded to shielded, that is still a much larger anonymity set than Monero currently has. That won't be the case with FCMPs. Once FCMPs comes by, honestly, once FCMPs comes by, and this is why I say I feel like Zcash kind of lost a chance here, because when FCMPs comes by, it puts Monero's privacy just under by a tad on par with Zcash's Halo 2 Orchard. And at that point, Monero's got the network effects. It's got the privacy, which is Zcash's big claim to fame. Yeah, well, Monero uses decoys and not accumulators, so we win, and that goes away. I still want them to be around. I still want them to do new research. I still want them to do cool stuff.
Well, they still have Tachyon, right? Which is their way of scaling it without any privacy trade-offs.
Yes. And I did start reading into that. I found that on the forums a couple of weeks ago, but I am not an expert on that, so I cannot speak to that. Maybe you can inform me. I'm happy to learn. Do you have any information on that, how it works, what the idea is behind it, and what it's supposed to do?
It's a paper by Sean Bowe. Bowe is spelled as Bawowe. And basically he explains with very smart math. My light just died, I'm gonna fix it. He explains with very smart math how to scale Zcash to billions of users. And I think that's sort of the next frontier, because for many years, the criticism or the FUD about anything privacy was that it doesn't scale. And once we get Tachyon out, basically we're gonna have a protocol that is private and also does scaling, which to me is super interesting. Since we got confidential transactions, which was the technology built by Adam Back and Gregory Maxwell, the criticism about that was that the transaction sizes become much larger. And in the case of Monero, the average transaction is much larger than one on Bitcoin.
Yeah.
Because of the ring signatures, and it's going to get worse with full chain membership proofs. So I think it's the next frontier to have private protocols that are also scalable, and maybe it will happen within the next couple of years. And when that happens, I think Zcash will have reached its final goal and phase. I don't know what's next after you're private and you're scalable. Basically, it's technology you can take off the shelf to make Bitcoin work much better. And that's part of the reason. So you have to look at it this way, right? Zcash is a project that was funded by Bitcoin people, started by Bitcoin people. You look into Zuko's past, you're going to see that he was one of the biggest Bitcoiners. Mm-hmm. I think this is sort of like a research lab, a side project to look into something that Satoshi provably was interested in, because there is a thread on Bitcoin Talk in which Satoshi was saying, well, if we can figure this out, we can write a much better version of Bitcoin.
Yep.
And maybe Zcash, I don't know, maybe it will not be the global money, but it will be the project that shows the global money how it should work. I think because of Zcash, nowadays Ethereum, which used to be a clusterfuck, is more efficient. And Bitcoin is going to have these ZK rollups, which are net benefit. And if I think about this a lot. If someone basically creates a fork of Zcash but copies the UTXO from Bitcoin, the UTXO set, so that everyone can claim their coins one-to-one. And once again, the similarities go way back. When Zcash was launched, the block reward was 12.2 ZC, which equaled the reward from BTC, which is a very, very weird coincidence. Total supply 21 million. They didn't change these parameters, and I think it was sort of on purpose. Because once again, this is technology that was proposed for Bitcoin in 2013. It was not merged into Bitcoin at the time. It was launched as an altcoin for what I believe to be experimental purposes. And I think once it's mature enough, and I hope so, that the culture in Bitcoin will not change to the point where we reject it. But I hope at one point it's gonna make Bitcoin much better and solve its privacy and scalability issues. At least that's my perception of it.
Yeah, I would say most Zcash holders would vehemently disagree with you and want Zcash to be, the big boy going up there. If that happens the way that you say, like I just said earlier, if anything is a stepping stone to something better, then let it be so. So I'm with you. If I don't know that I share your optimism that the Bitcoin community would be willing to accept that, especially because you have a very large subset of Bitcoiners that very much value the ability to verify every transaction all the way back and ensure that no Bitcoin has been created or destroyed, which is very integral to the whole 21 million thing. And you lose a fair amount of that with any privacy thing that you put in that's fairly complete, like Zcash or Monero. Because if there is a mathematical flaw, then it's possible for something to be produced. And that's exactly, like you mentioned, that's what happened at the beginning of Zcash, and that's why they had their whole turnstile mechanism when you're moving from sprout to sapling and sapling to orchard. They have that kind of turnstile thing, so it enforces only a certain amount of coins in existence, which I have opinions on, which I don't have time to share here. So I am definitely like I'm with you. I want them to continue to exist. I briefly remember you said it was Tachyon. I briefly remember that coming across my eyeballs, and that was kind of their next thing. And see, that's what I want them to work on instead of this whole like let's make it proof of stake and let's make it let's do Z shielded assets, ZSAs, Z shielded assets or what. I'm like, guys, what are you doing? Like, come on, like let's make good money. Why are we doing this nonsense? Anyway.
So I will say, real quick, while you've been talking, I read the first like Tachyon post. It's a very interesting idea. I can't say for certain whether or not I like believe it totally got chops, but it's cool. It's not using anything that we haven't seen before, which is always a good way forward, because it's not like there's this new magic box coming out of nowhere and it's like, oh, this will solve all our problems. Yeah, I'd be interested in taking a further look at it. And it said they're using a new set of elliptic curves, which I'm always a huge fan of. I think we should cycle those every once in a while, but I understand the implausibility of doing so. So, because I'm sure the NSA already got breaks for some of those. Maybe I'm giving them too much credit.
Okay. Yeah, let's make that part of your work then.
Okay. Yeah.
Cypher stack work while we're on the yeah, man. I wish Zcash the best. I wish them success. I wish them the ability to continue to make cool new privacy stuff. And you know what? Even though I don't share your optimism, I hope it comes to Bitcoin too, because that'd be neat, man. That'd be neat for me to be able to unequivocally say, I want Bitcoin. I want to see Bitcoin everywhere. Right. And I can't say that right now. In fact, I would say, no, please stop. Give me my privacy. And I've always been a fan of not having all of our eggs in one privacy basket, because if we were to show that, or we were to find out that one of the privacy things is broken, which has happened, then like, oh no, we only had this one, we're screwed, right? There is no more privacy. So, kind of having FCMPs at the same time that we're having Halo 2 Orchard, at the same time that we have Lelantis Spark from Firo, which we can talk about here in just a moment, is, in my opinion, that's where you want to be. It's the same thing with your seeds. If you have one backup, you have 0 backups. If you have 2 backups, you only have 1 backup. You always assume that something's going to go wrong with one of your backups somewhere. So have your seed written down like 3 times, because that's you have 2 backups left.
Still, we gotta let Luke provide like a basic explanation of how Zcash works, because I feel like it's genuinely the most misunderstood and misjudged project out there, mostly because of bad memories.
Yeah, I guess one thing let me say is that there's been plenty of really good math done by really bad people, and it's not the math's fault that it was done by a bad person. All right, so don't blame the math for it, because a lot of the it seemed like a lot of the principal stuff in Sonic and then later and with Plonk being implemented for Halo 2, it's all like zero knowledge proof stuff, which is a very well understood, highly researched in the academic field. And that translates over very nicely to this. So you don't have a bunch of like non-peer reviewed papers floating around that are all kind of supporting each other. There is really solid work that has been done in this field. Freeman, who was another guy on the research team, he does a lot of work with zero knowledge proofs, and I know several of the other graduate students that I went to school with wrote these massive like manuscripts just on zero knowledge proofs. So anything that sort of integrates that into it, I don't want to say like I inherently trust it more, but I feel like there are fewer bear traps in the grass to fall into. Yeah, so let's see, what can I talk about that won't be Vlad, I'm not sure if you've seen the Zcash protocol document, but I'd recommend giving it a look because it is an absolute monster.
There's also something to be said about the fact that privacy in Monero is probabilistic, which means that it's one of many. But in the case of Zcash, you don't even know, in the shielded case, you don't even know that someone sent a transaction.
You don't know that someone sent a transaction. That part would escape me as to why, because it's on the blockchain. So like really what you're looking at is kind of a decoy-based approach versus an accumulator-based approach, right? Monero uses a decoy-based approach until FCMPs, which is you're hiding amongst other decoys, whereas an accumulator, you can imagine it as a big, gigantic bucket in which you throw all the transactions and you shake them all up, and there they stay. In theory, like if it's just Z to Z, they stay there forever. But in some cases, you know, like with Zcash, you could take them out to a transparent address. So you're not taking out 8 stones and playing a game with them. You're grabbing a stone out of a big, gigantic bucket of other stones. That's called an accumulator because it accumulates all the transactions. Lolanta Spark also does accumulator-based stuff. And that was kind of the big push forward. Although, yeah, I'm not quite sure what you mean. You don't even know somebody did a transaction. That is, do you mean you don't know like an individual?
So you can see the total number of transactions, right?
Yeah.
But you don't know who sent it or where it comes from.
No, sure. Okay. No, yeah.
Maybe I didn't phrase it correctly.
Well, that's kind of on our little rubric criteria here of sender receiver amounts and stuff like that, is that you don't, yes, like with Monero's approach, because it has 16, you know that one of these 16 people sent something. Whereas in Zcash's, if it's Z to Z, because the anonymity set is basically everyone on the network who has sent a Z transaction, there is just no way of knowing that not even 16, one of these 16 people, but like any person that potentially interacted with Zcash could have sent this thing. So you don't even, yeah, no, yeah, I hear you. That's correct. Yeah, and that's the difference between decoy-based approaches and accumulator-based approaches. Yeah. Which is, accumulator-based approaches are the holy grail of privacy, for sure. Absolutely. And that's why everyone's trying to move towards those. And that's why I said earlier that functionally 16 and 50 is the same number, right? Because even though in our minds, you know, there's a big difference between 15 decoys and 50 decoys, they're still decoys, right? It's still not going into kind of this big accumulator bucket. So functionally, from a heuristic perspective, it makes things harder, but they're the same thing. You got to move into the thousands, the tens of thousands, the hundreds of thousands as the anonymity set gets bigger and more people send to actually like make a difference mathematically, to move from statistics, like I can apply statistics to use heuristics to find out which decoys are false. You need an accumulator to move from statistics to mathematics, if that makes sense. Right, because now you're trying to break something mathematically rather than statistically. With Monero stuff, you're trying to break it statistically by applying different analyses, attacks, and different statistical heuristics to break it. So yes, that is a point, correct. Which will also not be a thing with FCMPs.
I would like to hear Luke's definition of Zcash, like in layman terms, from his mathematician point of view. How would he describe it?
So give me a second to find the correct words. I don't want to misspeak and sound like an idiot. I'm trying to. So I've been getting familiar with the Halo 2 math. That's sort of the thing that I was focused on, and how that meshes in with Zcash. I am trying to see what the where that hinge fits in. Because from what I can see with Zcash, it's a huge mixture of some elliptic curve stuff, a lot of hash function stuff, and then zero knowledge proving stuff. And it seems like the big adjustment that Halo 2 brings is that lack of trusted setup, and then a significant speed up based off of how they decide to like define their arithmetic circuits that they use in their zero knowledge proofs, if I'm correct. Am I on the right page, or am I just sort of like talking too much math?
No, that's pretty good. I think it would be useful to also explain how a zero knowledge proof works.
Oh, okay. I got a great analogy for this one. All right. So, Vlad, let's say you are the world's best Where's Waldo player, right? So I take a Where's Waldo book, I hand it to you, and I say, open up to page 13, and like within 5 seconds, you can find it. All right. And let's say we live in a universe where finding Waldo on a page gives you access to like tons of money or something, right? It's a very advantageous thing to be able to find Waldo. So I have a Where's Waldo book. I say, I want to give you this to find Waldo for me, but how do I know that you hadn't lied about how good you are at determining where Waldo is on a page? Maybe you made a bunch of fake maps and you placed Waldo, so you obviously knew where he was. You didn't need to find him. So how can you prove to me that you are really good at finding Waldo? Well, the first thing you could do is you could open up the page 13 and find Waldo and say, here he is, boom. But that kind of defeats the point, because yeah, you proved to me that you could find him quickly, but you also gave away the plot, right? Now I know where Waldo is, so I don't need you anymore. So what is a good solution to proving that you know how to find Waldo without actually revealing how you did it, or without showing me that you did? So the simplest solution to this is if this is my Where's Waldo book, and Waldo is like right here-ish. If you can see the little circle, what you could do is you could take a piece of paper and you could cut out the shape of Waldo, right? And pretend you can't see the book behind it. You can cut out the shape of Waldo and you can say, oh, here he is, I found him. But if the paper is big enough and you couldn't see the book behind it, then the only thing you could see is Waldo. You couldn't actually determine where he is on the page, right? And that's the idea of zero knowledge proof. You prove to me that you can find Waldo, and I gave you the problem, so I obviously know that it's difficult, and you probably didn't have a hand in making the book. But at the same point in time, I can't take the book back and then find Waldo myself, because the only thing I have is this, and that's useless to me. So all zero knowledge stuff is basically a more sophisticated way of doing that. Can you prove to me that you know how to do something without actually revealing how you do it? And there are a handful of different ways of doing this in a sophisticated manner. And earlier implementations obviously were more focused on is it possible as opposed to constraints like size or computation time, that sort of thing. Is that a good enough layman's explanation of zero knowledge stuff, or?
Yes, but I also want to put in a caveat.
Sure.
Well, just for me anyway, we can see
Okay.
what that says. The caveat is that the term zero knowledge proof has been used and abused a million times over because people don't actually know what it means, and it does not mean what they think it means. For example, Monero, as it currently stands, the ring signature is a form of zero knowledge proof because you can prove that one of these 16 people signed the ring or has the authority to spend this without revealing who that person is. Yes, you can statistically reduce the least likely decoys, but under ideal circumstances, you can show and you can prove, it is a proof, you can prove with zero knowledge that one of these 16 people has the right to spend this, has the authority to spend this. So even Monero, as it currently stands, has a form of zero knowledge proof for its ring signatures and some of its other technologies. And this is what people don't understand. They think when they hear zero knowledge proof, they think ZK snarks or ZK this or ZK this, right? That to them is what a zero knowledge proof is. But in mathematical terms, that's not what it is at all. It's the ability to prove something without having knowledge of something else, not having zero knowledge, period, right? But zero knowledge in respect to something else. So it mathematically speaking, and like one of my previous researchers, Aaron Fiker, he would lay into this like 24/7. Well, they're using. I say, can you look into this? And he's like throwing a fit. They're using zero knowledge proof this and this and this, and they're claiming this and this, and they have no idea what they're talking about, and this is what's actually happening, and blah blah blah. So this has been hammered into my head over many conversations. So I want to bring it to you guys here too.
Well, it's good that you made that point too, because ZK snarks are snark is what, a succinct, non-interactive argument of knowledge, and obviously if you put the zero knowledge stuff on top of it, you're effectively arguing that you know something without revealing any information about how you know what you know, which is obviously an advantageous thing, because if I want to, what was the examples that we worked with? Maybe I'm running a business and some guy comes in and he's like, I want to buy this watch. And you originally had the watch marked for like, let's say $10,000 or something. But then you look in that guy's wallet and you realize he has $20,000 in it. So you say, okay, let's bump up the price a bit because I know he can afford it. Obviously, in that case, it is a good idea to have that information shielded from you in some way, but then it would also be nice to prove that you could buy the $10,000 watch if you wanted to without revealing how much money you actually have, which gets into like range proofs and stuff, which we've talked about in our research meetings before. But the idea is that the less information you leak, the better, because it's not advantageous to give people more information than what they need.
The real mathematical wizardry happens when like Google is working on zero knowledge proofs for searches, which have obviously not been a thing, but I read several articles of that a while back where they're like, you could send a search to their servers. It's encrypted in a way they can't decrypt it. They run the search for you, not knowing what you did, and they send you back the relevant results, all the while not knowing what it is that they actually did. Like, this kind of stuff is actually possible and is in research, and who knows how far away it is, but like, boom, man, like that's I don't know, man, that's wizardry, that's magic at that point.
It is a very interesting, I think homomorphic encryption was sort of like an attempt at an answer for that, where you send in a request that's encrypted, but on the other end they're still able to do mathematical operations on what you sent without actually unencrypting what was being done, which is very clever. I think there are some road bumps that have been run into, because if something's too good to be true, then it usually isn't. And I think homomorphic encryption is kind of one of those things where in order to have, I'm not sure, Vlad, are you familiar with homomorphic encryption?
No, I'm into heteromorphic.
Oh, heteromorphic encryption. Okay. Maybe that's less useful.
No, I'm joking. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm aware of the term. I can't define it though.
Okay,
It
so
just means encryption with data that looks identical, right? That's what homomorphic means. Same shape.
well, it's a different use. So in math, a homomorphism is like it's a function where let me just write it out real quick. It'll be easier this way. F of a plus.
We're going down so many rabbit holes. Again, Vlad, feel free
Yeah,
to say, guys, stop. Come back.
There's this property that we have where if we do the addition on the inside, we can split it apart and do it on the outside. So it almost behaves like a line would. And this is obviously advantageous because if I wanted to, you could send me f of a and f of b, both of those being encrypted. And what I could do is I could compute f of a plus b, right? But I don't need to know a and b to do that. So you can keep that information from me. And that's more or less what the idea of homomorphic encryption is that if you have two plain texts, you could encrypt them, send them to me, but I could still add them together and get what the encryption of the sum of the two plain texts are. And that's very useful because then I can make you do a bunch of computations for me because maybe you're more computationally powerful. And then you send me back the result, but you have no way of knowing what that result really is because it's still masked by the homomorphic function. So that's more or less the main idea. So those sort of zero knowledge search things could work in maybe a similar way where I encrypt what I'm trying to find, and then you run some sort of search, but you can't undo the function because it's more or less a one-way function. But then you send me the result, and I can. I think if I'm not mistaken, that might have been mentioned at the very bottom of the Tachyon thing too, kind of bringing it in a circle. But yeah, that's neither here nor there. But that's all of these things work on proving things without actually revealing knowledge about them, which gives you some degree of like a hiding property. And it seems like Zcash does that very well. Because all of the stuff they're using are either like one-way functions in the form of like hash functions and stuff, or some proof of knowledge somewhere along the line. So they reveal very little.
I'd like to add into this that it's my favorite kind of privacy technology because Halo 2 is, from my understanding, Luke, and you can correct me on this if I'm wrong, it's just kind of general arithmetic circuits. So they have other uses. Right, it's the Orchard protocol that kind of brings that proving system into a cryptocurrency context, which was why Zcash made Halo 2 MIT from the get-go, but Orchard, under their little Bossel license, so that way the Halo 2 mathematics can serve the world at large. But if you want to use it for cryptocurrency, you're out of luck. That was kind of the big bummer. But like, again, it's my favorite kind of technology and research done because it has applications well beyond cryptocurrency, which is, it has the potential to make things more private. So really, when we're having conversations about Halo 2, we're having conversations as relates to Zcash, we're having conversations about Halo 2 Orchard.
Yeah.
I'm like it's actually GNU Linux. I'm being that guy right now. It's like it's Halo 2 / Orchard, and I say it that way now.
Well, it's the principle of it's very interesting because if you can break down, because it seems like the most immediate use for this would be like proving that you know what a polynomial evaluates to, which might not be very impressive if you're talking about like x² + 4, because I could give that to like a 6th grader and they should be able to do that without a whole lot of difficulty. But being able to prove that that you have the evaluation of something by decomposing it into gates, and then you're saying, here's the computation, but here's the proof that the computation was done correctly, is a very interesting way to going about doing that. It is very reminiscent of the divisor stuff that I keep kind of calling back to, where you're trying to prove that you know how to do something without showing someone the computation. And that seems like that is kind of the core idea behind the Halo 2 stuff, with some extra bits not needing a trusted setup, and however they get their speed up, which I think is just how they design their gates, their decomposition. If you want to read it, it's like the Halo 2 book has some. That's their first bit is on how they break down, how they do different arguments. It's actually pretty cool. I don't think you need a whole lot of math background to really understand. Well,
I'm not getting it, bro.
I think if we were walking through it together, I think you could a lay person could understand what's going on, which is good. So just get your hands on some abstract algebra textbooks and you can know it all. It's easy peasy. But yeah, it's stacking a lot of very familiar things together and then adding in just a little bit of how they do their zero knowledge proving stuff. And that's really the big difference between Halo 1 and Halo 2, which is cool. Yeah.
All right, you want me to give my scores?
Yes, and I was gonna mention this. You should do a score for Zcash without shielding, which I guess is just a copy of Bitcoin. Even worse in some situations because you have CoinJoins in Bitcoin, and then you do shielded Zcash scoring.
Yeah, I mean, okay. Zcash without Z stuff. So just T address to T address sending. The scores would you're on 0 senders, 0 receivers, 0 on amounts. Nothing is hidden. Nothing is hidden. Because like you said, when we scored Bitcoin, we scored it with the idea of CoinJoin, right? You're putting your stuff through CoinJoin. So that was and that brought those numbers up. If we're talking just naked Bitcoin, like no CoinJoin, no nothing, that's the same thing. 0 on sender, 0 on receiver, 0 on amounts. In theory, the receiver might be a 0.5 for Bitcoin because you can rotate addresses, right? You can generate a new address every time. You have to have good output management so you don't accidentally mix the funds as you send them.
Yeah, but that depends on your wallet once again. Because you also have shitty wallets in Bitcoin, which don't let you get a different address, and you have to reuse the one that is given to you. And you also have full node wallets on Zcash where you generate as many addresses as you want.
Okay, yeah. So, I mean, I would only give that a 0.5 because that's, I mean, like it's better than nothing, but it's still not great. And with the amount of, honestly, I'm going to say this pretty definitively, with the amount of metadata that's collected everywhere, I don't think it would be that hard to link to addresses that have been separately generated, even without output mixing. I would be shocked if the powers that be did not have the ability to do that with the amount of resources they have thrown at the problem. And just, we don't know about them because they don't tell us, because why would they? Metadata, once again, we're going just strictly T address to T address. We are, shoot, man, you leak everything. 0. Do they have Dandelion plus for like network stuff? Do they have a robust?
No, they don't.
Yeah, okay.
Network level privacy is not something that they optimized in Zcash. I think it's the biggest weakness.
0 to 1, bro. Linkability is, or non-linkability rather, so the lower the score the worse. It would just as a result of all those zeros get itself its own little 0. Non-footgunnability is also a 0, and scalability is at Bitcoin scalability, so a 4. So we're looking at all zeros and a 4 if you're just going T to T. If you're going from T to T, and that would be Bitcoin's score without any form of CoinJoin or anything as well, by the way. But with Z to Z, not T to Z or Z to T, mind you, which is possible coming out of the shielded pool and going into the shielded pool. I'm talking you go into the shielded pool and you stay in the shielded pool. Like, I mean, with similar to Monero, like, you know, trying to give the most amount of benefit of the doubt to this. So like, let's say you have an ideal user, When he buys the Zcash, it's from a person who has it in the shielded pool, and sends it to him into his shielded wallet, or not shielded wallet, but shielded address. So let's say a theoretical user who has literally never touched the transparent pool. The person he bought it from also had it shielded and gave it to him shielded, and he kept it shielded. And every time he pays to a shielded person. So the maximum benefit of the doubt here. 10, 10, 10 sender receiver amounts. I mean, there you go. It's the holy grail. Metadata. I would never give a metadata a 10 because that instills a false confidence that people aren't collecting passive stuff about you. So I think I only gave Monero an 8 or a 9. I would give the same to Zcash. It's not leaky, but we have no clue what adversaries are capable of. So, I mean, mathematically, you don't know who the sender is. You don't. That's just how it works, right? That's the math. So that's not really up for debate. But metadata, oh man, there's a debate there. So I would put that at an 8 or a 9. Network, and that's actually part of metadata. Z to Z, it's still. So I get, I guess like timing attacks are still, but they wouldn't really actually be possible because, like you said, you don't know that a transaction was sent from a. So, okay, let me give you an example of a timing attack where the way most people interact with their wallets, they don't have it running 24/7 like they have in Node, especially if you're using a mobile wallet. You log on, you send your transaction, and you log off. So if a passive surveillance type adversary sees an IP address log on to the network, and then like they're there for 5 minutes, and then the IP address disappears, you can be reasonably sure that that person just sent a transaction in that time period with a reasonable amount of certainty, right? That is a timing attack that happens. So like, and this is this problem is solved by both running your own node and always having it on, and connecting your own mobile wallets to your node, because then you don't have your node coming offline and online, right? At specific times. So that it is solvable. It is solvable, but I hesitate to say Zcash is vulnerable to this because, like we discussed with the accumulator stuff, right? This attack is much more effective on current Monero because if you suspect that one of the outputs is coming from Diego, and indeed it lines up with the timing when Diego's node came online and then offline, then you can be reasonably sure with a certain amount of certainty that because Diego's output is one of those 16, it might be his, right? Once again, in the ring, it's not an identity thing, it's an output thing. So you do have to prove that output is mine, but let's say you knew because, it came from an exchange or something like that, and they ratted you out, then that is a much stronger linkage than from an accumulator based approach, because it's any of these rocks got moved and all the rocks are moving at the same time, so you have no idea what's going on there. So you can perform that timing attack, but it would be much, much, much less effective, if potentially ineffective. I'd have to give that a little bit more thought. For that reason, I would give network a 7, potentially higher, as I would need to look into this more, but that's my gut feeling here. Non-linkability, once again, higher score is better. That if you're going Z to Z only, it's a 10. Non-foot gun ability, see, this is where I pull back a little bit. If you have a wallet that just does Z to Z stuff, and that's all it does, this gets put in the same category of Monero of 8 or 9, right? Most wallets don't do. Actually, Zashi, they just put out Zashi. That one is Z to Z only, or that one has T addresses as well? Vlad, do you know?
It does have T addresses, but it's shielding by default. That's what it does. Basically, it has the U address. You can receive T transactions to that one, but it's going to shield everything. So when you send from it, it's going to be Z.
All right, I'll download the Zashi wallet and I'll take a look. You guys have had to take a look to see the non-foot gun ability for myself, because the foot gun ability is not just things that are enforced on a protocol level, but then how the best of the implementations of them from a wallet UI UX level present these things, so that way you don't confuse yourself into shooting yourself in the foot. So I would give this a 7, potentially higher, and scalability is a 3, like Monero, until Tachyon, when it could potentially be better, because at present Z to Z shielded addresses are bigger than Bitcoin addresses, and Bitcoin received a 4, so it would be a 3. That is Zcash at present, and Tachyon would, I guess, put scalability. Tell me, Vlad. Tell me, you probably know more than I. I mean, well, you absolutely know more than I do about Tachyon. It puts it at the same level as Bitcoin. I would assume it doesn't make it, the transaction size is smaller than Bitcoin.
Well, I think it does some smart batching to make it smaller than Bitcoin. I read from the Halo 2 documentation that they were able to make transactions about the same size as one input to output SegWit transactions on Bitcoin. So I presume that they're going to use the same technique to make it very small and efficient, to the point where maybe that one transaction size will be close to that of Bitcoin, but it's going to be so large, such a large transaction that batches a lot of addresses, a lot of inputs, not addresses, that it's going to be scalable, because they talk in the Tachyon paper about scaling to billions of people. And that's a very bold claim. Like, I haven't heard any other privacy project make this claim that it can scale to billions. And I'm not smart enough to look at the math. Maybe we're going to get a more qualified opinion by Luke once he does a deep dive on the Tachyon paper.
Yeah, for sure. I will say the Sean, is it Bao or Bo, or how do you pronounce
I
the
think
last
it's
name?
Bo.
He seems to be a established enough crypto researcher that I don't think he would make a claim like that lightly. So unless there's some significant misunderstanding on his part, which I doubt, there's probably some meat on this bone. But I'll have to, at one of our research meetings, we're gonna have to talk about this and see what's going on.
All right, so that's my thing with Zcash. Did you have any other things to talk about with them?
We did get a question like 3 hours ago from someone named Irritable Bear. And he said, with companies like Google adopting ZK tech, how will that impact privacy coins? Does Google need to use ZC in order to implement ZK proofs?
No. Zcash is not required to use zero knowledge proofs. The reverse is true. Zcash, the coin, uses zero knowledge proofs, but they are a general thing. Again, it is a subcategory of proof that actually encompasses a lot more than people think that it does. That said, I don't see somebody like Google ever really fully adopting zero knowledge stuff for the things like the searches like I was talking about, because that blows up their entire business model, where they see what you are searching for and give you ads based off of that.
Yep.
So I don't think they do it. Would they do the research and go, look, we're so smart that we can do this? Yes, I could see them doing that. Do I see them adopting any kind of something like this? No.
No shot. No, it would hit their bottom line way too hard, because that the whole point of it's not like they'd be able to, like, well, maybe they could, but there wouldn't be any. Well, maybe there would be. Okay, so my train of thought is they could say, oh yeah, we have these zero knowledge searches, which I don't know why. Like, okay, so maybe the privacy focused people would care a little bit more, and then they'd be more likely to use Google. I'm not sure how much more money that would draw in for them. And if it was a bad zero knowledge proving scheme and they were obviously faking it, then someone's going to come out and show that they're faking it, because you should be able to prove that it's a bad proof. Yeah, I don't even know why they would put it. Doesn't really seem, outside of mathematical curiosity, it doesn't seem like it would benefit them at all to ever implement it. If they did, that would be awesome. And that would be great for the privacy coin sector, because then it would familiarize more people with the technology that's being used. And then there wouldn't be as many misunderstandings regarding how the technology is actually implemented in, let's say, like Zcash. So I think it would bring it into the public zeitgeist enough that people would inherently trust it a little bit more, even if they don't understand the math behind it, which is always an ongoing battle with any of this stuff. Because you need people's trust. What do you say, Diego? That the trust needs to end somewhere, and if people can trust the mathematicians that we're not scamming them or giving them false results or whatever, that would be largely beneficial. It'd be so cool to see a zero knowledge search engine, though.
So that's our answer to that question.
Yeah, sorry, I got a little in the weeds in my own head there. Yeah.
Okay, let's move on to another zero knowledge project, which used to be called Zcoin. It's based on the 2013 Zcoin paper, which actually came before Zcash. And now it's called Firo. It uses a protocol that's called Lelantis, which is unique. It's kind of its own beast and lives on its own island. You have to really explore that one on purpose. It's difficult to stumble upon it, because it's different and it's not backed. I mean, it doesn't have the same amount of money behind it as Zcash, right?
Yeah.
They didn't get the same investors, the same amount of publicity, but I still think it's interesting.
Yeah, so I don't know if you know, Vlad. I and CypherStack have been heavily involved in Firo. I was the one that did the rebrand from Zcoin to Firo, which made sense for a lot of reasons. So Firo's history, it kind of starts like Monero, where it has a little bit of a scammy beginning. Not all of the founders are scammers, but the branding they chose with Zcoin. They were deliberately trying to, invoke Zcash and potentially get confused with them on purpose. And one of the founders, I think, ran off with a certain amount of money, but like Foreman, who was one of the initial founders, he was a good guy. He did a lot of the initial math stuff. And so there were some good people and there were some bad people. The current project maintainer and steward, Ruben, is a huge privacy proponent, and I've worked with him for many years. In fact, Zcoin has been exploited a few different times. Both the Zcoin protocol was found, the Zcoin protocol that you talked about coming before Zcash was found to be fundamentally flawed and unfixable. I don't recall if that was ever exploited to the extent where somebody was able to print funds. Somebody printed funds in some method, which is how I first heard about them. They came to Monero's DEF CON village back when we had a DEF CON village, and Ruben came and gave a talk like, what happens to your coin when it's exploited? And I don't remember the exact cause of the exploit, but there was a lot of humility there, and there was just an honesty that made me look at the project and realize, oh, these people are freedom fighters. These people are privacy people. I like them. They're my people. So that happened like 6 years ago. And since then, I've been trucking along with Zcoin on the side, which has gotten me into some hot water with the tribalists in the Monero community. But yeah, the Zcoin fundamental flaw wasn't a huge break to them because they had already been transitioning to Sigma, which was one of their newer technologies. Because Zcoin was made for Bitcoin, but it was always kind of like the weakest of them, when then the Zcash paper came out and kind of completely supplanted it. So they were already kind of old hat, and they were like, let's upgrade our stuff. So they did some novel research, came up with Sigma, did some novel research again, and came up with Lelantis, which was one of the first implementations of one out of many proofs that to go live, period. And their researcher, Aram, did a lot of really neat, cool stuff. You're right. It's kind of like an island, but it ended up not being an island because Lelantis, with their one out of many proofs and kind of how they implemented it, ended up being helpful to Monero when we were looking at Seraphis before FCMP as a way to upgrade. The researcher on Seraphis, Koe, or however you pronounce his name, he got stuck at a particular place. He couldn't make something work. and then he looked at how Lelantis Spark, Spark being the successor to Lelantis, did it, and got the idea and finished his thing also. They were somewhat inspired by each other and kind of going in parallel. And then, yes, right now, Firo is on Lelantis Spark, which I think was a horrible name because it actually doesn't have a lot to do with the original Lelantis. It was, kind of a branding thing to see like the next step up. Really, in my mind, it's just Spark. They have this Spark technology that is its own beast right now, as you said. And I keep saying this, I am so for that. Anything that is not necessarily even built or related to another privacy tech, because that's just another basket we can have our privacy eggs in. So if Monero's things were to break, we'd still have this, right? I'm going to go ahead and give my numerical scores here pretty quickly, because and then we can delve a little bit more into the project itself. I love the project. I love the people there. They're great people. And like you said, they don't have the resources that these other people have. And that's why it has been so refreshing and like amazing to me that despite having microscopic amounts of resources, they put a fair amount of those resources towards novel privacy research, which is, they truly walk the walk there in regards to privacy. So Lelantis Spark is also an accumulator-based approach, but it is a limited accumulator. So with Zcash shielded to shielded transactions, any transaction, the anonymity says every single other transaction that has happened in the shielded pool. That's not quite the case with Firo. They have buckets, but a bucket can get filled, and I forget the amount. It's like 60,000 or something like that. It's somewhere within that ballpark, somewhere within that realm. And then after that bucket is filled, they start a new bucket. Not from zero. They take the top X% of the previous bucket and put it in this new bucket, so it can be seeded with a certain amount of transactions, so you're not the first one and everyone knows who you are. And then that bucket gets filled over time, at which point the same thing happens. So it's like a rolling accumulator, so to speak, as opposed to Zcash's all-in-one inclusive accumulator. It does still give very, very large anonymity sets, but it gives it with a cap of whatever that number was, 60,000 or whatever the case may be, which is still very, 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 very high. That's what you want it to be, and under most circumstances will probably give you more than enough privacy than you need for standard everyday things. So the sender receiver portions, actually, despite my time spent with Monero over the past many years, to my knowledge, they don't have anything like stealth addressing or whatever. They did have their own implementation of like BIP47 for a little while, but then that all went away with Spark. I'm gonna have to ask Ruben and some of their math guys whether Spark operates similar to a stealth address where that address is not actually put on chain. So I actually have a big question mark there. I don't know. The amounts are hidden by the accumulator stuff. All you see on the block explorer is just Spark something. So that all works. Metadata, just the fact that it's not an all-inclusive accumulator, and that there is some spillage into the next accumulator is a microcosm of metadata that is leaked. I don't know any way to exploit it, but I'm not the smartest people on the planet, so who knows? But I would still rate this higher than Monero. It's nowhere near as leaky as Monero, assuming you use Spark to Spark, right? Because Spark works actually very similarly to Zcash, where you can be shielded or unshielded. It's just, for them, they have kind of a Spark to Spark pools. So if you send Spark to Spark, the metadata is pretty minimal. Does Firo have Dandelion++? They might. If so, then it's the same as Monero, and if not, then it's not. The non-linkability, if you stay Spark to Spark, it's pretty rock solid. I put it at a 7. And the non-footgun ability, at least in Stack Wallet is the only one that supports Lelantis Spark right now. Although I think that might have changed in the past couple of weeks, or the past couple of months. But we've supported it since the beginning, since it first came out, and it's pretty cool. And they actually just came out with also Spark names, So you can buy a name, like a human readable name like Diego, and send to that, and it's all hidden via the Spark stuff. So it's pretty cool technology. So you can send to Diego, and it'll arrive at my wallet. Fun, and in a Sparkified way. So I think we implemented it in a pretty good way, in a way that isn't going to make you accidentally send or mix Spark and transparent funds, which would be not good. So I'd also put that pretty high. I'd put that at like a 7 or an 8. I'll put it at a 7. And scalability is bad. I would put it at a 2. But that's also something they're working on. The fun thing is the FCMPs that we are putting in Monero also can be put into Spark to make it even better. And they are exploring that option with Luke Parker, the primary person who's helping us put FCMPs into Monero from a code perspective. And that would bump their scores up further in addition. So FCMPs is also applicable to Spark. It could be drop-in replacement for one of the portions of their math, and that would make them much better by a pretty good margin as well. So Firo is also not at the end of its privacy journey, so to speak. And Spark is live and has been live for some time. And that's kind of cool because similar to Zcash, we do have existing in the now better than Monero privacy features in the wild. None of this is theoretical. It's all there. You can use it now. Download Stack Wallet and Edge Wallet. You sponsor this podcast and you support Firo. Go put in the Spark stuff. We made a library for it, so you should be able to do it. Go do it. Then we could all do it together. That'd be fun. That's Firo. And recently I put a post on the Zcash forum warning these guys, warning Zcash, because Firo tried to play the regulators game. Firo was on Binance and they were given kind of a warning like, hey, you guys are a privacy coin. We don't want to accept any funds from private Spark addresses. So Firo played their game, because Firo also has like T addresses and Spark addresses, and added a third type of address called an exchange address. And the idea behind that address is that you could not send to an exchange address from a Spark address if your funds were Sparkified. So you would have to go from Spark to transparent and then transparent to exchange address. They put that in their protocol to appease the regulators or the powers that be from a centralized exchange perspective, because they thought that if they lost Binance, because they're such a small project, they lose everything. They played their games, and Binance had a community vote. Which coins should we get rid of? We're going to be getting rid of X amount of coins. Which coins do you think they should be? Zcash actually scored higher on that vote than Firo. Zcash also played the regulator game, by the way. Meaning more people voted for Zcash to be removed than Firo. And so it looked like Firo was safe, and indeed the Binance manager that talked with Ruben, the project steward of Firo, said like, yeah, it looks like you guys are pretty good, but they got delisted. They got delisted anyway. And there's probably a lot of reasons for that. Firo didn't have as much of a market cap or as much volume, liquidity, whatever the case is, Zcash or whatever the case may be. But they played by the rules. They played the games. They did the things. They appeased the people, and they got delisted anyway. Which did correspond to Firo going way, way, way down. But it has since jumped back up to a respectable place. Not quite where it was before, but enough for them to kind of keep going with some outside help. So it wasn't the death knell that they were so scared it would be. And now Firo is thinking to them, is toying with the idea, okay, now that we don't have to appease any regulators or centralized exchanges, what if we just go full Spark? What if we just get rid of the transparent stuff? So that's the current idea going along in the Firo community. And every time I brought this up in the past, because I'm a huge privacy guy, I'm like, guys, go Spark, take out the transparent stuff. They're like, we can't because of the exchanges. Well, now they don't got the exchanges anymore. So now's the time. I'm still pushing for that, and the community as a whole is actually pretty receptive potentially. So we'll see where this conversation goes. But I put that post to the Zcash people, like, you guys, you keep saying, well, we're keeping the T addresses around because we don't want to scare people, and we want to still be on centralized exchanges and whatever. Man, the second you guys have a low liquidity month or a low volume month for whatever reason, they're just going to kick you off. You know, and then all your reasons for keeping around this key address thing, it's going to have proved to have robbed you of your chance when you had your chance for no benefit, because you're going to reap all of the because you can't play with these people. You know, you can't play with these regulators. Anyway, that's my whole take on the thing, and generally where I draw a conclusion on Firo as well. Still with these guys, still happy to be here, and just put the Spark names in about a month and a half ago, a couple months ago, and they're also working on Spark assets. Similar to Zcash, I'm kind of like, you know, why is everyone trying to put assets in it? But you know what, whatever you guys, just, you know, do something fun, have a bit of fun. Yeah, check Firo out. To any of the listeners who are curious, take a look into their math stuff, and they've got more ways to step up their game as well from a privacy perspective. So I'll be sticking around for a while.
Ooh, can I throw in a little interesting math?
Of course,
tidbit
that's what I was gonna ask you, because it was
Okay.
only Diego who spoke about Zcoin / Firo, and I was like, does this mathematician guy also have his own opinion? He should have.
Well, it's very interesting, because the one thing that I think the Lelantis Spark paper was on the list of like the first maybe 10 papers you had me read whenever I first started working here. And one of the features that stood out to me is kind of like a cool idea is if you want to go about like proving something, doing some sort of computation, but the device that you have for that computation isn't like good enough to do that, you can like offload that computation onto something more powerful. But unless they have like knowledge that only you would have, they can't actually complete the proof for it, right? So it's kind of this interesting thing where if you want to do all of this heavy duty stuff, you don't even have to trust the person that you're sending the computation off to. They can copy it and save it and do whatever they want with it. But the only way to complete the proof is by finishing it off with, I think it's like I think it might be a modified Peterson commitment, or it's a Chom commitment, or something, one of those two, which is a really, really, really cool idea of being able to offload. There's a big field in math where it's, what's it called? Distributed computation. So if you can't do a math problem on one computer, but you could maybe do it with 50 computers, how do you split that up? So that you don't necessarily have to trust any of the individual computers. They can like steal all your data or whatever. As long as they're not colluding, you should be fine. And this basically even addresses the issue of collusion. All you have to do is trust that the person is going to do the computation correctly, and then you can just finish it off yourself, which is almost like a nice little signature, right? It's not any good unless you sign your name at the bottom. So seeing schemes like that are very, very, very satisfying to me personally, but they're also, you know, nice cryptographically as well.
Okay, I want to ask you about something which I think fits within the framework of this conversation, but at the same time is unusual.
Mm-hmm.
Did you have any time to look into the MWEB, which is MimbleWimble extension block on Litecoin? Because it's basically Grin, which is a MimbleWimble protocol, added on top of the Litecoin design, which comes directly from Bitcoin.
MWEB is going to be coming out in Stack Wallet probably within the next week. So
impressive.
Yep. We're not first to market. That's Cake Wallet, our good buddies over there. But our library that we are releasing is a lot less cake specific. So more people should be able to use it if they want to. Actually, we're not even second to market, because second was their Nexus wallet by Litecoin Foundation. So we're still early, but we're not the earliest. But yes, MWEB. And believe me, I have done so much work also with MimbleWimble in general. Epic Cash was a fork of Grin. And they were pretty privacy focused guys, and I did a lot of work with them for quite some time. I still do, and they're also supported in Stackwell. And boy do I have opinions on MimbleWimble in general. The greatest success of MimbleWimble extension blocks is that they are non-interactive, because as you may know, depending on how much you have messed with Grin, You either have to like copy gigantic slate packs and send them to the thing to finalize a transaction, or offload that to a. This is the same problem with Frost, by the way. You've heard all the Frost talk going around. Have you, Vlad? Bitcoin Frost, the multi-signature scheme. It's the worst.
Yeah,
I
did see those free tiny devices that you basically make.
See, and this is so frustrating. You know what? Slight tangent here, Vlad. You know, this is so important. Did you know that Stack Wallet has a live working Frost implementation right now? We are the first in the world, and we've had it for months. The only Frost implementation right now. You can use Frost multisig right now.
Okay, but the question is, who's using that? Because I was part of a demo when this very charming British guy came to Prague, and he did this private demo to like 3 guys. I just happened to be there, and I looked at it and it looked nice, but then I was like,
the answer
okay,
to that
but why?
is nobody, and Frost sucks, and I hate it. So, but it is there. My frustration is that if you ask any Bitcoiners, they're like, "Oh yeah, you know, we're waiting for the first Frost thing," but because we're a shitcoin wallet, like nobody knows that we've had it for months. That's the frustration. We can talk about Frost another time. I hate Frost; it's the worst. And I don't know why so many Bitcoiners are hanging their hats on the Frost thing. And Zcash is also, if you follow Zcash, they're doing a lot of work into Frost also. And I had a private call with some of their guys, and I was like, "Don't do this." Well, I didn't say don't do this. Like, this sucks. I hate this. Another time, another story for another time. Yeah, MimbleWimble. The interactivity of MimbleWimble is difficult. Obviously, the primary claim to fame from a privacy perspective regarding MimbleWimble is that things are not actually saved on chain as a result of cut through. If person A sends to person B, sends to person C, well, the end result is that it's almost like person A sent to person C if we cut out person B from the blockchain, if that makes sense, right? And so that obviously increases privacy because a person taking a look at the blockchain as it is now has no idea how many steps in between it took for these funds to get to the person that currently owns the funds. So that's a good thing privacy wise, and it's a good thing scalability wise, right? Because now you're not having to keep every transaction on chain ever. So from a scaling perspective, not from a throughput perspective, from a storage perspective, and from a bandwidth perspective, if you're syncing a new node, this is desirable. There's some problems with this. One, the miners themselves can be keeping a full and complete transaction graph because they are given all of the transactions, and they're the ones that make the cut through. The miners are the ones that do this cut through. So they can do the cut through and then submit that to the blockchain, but they can on the side have their own full thing without the cut through. So they can have a full transaction graph. It's not impossible. And in fact, I wouldn't be surprised if many institutional powers that be are running their own nodes and or miners, not for a profit, but just to have a full complete transaction graph of these things. And then, or I mean, heck, anyone could do it. It doesn't have to be a powers that be. You could run your own miner. Obviously, from the moment you're starting now, you're missing all the stuff prior, but you're getting all the stuff for the future. And then you could just keep that and potentially sell it to anyone who is interested, or just post it online for free or whatever. So like it's a privacy step up if you are starting your surveillance now. If you have started from the beginning and retained all the transaction graph, it's not a privacy step up. It's still an efficiency win, and it's still a scalability win, but it's not a privacy one anymore. So that's very brittle privacy because it does not take much to completely nullify its effects. It also has user experience issues, and this is the same with Litecoin. We struggled with this so much in Epic Cash, and that's why I come into this MWEB thing where there's similar issues. You don't. In Bitcoin, in Monero, in any of these, when you restore a wallet, you have all of your old transactions. I received here, I sent here. You can have those for tax purposes. You can have those for business purposes. On this month, we've made this much money, assuming this is the only wallet that you're using for, for your restaurant or whatever. When you restore, even if there's $0 currently in the wallet, you can restore and see the entire transaction history and know where the money is. And where at what points you received it and when you sent it out. Because of the cut-through tech, This is not the same with Epic Cash, Grin, or MimbleWimble extension blocks. If you are restoring your seed onto another wallet, you're basically going to be showing, let's say you have two outputs that you brought in and you sent them out, and then you brought one output back in. The end result is you have one output at present. That's the only thing you're seeing. You're seeing an incoming transaction for that one output, and all the rest of the stuff is gone. So, I mean, there's obviously ways around that in the sense that you can keep your own backups, or the wallet software can build in kind of a transaction history backup. So you say, hey, I'm restoring the seed, use this transaction history with it, and it'll restore all that for you. So it's like not unsolvable, but it is really annoying. It is very, very annoying. And I know it's annoying because having worked with Epic Cash for 4 or 5 years or longer, and having done all their stuff, when I have to restore, when I change phones, when I have to restore a seed or something, I'm like, oh man, when did they pay me? Because they pay me to do some of their mobile work, and like, I don't know. All I know is how much stuff I have in my wallet right now, and so I don't have any history. It's more annoying than you think, and the same is true with MWEB because it works the same way. When you restore a Litecoin wallet, you're going to see what your current MWEB balance is, which is great because that shows how much money you have, but none of the pegging in or pegging out or something like that, unless you do external backups, which we're working on getting into our Stack Wallet backups as well. So there are UX issues, and they seem trivial on the surface until you've tried using them for years. Now, if MWEB for Litecoin has added anything in addition to the cut through in regards to privacy, that I'm not sure of. And I have asked this question several times in the different MWEB developer areas and never really gotten a satisfactory answer. If it is just MWEB on top of, if it is just MimbleWimble on top of Litecoin, then I would agree that it is a privacy benefit, but I would not say it's a big one. So if you're listening right now and you're a Litecoin person and you know the answer to this, please contact me. I would like to learn more. But from my current knowledge, it's really just MimbleWimble on top of Litecoin in a sense that you can peg into the MimbleWimble blocks and peg out of them, take advantage of the cut through. So all of the privacy stuff that entails, but it's brittle privacy. It's a step up, but it's not perfect by any stretch of the imagination. Happy to be wrong, though, if somebody has more information on that.
You want to give score to MWEB on Litecoin?
Okay, let's take a look.
You gave them to Firo, right?
I did
Yes.
towards the beginning of the conversation with Firo, which Luke has written down.
Yes.
So sender and receiver privacy.
You know what, Vlad? For a lot of these, I cannot definitively say.
Interesting.
Because I have yet to look on a block explorer to see how does a peg in and a peg out look. Do you see which address it comes from? Do you see
So the peg in looks like you're just joining a large pool where you can see how many coins there are, but you don't know how many transactions. And the peg out looks basically like you left that large pool and you sent to a non-chain address.
Okay, and if you send MWEB to MWEB, because it's all pooled,
there is no information outside of how many transactions were in a block.
Okay. So once again, I'm gonna assume a theoretical user that uses maximum privacy, meaning they received MWEB coins from a person that they bought it from, and they stay within the MWEB sphere. That seems like pretty strong. If what I'm going to have to look into this, and I may amend my numbers as I look into it further. That seems pretty strong from both sender, receiver, and amounts perspectives. Metadata. So for sender, receiver amounts, I would give a hesitant range of anywhere from 5 to 7. And may solidify or amend those numbers as I look into this a little bit further. Metadata is not great because you do still see a peg in and a peg out, but we're going to assume that they're staying within the MWEB and not going out of it, which, you know, I would put that out of 7 or 8 as well. Network, I'd say it's the same as Bitcoin because they also don't have any of that other stuff. Linkability, I need to see how MWEB is mined, because if it's similar to Grin or Epic Cash, then indeed somebody can retain a transaction graph. Although if sender-receiver amounts are more or less hidden, then that is of more limited value than it would be on Grim or Epic Cash. So I would potentially put that fairly high at a 7 for a non-linkability. Non-footgun ability is going to be slightly lower because it has elements of interactivity that you need to do to get it into a private pool rather than by default. But if the wallet is set up correctly, it could potentially be pretty strong, especially, you know, because the way in Stack Wallet we have it is similar to our Firo Spark stuff. You press anonymize, and then it just puts your funds into the MWEB pool, and then you can send from your MWEB address to another MWEB address, and we make it very clear that you're sending your MWEB funds and not your transparent funds. So in theory, this would be like a 7 as well. Scalability is going to be better. It's MimbleWimble, man. That means that you get to cut things out. So I put this at a 6, which is the highest I've put something. These are very tentative numbers, and based off of what you told me, what I know about MWEB, and I may come back and tweet at you and say, hey, let's adjust these numbers if we make an infographic, because I did some more research. That's where I put that right now.
Beautiful. What about you, Luke? Do you have any opinion about MimbleWimble or MWEB? Did you have any time to look into that?
I did not. I'm not the right guy to ask about MimbleWimble, though. That would be Brandon. I wonder what he's up to right now, because he said that was something that he was looking into recently, if I'm correct, right, Diego?
Yeah, and Brandon works for CypherStack. So I do have a researcher that has done quite a bit of MimbleWimble stuff.
Yeah.
This was before MimbleWimble extension blocks. This was when Grin and Epic Cash were trying to solve this interactivity problem. So he's done a lot of research on that in particular. So I'll probably have him take a look at the implementation that Litecoin has done for the extension blocks.
Yeah, but I can't say anything with any sort of confidence, and I back up whatever Diego says. I believe his take on this, but yeah, I'm not super familiar with the tech. It's on my very long to-do list of math stuff to know how to talk about.
There's so many math things, man. There's
oh my god, it's absurd.
You could take 2 years and you'll have just caught up with the past stuff.
Yeah.
Right, so what other projects do we have? You mentioned in your DM Zano. I think you mentioned Beam also. Maybe a good approach to this would be to just rate them directly as opposed to telling the story. And you can basically describe what you think about them as you rate.
Yeah, we've done work for Zano, Salvium. We haven't done any work for Beam, but they've been on my radar. Their people are generally pretty loud in a positive way, talking about their project. Beam's privacy stuff is like Lelantis mixed with MimbleWimble. They call it Lelantis MW.
Ooh.
And that is, I'll be honest, man, that is not something I have looked at. So that one I'm not quite sure. These other ones like Salvium, they really use Monero's current tech stack. A lot of these ancillary projects are using Monero's current tech stack and trying to do something interesting with it. For example, make it proof of stake. I mean, which is hard because with a privacy coin, you're hiding the amounts. How can you prove how much you've staked, right? So they're not trying to upgrade the privacy. They're trying to make current privacy have more or different use cases. Monero with proof of stake, for example. Salvium is trying to do Monero, but with an element of compliance to it, like you can prove certain things to an auditor or a regulator. It's still Monero's current privacy stack, which in a sense makes them old hat because we're all right on the cusp of FCMPs. I know they do want to make their stuff usable with FCMPs soon. Soon with a big, when will that be? For the ones that are using Monero's current tech stack, like Zano, like Salvium, their scores would be equivalent to current Monero. But they're doing something different with it, which may or may not degrade privacy. The only one that's doing something like novel and different that would need a different scoring would be the Lelantis MimbleWimble stuff, which I have not looked into to be able to give them a score, but they are on my radar to take a look. Can I step aside for just 1 second?
Sure.
Okay, my apologies.
It's all good. I mean, we have been going for 4 hours.
Yeah, this has been. It's always fun talking about the crypto space is such a strange shift for me. So it's always very interesting to hear like two old guard fellows talk about their experience in it, because I was aware that a lot of the crypto stuff was happening in the background, but it sort of took a backseat to, you know, other math ventures. So it's neat every time. Like the last time when we were on the Monero talk, it was very cool just watching interactivity, since I haven't been part of that in group for very long.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much drama in this space, and there's some good that comes from it because projects improve because of the drama. Like this pushback that comes from the community actually makes things improve over time. But there's also, I guess, the kind of toxic behavior that keeps normal people away from ever touching something like this, and they're gonna be like, I don't want to be associated with these people. Like sometimes I think I'm conflicted about Monero, and sometimes I have maybe not the most optimistic opinions about it just because I don't like certain people from the community. Like there's that guy, the Monero Maverick. He's the worst. Like I don't know, man, how some people ended up putting him in a position where he's regarded as some sort of authority within the community, and a lot of people talk about him, including Douglas, who challenged him to a fight or something. Anyway, he's getting way too much attention,
So
and I suspect he might be a Fed. Like he's causing so much division, and he's spewing a lot of anti-Semitism, and basically he's everything you would not want to have in a community, but somehow he is getting a lot of attention within the community.
So the good news is that I know in Bitcoin, the Twitter circuit is a circuit of respected leadership type individuals, you know, it's of varying degrees. All of the people that are respected and actually do work on Monero are like on IRC. So IRC or Matrix. The Twitter is like its own little bubble of Monero that I only recently joined. So it's not like Bitcoin, where the people with big Monero followings there kind of speak for all of us, like a lot the Adam Backs and stuff of the Bitcoin community do. I would say the most prolific people that quote unquote speak for Monero or with any authority on Monero is myself now, Fluffy Pony, and Seth and Vic. I would say Fluffy Pony, Seth, and Vic, although Fluffy Pony's mostly doing Tari stuff these days. They're kind of the ones with the biggest following that actually, you know, can know what they're talking about. Like all these other people that have gained a following, they were panicking along with everyone else when rumors were going around about an FCMP delay. There was a rumor not too long ago about FCMP delay as a result of CypherStack saying, hey, we're actually not sure, right? We're actually not sure about this divisor stuff. We need a little bit more time. And so it kind of exploded on the Twitter scene to be like, oh my gosh, you know, like is FCMP's delayed until 2027? Like, I don't know where they got this stuff. And all of these big accounts like the Mavericks and stuff, they're like reposting these things. And like, so these guys are just as clueless as anyone else. They just happen to have gotten a big following because they post a lot and hit a bunch of metrics or whatever, which, you know what? Okay, I don't control who follows who, or you know, but that's actually one of the reasons I got onto Twitter in this past few weeks, because I'm like, you know what, there's a really lack of good Monero like information and resources about what's actually happening. So I thought I'd pop in and try to fix that somewhat, and it's been kind of fun. But oh man, dude, the grind, the Twitter grind is something I was never a fan of, even when I had Twitter like 10 years ago. So yes, but the thing I always come back to is the stronger the tool, the more damage you can do with it, but also the better, the stronger, the more good things you can do with it. A saw can cut down a tree at a certain rate. It could also cut off people's limbs at a certain rate, right? A chainsaw can cut down a tree much faster. It can also cut down people's limbs much faster, right? The stronger the tool is, the more powerful it is in general, and we don't always get to choose. We don't always get to choose who is and isn't a user of our stuff. This is, I mean, Tor has had this kind of identity crisis since their inception. There's a bunch of unsavory types using this, using the Tor technology. And that's not something that the developers wish would happen, but it's something that does happen. And you can be sure that, in regards to Bitcoin, that like there's those recent rumors that, Iran was mining Bitcoin. So when they got bombed, then the Bitcoin hash rate dropped. So were they using that to fund different things or what have you? Or who knows? Who can definitively say? I certainly can't. But you can absolutely be sure that unsavory people are using Bitcoin, unsavory people are using Monero, and there's not a whole lot we can do to stop them. It's the same way we don't just say, okay, you can put backdoors in our encryption because we know some people are going to use this for bad stuff. No, like my privacy is my privacy, and my things, I deserve to be able to have them encrypted. Same thing is true of Monero or any privacy circuit, and or any privacy coin, and sucks. It does. It does.
Yeah.
I'm a Mexican. I'm not white. I'm not a white supremacist, obviously, because I'm super awesome and I'm cooler than all you guys, and I'm not white. So obviously can't be a white supremacist. So I wouldn't wish these people here, but there they are.
Yeah. I mean, it's one of the interesting privacy talking points is it always seems to be like there's a need to justify why you need privacy, as opposed to someone else needing to justify why you don't deserve it, which then makes the conversation seem a little bit more absurd. Like, I'm the most white bread ass human being that I know. I get up, I go to my whiteboards for 8 hours a day, and then I play video games and eat food. I still like my privacy. I don't buy drugs. I don't want to buy an AK-47 off the dark web. I'm not interested in any of that stuff. But it always seems to be this underlying need of, just because I don't have anything to hide doesn't mean you deserve to see everything I do. Like, it's such a strange mentality where it seems like, well, you're on the up and up, so who cares? And I'm like,
Yeah, so for the record, just to destroy your privacy, what kind of video games do you play?
Right now I've been playing a lot of Elden Ring, the new Elden Ring Night Rain. A lot of fun. And then regular Elden Ring, I went back and started playing that again. And Project Zomboid too. Great game. But yeah, I don't have a problem sharing that stuff. It's the same thing like putting blinds on your windows, right? Like, I don't want someone to just walk by and see what I'm not doing anything bad. They're gonna see a 5'8" bald guy writing Arabic on a board that they can't read, but I still don't want them to see it. So the whole privacy debate, it always struck me as such a funny, nothing to hide versus you don't deserve to see it. So why?
Yeah,
it's weird.
Well, this goes all the way back to philosophy, where you can have a positive view on human nature and assume that most people are good and bad and evil are the exception, and therefore you should treat everyone as if they are good and identify the exceptions and isolate them. Or you can have the very, how should I put it, Machiavellian view, which assumes that everyone is potentially a criminal, and therefore you must... No, it's not Machiavellian. It goes all the way back to Thomas Hobbes, who wrote the Leviathan, And basically, the argument inside of this large book that's called the Leviathan is that, humans need this evil authoritative figure like a king or whatever who's gonna slay them and keep them under control to allow them to function, because they're chaotic, they're unable to govern themselves, and therefore control means order, and order is good. This was the argument that he presented, that human nature is terrible, and therefore you need this kind of surveillance and control. So it goes all the way back to philosophy, but at the same time, I don't know. It seems like after 9/11, a lot of our freedoms have been eroded, and I was only 9 years old at the time. I don't remember much of my freedoms. I don't remember what airports were like in TSA before 9/11. But I do watch movies, and I do see how relaxed people were.
Oh, yeah.
Like going all the way to the stairs of the airplane and waving goodbye to your family member.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, so just not to harp on the philosophy stuff, I actually disagree with both of those analyses of the human spirit. I think that's giving human beings like way too much credit of this majority goodness versus majority badness. I think like 99.9% of people are as true neutral as you can be, and then you just have these outliers on the good and the bad side. I think people think they're far more reactive and morally aligned than they actually are.
So let me throw my hat in the ring here. It won't take long. I think humans are at most or inherently selfish. Now, I don't say that as a bad thing. The fight for survival has instilled in all of us the desire to keep going. And oftentimes what is best for us is what's best for other people. And so finding win-wins is still selfish, because I still benefit and I want myself to benefit, but we're all benefiting. So it's great. And actually it's better in the long term, because now we have a mutual trust and we can work together on things in the future. I think this selfishness is amoral. It's not good. It's not bad. It can be weaponized for good and it can be weaponized for bad. But it is just something that all of us inside are striving for, self-interest. And so what makes society function so well is when we consciously try to find a lot of those win-wins. So I win and I want myself to win, so I act in this way, and so do you. We find those Nash equilibriums, as it were, that benefit you and me or society at large. And that has held up, I think, a lot in terms of our modernization and things. The extreme sides, for example, the powers that are above us, that is not in their best interest, because ultimately they're not after peace or human fulfillment or any of these things. They're after control, so they can decide what we do and when and how much money, and they get all the money and all these things. And it's like, no, and the degradation of privacy 100% feeds into their ability to control.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
and
sure. That's why, to me, Bitcoin has always been so short-sighted. They're like, Bitcoin is a freedom tool. And if somebody receives bad Bitcoin that they shouldn't have received, and they are put into prison, the Bitcoin, and this literally happened when I had my old Twitter, because I responded to this and nobody responded back because nobody cares. I was a little nobody. But somebody got thrown into prison for Bitcoin, and somebody else said it was like John. Who's that? Bcash guy. You know what I'm talking about.
John Carvalho. I'm actually wearing his t-shirt right now. It's his design. His fashion house is called Tar and Feathers. Check that out. It's a Bitcoin t-shirt with demons on it. It's like a heavy metal, old school t-shirt.
Yeah, I like that.
He responded to this with, Bitcoin didn't fail. It was not censored. The transaction went through. Which is true, but fat comfort that is to that guy who's sitting in the jail cell. He's not telling himself, well, at least Bitcoin didn't fail and the transaction wasn't censored. He was taken away by authorities. People forget that Bitcoin is not just a standalone system. It interacts in a world of humans.
Yep.
And if you take away that privacy, yes, nobody can censor or stop that transaction from going through. but the person is still thrown in jail. And in fact, that can even be weaponized against you if somebody wants you in prison and deliberately sends you bad Bitcoin so that way you can go to jail, so they can get rid of you. Now, the fact that Bitcoin is uncensorable, like at least with MimbleWimble, because it's interactive, I could deny the transaction. I don't want to have it. I'm not going to complete it, right? Or say this wasn't mine or whatever. It's weaponized against me because of the lack of, like, this is not a thing if everything is private. It's not a thing that that first guy goes to prison. It's not a thing that somebody can weaponize it against me if it's private. There's other ways that people can kind of report on me or whatever. But like, man, like how are you saying this is a freedom tool if you're not looking into the this gets me riled up. If you're not paying attention to the privacy side, guys, like it's so short-sighted, and it shows just how dumb a lot of these smart people are. They fancy themselves freedom fighters that are coming on here and they're tackling the banks and tackling the system, when the most vulnerable and marginalized people in our society are the ones that are most affected by this lack of privacy. Like, these guys are LARPers, man. It's so
I mean,
gross.
I'm not sure if you stumbled upon Guacamole Tsukola's opinion of Bitcoin. Basically, he says that Bitcoin is inherently fungible because at the protocol level, not at the human level, not at the social layer, at the protocol level, every unit is equal to any other, and the protocol cannot distinguish. It's humans who do distinguish.
Oh, yeah.
And since humans are different, it's impossible to have a fungible currency. He's also gonna argue for this. Like, it's a pointless pursuit, right? Because I know that I sent you some Monero or Zcash or whatever, and you know that you received it from me, and therefore it's not fungible because you know it's from...
That's I think that's a vast oversimplification of the idea of fungibility, right? Like it would be like if you had a stack of $1 bills in your wallet and I handed you a $1 bill, you put it in your wallet, and then you came back to me one day and you're like, hey, I still have that $1 bill you gave me. And you pulled out the $1 bills. I mean, I'm not writing down serial numbers. I wouldn't be able to tell you which one it is. I think it's the functional fungibility is that it really shouldn't matter, and it's so baked into most non-privacy focused stuff that there is this distinguishing factor between them. And if that distinguishing factor isn't hidden, then it really is just like a roadmap. Right? You can just set up a graph to figure out where things went and who has them. And yeah, that's like a very dangerous amount of information to have.
I'm sorry for being so riled up and using strong language, but like, these are the nerdiest dork brains I know, where they completely disconnect the system from the human reality that it lives in. Like you said, it's like, well, it is technically just completely fungible. It's all like, yeah, but it doesn't exist in a vacuum. It exists in a world of humans who will assign value to them. And you could say all you want, well, that's humans' problem. Well, guess whose problems we're trying to solve? Humans' problems, man. Like, what is this? We're not all robots that are like, well, 1 = 1. There you go. No, like, a tissue that was blown on by Justin Bieber is going to sell higher on eBay than a tissue I get from Walgreens, even though they're both tissues, because we humans assign value to things. Yeah. So what can we do about that? Like, we can make them fundamentally indistinguishable from as many perspectives as possible. Like, will there be one person that values one output of Monero over another? Yes. But if I take his wallet and send it out and send another one back in, he won't be able to tell the difference. So it's kind of a, it's kind of a silly thing. We won't be friends anymore, but he won't be able to tell. I don't know, man. I get this whenever I talk to so many Bitcoiners at conferences, at anyone that kind of like super adheres to this kind of maxi things. Their brain just starts breaking down at a certain point where you're just like, man, how do we even have a conversation? Like, how am I supposed to have a conversation with this, Giacomo guy when he doesn't even acknowledge that it, not that he wants to have one with me anyway, that doesn't even acknowledge that Bitcoin exists in a human system, in a human world, trying to solve human problems. We have nothing to talk about at that point, because any evidence or anything that I give about why privacy is important and stuff is just like, well, it's fungible. It's already fungible, bro. It's already there. All right, dude. All right, man. You guys go live in your little worlds and be happy with the realities that you live in. For the rest of us that live in the real world where people's lives, freedom, and money can often depend on being private and actually being fungible, we'll actually be here working on actual solutions instead of just
At the same time, Bitcoin does have a built-in fungibility mechanism, which oh, I'm sorry, my cat muted me multiple times. So let me rephrase that.
No, we heard.
So there is a built-in mechanism where transaction fees get picked up by miners
Mhm.
and they get reissued into the supply and they get like a clean slate. Because the
Right.
coins that are mined are considered to be clean.
Yeah, and that was kind of similar to the original Zcoin thing, is that you can kind of burn something and reissue it, and it gets kind of a clean slate. Yeah, I'm more with Luke on this. That fungibility is not really a spectrum. Like you have some fungible ones and some not fungible ones. At that point, you just don't have any fungible ones,
Yeah.
right? Because the ones that are cleaner would potentially sell for a higher market value than the ones that are dirtier, because you want to be absolutely sure that you're not getting something that's going to get your Coinbase account frozen.
Yeah.
So you're willing to pay a slight premium, which is the opposite of fungibility, where everything is the same as everything else, right? So I agree that you have a built-in cleaning mechanism. I don't agree you have a built-in fungibility mechanism, but that's just me.
Yeah. And indistinguishability is a very difficult thing to achieve, even mathematically, because we're always, I mean, as human beings, we're going to try to find similarities and differences between things. And having true indistinguishability is like, there's an element of randomness to it. There's like, we need to be able to, the best we can do to distinguish between things is guessing. And that's difficult to, not necessarily difficult to prove, but it's difficult to show to people that is the case.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think it's an extremely important property whenever you're talking about privacy, because the moment you can distinguish one, well, what's to stop you from distinguishing all the other ones? Clearly there's some underlying pattern or mechanism that can be exploited, and that's sort of what we want to avoid.
So sorry to rag on Bitcoiners. Some of the smartest people I know in this space are Bitcoiners for sure. It's just when you talk about certain topics and bring up certain things, it's just like they start fizzing out. It's I don't know. I absolutely hope Bitcoin succeeds overall and gets privacy in there. And nothing would make my life happier than seeing a private Bitcoin. So make it happen, dude. You got the clap that we little shitcoiners don't have, although now you're getting lumped in with us, so maybe that won't last much longer. In the meantime, we'll be making those privacy technologies that can potentially be deployed onto Bitcoin, and so we all have a hope of an actually free future.
Yeah. Well, I think that is also one of the biggest hopes from like the research side of things, is there's nothing more satisfying than seeing something you built for one thing being used for something else. Right. So if at any point in time, any of the privacy research that's done, someone sees a way to shove it into or around Bitcoin, that would be awesome. It's a whole new avenue of approach, a whole new avenue of research. It's great to see. And that's where I wish there was bigger sense of like the larger crypto community, as opposed to these little villages at war with each other because people are wearing different shirts. At the end of the day, we're all still fighting on the same team, right?
no, because there's Bitcoin and then there's crypto. They're different.
Yeah.
Bitcoin is not crypto. You have to understand that.
There is no second best. There is no second best.
Anyway, I do have to express my disappointment that we can basically count on one hand how many privacy projects we analyzed, and too many of them are similar. And if you look at, for example, contracts platforms, like you have clones of Ethereum which are more plentiful and diverse than privacy projects, and it seems like there's more money in Cardano or whatever, Polkadot, than you find in privacy projects. And something which is genuinely interesting, like the Spark protocol that you find in Firo, is underfunded and underappreciated. I'm pretty sure that if you ask the average Bitcoiner about Spark, they will have no idea. They will think it's a Lightning wallet or something.
Well, and I guess part of getting, I mean, it's more or less getting the word out, right? Letting people know that research is being done in these things and will continue to be done regardless of, you know, I mean, the Spark guys, they're working with peanuts, but they're chugging along, they're pushing ahead because they see the value in the technology. Like any good researcher, you don't stop a research project just because you just do it, right? That's the whole point of research. You get it done so that people now have an answer to something. And I guess the more people that know that these projects are going on and you know, like what's being done, then they can support it in a sort of social sense.
Yeah.
Because I don't think people realize they don't realize the danger that's being protected against.
Yeah.
Which is important.
You're never going to win the maxis over, and that's, you know, that's fine. And they even have their place. The way that I look at it is, you know, they have to have their lion's claws out when dealing with the people outside, because the world outside is trying to destroy things, destroy Bitcoin, so as it were. And they don't retract their claws when dealing with the inside, because they also kind of view it as a threat. Like,
sure,
I know, man, let them do their thing. And it is
at the same time, they do benefit from everything that they try to ignore. Like, I guess I was one of them, but not to a very unreasonable extent. But I do see ZK rollups coming to Bitcoin. I do see drive chains taking ideas from other chains. And I think this was like the original idea of Bitcoin maximalism, that you're going to have a bunch of altcoins that try different ideas for Bitcoin, and whatever is interesting is going to come back to Bitcoin.
Mm-hmm.
It's just that the culture has changed, because I think there was this pressure to not change stuff too much because the price went up, and people said, we don't want to kill the goose that lays golden eggs, and let's just leave it like this. It seems like it's working out pretty well. It's just that you can't really promote Bitcoin as freedom money or a human rights tool or whatever with a straight face. And there are people doing this, but honestly, I think the surveillance technology has evolved much more than the Bitcoin technology has, on Bitcoin at least.
Yeah.
And it's about time that Bitcoin catches up. I do think that at one point, maybe once Zcash builds Tachyon, maybe the conversation about adding that into Bitcoin is going to become more serious. There's also something called ZK Coins by Robin Linus, who's trying basically to build something similar to Zcash, but on a meta protocol on Bitcoin, sort of like, I'm not sure if you're familiar with Counterparty.
Mm-hmm.
So he's trying to do something like that, where all transactions have equal sizes, and it's quite an interesting research, except that I'm not sure if the culture, and that's why I still do this podcast, that's why I invite you guys, that's why I talk about privacy, that's why I talk about what other people call shitcoins. I do want to push for a culture change, and I do want people to pay attention to something that is useful and something that is out there being developed. And basically, I think at one point it's gonna be handed on a silver platter to Bitcoin, just like MWEB right now, except that people ignore it and they say, it's just not good enough.
Yeah.
Maybe we're gonna get something that's good enough, and it's important at that point to be ready for it and embrace it. Because if we become complacent to the point where we don't care anymore because the price is $1 million or something, and maybe I talk about this a lot, that Bitcoin, if we're considering the amounts of US dollars being invested in it, and we think that we should not make Sailor or BlackRock or some other institution upset, then it's already proof of stake. Even if the issuance of the coins happens via proof of work, the fact that the largest amounts of US dollars is able to influence the development and basically the evolution of the project, it means it's proof of stake.
Yep, I agree.
In a delegated way.
You know, Vlad, you are a success story, what many would consider a failure story, I guess, because I do remember I would periodically, you know, your name would pop up and periodically check on you, and you were, you know, like you said, you were pretty maxi. I don't know where you guys are, and I don't want to stew any bad blood or whatever, but like you went like against Seth, you were like Vlad against privacy or whatever, and you know,
Oh, I remember that. Yeah, but I was on the side of Wasabi. That's why. And he was on the side of
okay.
Samurai. Just like
Yeah, yeah.
right now, I like Zcash more than Monero.
No, sure.
Because I will always like the project that does more research, you know, as opposed to the one that is loud.
Sure. You had a lot of cringe takes on privacy then too, because I remember I was like, what's this about? And I would read some, you had some cringy stuff, but you're one of us now, you know. So and what that means is like, you know, it is possible. You know, it is possible for people to like come to the conclusion, you know what, this is actually more important than it initially seemed to me. And it's being okay with being wrong, right? It's being okay with looking at yourself from 2 years ago and said, you know what, I didn't know certain stuff, and now that I do, my opinion is changing. And that is awesome, man. Like, so, you know, huge kudos to you. Because yeah, I have, you know, now that I've seen kind of not just that growth, but like, you know, you're like, well, now we're talking about this culture change, privacy and stuff, and how you're spearheading a fair amount of it. Like, you know, you're proving yourself unpopular in a lot of circles now, and you don't care. You're still pushing forward, man, and that means a lot. Like, you are putting your money where your mouth is, and you are trying to be the change that you want to see in the Bitcoin community, and not backing down when the laser eyes turn their little laser eyes on you. So I got a lot of respect for you, man. You do good work.
Oh, that's really sweet. But at any point during your journey, you have to ask some existential questions like, well, why am I still here? Why did I come here in the first place? Where am I going with this?
Yep. And
And if you're not, and you're just going with the flow, and you're just trying to chase trends, I mean, for some people, that's fulfilling because they're part of a community and they feel like they play a role in this whole movement. But at the same time, when you see that the movement is wrong and you disagree with it, and you don't have the balls to voice your opinion, I mean, you're sort of pointless. You're not living up to your fullest potential. And it's not just about myself, it's about anyone who's able to see beyond this, because I fell down this open source software rabbit hole, and then I saw similarities between Bitcoin and other projects, sort of like Linux. And I did see how Linux distros improve based on the efforts and the breakthroughs of others. And then you're like, yeah, Bitcoin did that too. So the smartest people are very much aware of this, but they somehow, so I don't blame the existence of this religion. I understand why it exists. I am aware that every cycle we get dumber people joining, and you have to somehow get lower the level to the lowest common denominator to be able to keep them engaged. And then somehow religion is the way to do it.
Yeah, like, and I saw that tweet that you made, and it was like, I was like, goodness gracious, that was the smartest thing I've seen in months. It's super cool. I'll share with you later. I had a similar, not disillusionment, but a similar coming to Jesus moment when, you know, I was doing Monero, and then I encountered Firo, and I saw they're doing good work. And I did lose a lot of reputation in the Monero community because I started like helping out other privacy projects, you know, and I don't regret it. It was worth it, you know, helping to shape the future of privacy.
No, but there's so much more to be discovered always. Like,
oh, yeah.
I'm pretty sure I'm ignorant to a lot of stuff happening. And it's toxic, but it's not toxic just in this space. So if you look at the Linux people, there are entire distros that hate each other for political opinions or whatever. Some of them are very radically left, and some of them are sort of free market and money oriented, and they hate each other. And then you also have Graphene versus Calyx, and that's another kind of worms where they just hate each other for... I don't even know why, because they build good software.
Well, I mean, competition is always a good driver of innovation, right? Like, I need to get it before the next guy gets it. I need to make a better tool than the other guy. And I'm not going to pretend to know the ins and outs of these like interpersonal groups and how they deal with each other. But I mean, as long as there's some sense of like mutual understanding and respect of what's being done, like you can hate me, you can love me. I don't really care one way or another, as long as you don't impose that emotion onto good work being done. Like I said, there were plenty of really bad mathematicians, like bad mathematicians in the sense that they were bad people that produced some really crazy good stuff. I mean, look at Einstein. The guy was a womanizer. He was like not a very good guy, not a very moral guy, and everyone knows who he is. So as long as we can find a way to divorce that, hate the person, not the idea, I think everyone can sort of benefit from the mentality. I prefer that no one hated anyone and we were all cool with each other. But since this is the real world and that doesn't happen, at the very least, yeah, you might not like people working on a project, but if it's good math, it's good math. And that's that.
Yeah.
Simple.
Right, so we had this classification, this chart. Maybe we should make it public at this point. How many coins did we take into consideration?
7.
But I think those 7 are 4 or 5 because we looked at Monero before.
Right.
Yeah. So we had Zcash and then Zcash shielded, Monero, and then Monero with FCMP, and then Bitcoin, Firo, and MWEB.
Give us a week. Give us a week for me to research the things that I wasn't super familiar with, and then I can update my numbers. I would be happy to put this out, and then have people rage and debate on it online however they want to. But I'd be happy to make a little fun infographic for this and put it out. And I know you've got a magazine or whatever, so maybe put it in.
Oh
there.
yeah.
Ooh, that's a good idea.
I forgot about this one. I have the Privacy magazine.
Hey.
Do you guys have a copy of this?
I don't. No.
Oh.
I should send you.
Gimme.
I do have some spare copies. Basically, we published this in November on time for Monerotopia last year. And you can see the cover. It's a Pepe taking a leak.
That's good.
And he says, "It feels bad, man," while he's watching Sailor telling him that there is no second best. And there's a surveillance camera here. I'm not sure if you can see it.
Yeah.
And basically he's being surveilled. He's getting rich, but he realizes that there's something wrong. On the back cover, you can see that he's very happy he's getting rich, but there's no escape door. So he's trapped and
That's
surveilled.
good. I'll, if I get that, I'll frame it and put it on my wall.
Yeah, it's done by my girlfriend. She's really awesome. And she did all the graphics for all the articles. It's a collaborative approach to writing. There is an article by Ruben Yap from Firo. There's an article by Naomi Brockwell, who is one of possibly the best known privacy advocate on the internet right now. There is one by Joel Valenzuela. By the way, we didn't rate Dash. Does it have any merits in terms of privacy or...
Okay, so Joel has been telling me that Dash has come up with different or new or slightly tweaked privacy things than they used to have back in the day. What they used to have back in the day was just kind of meh. It was kind of like a CoinJoin stewarded by the master nodes, but I think there's something new. And he wants me to add it to Stack Wallet, and I want to add it to Stack Wallet, but if you know anything about me, it's that my list is 8 months behind schedule on everything. Just because the sheer amount of things to do. So Joel, if you're listening, well, we're gonna put the freaking stupid privacy things for Dash in there, okay? I will do it. I will. But yeah, I also need to look into kind of their new stuff in terms of privacy, and I can do that, and we can add it to our list there. Just give me a little bit of time, bro. Give me a couple of weeks.
Anyway, if you want to read the magazine, I've open sourced it, and you can also read it online. It's bitcoin-takeover.com/privacymag. That's the URL.
Nice.
And you're going to be able to download this. You can even print your own copy. I don't care. Okay. I didn't make it to make money. I did it for the sake of it, because I got canceled that year, and I was no longer part of any church. So I decided, why not?
Yeah,
it's interesting. It even has an article by Josh Swinehart, who is the new CEO of the Electrocoin company, and one by Untraceable, who is a prominent member of the Monero community. Like, I was able to get some of the most active privacy people, even Eli Ben Sasson, who worked on the original Zero Cash paper and was a founding member of Zcash, and now he's working on ZK Starks, which is something different. Not that different, but still. He also wrote an article, so there's a lot that you can read in this, and I can send you some hard copies for fun.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Because I have some spare ones. I basically listed them on XMR Bazaar, and I think I only sent out like 3 of them. It was a bit disappointing, but that's how I discovered that even within the Monero community, there's this NGU mentality where people hold their coins because they're sure they're gonna be more valuable, or maybe that my magazine sucks. I don't know. Anyway, let's read the results that we have so far. We have Bitcoin, we have Monero before FCMP, we have Monero after FCMP, Zcash unshielded, shielded Zcash, Litecoin MWEB, and I think that's it, right?
Firo?
Firo, yeah.
Yes.
So for, I guess the first one is sender privacy.
Okay, so do you want me to just like list off Bitcoin and then give the score, and then Monero and then the score?
Go across the rows. So sender privacy, we have Bitcoin at what?
0.
Okay.
We have receiving from between.
No. Like, stay on sender. So
Okay, I have my columns as you had your rows. Okay.
Got it.
So for sender, for Bitcoin, we have 0, Monero 3, Zcash unshielded 0, Monero FCMP 9, Zcash shielded 10. And then for Firo and Web, I actually didn't get the send, receive, and the amounts for that. I think you said like questionable for those. So
I need to talk regarding sender and receiver stuff for Spark. I know amount stuff is hidden, but I do believe sender receiver and stuff is as well. If it is, then that puts it up. It puts it up to like an 8. But I need to verify that. So
okay. For receiving, we have Bitcoin between a 0 and a 2, Monero 8, Zcash unshielded 0, Monero FCMP 9, and Zcash shielded 10. And then the other 2 are question marks for now. For amounts, Bitcoin at most 3, Monero 7, Zcash 0, Monero with FCMP 9, Zcash shielded 10, and then the other 2 are off. For the metadata, we got Bitcoin at 1, Monero at 6, Zcash at 0, Monero FCMP at 8 with an asterisk, but I can't remember what the context of that asterisk was, but I'm sure we'll remember at some point. Zcash shielded between an 8 and a 9, Firo at a 7, and MWEB between 5 and 7. Oh, okay, network for Bitcoin, we got 3, Monero 8, Zcash 0 to 1, Monero with FCMP at an 8, Zcash at least a 7, Firo 6, and MWEB 3. For non-linkability, Bitcoin at most 2, Monero 6, Zcash 0, FCMPs between an 8 and a 9, Zcash shielded 10, Firo 7, and MWEB 7. Non-gungiability, Bitcoin at a 0, Monero at a 9, Zcash unshielded at a 0, FCMP at a 9, Zcash shielded between 8 and a 9, Firo between 7 and 8, and MWEB at a 7. And then scalability, we got Bitcoin at 4, Monero at 4, Zcash unshielded at 4, Monero FCMP at 3, Zcash shielded at 3, Firo at a 2, and then MWEB at a 6. And I think that's the I will take a picture of my beautiful chart and it will turn it into something more beautiful soon.
And I think with my current knowledge, I would stand by those numbers.
Cool.
Nice. We can actually use that picture to bait people into listening to this 5-hour conversation.
That's right. Yeah.
You want to know the reasoning? Here's 5 hours
Yeah.
of reasoning.
Well, there's already someone in the chat who said, "This dude is insane," in all caps.
Is he referring to this dude as like the collective 3 of us or you?
I don't know. Maybe he just tuned in and he thinks you're the one who's insane with those scores. And he was
Maybe.
saying FCMP doesn't exist.
Well,
Yeah,
not
yeah.
yet,
No, we know.
but there was. You got to go back a couple hours and when we talked about it and understand where the scores come. We didn't just pull those out of thin air.
Right.
Chatter. There was some reasoning behind it.
And it's really impressive. We had like 2,700 viewers over
Whoa!
the course of almost 5 hours. Thank you guys
That's
for
awesome.
tuning in. I hope at least 10% of you listen to everything.
Yeah, that'd be nice. Yeah.
We should also establish like a word or something for people who listen up to this point.
So they
Ooh.
can say the word and we know.
Yeah,
we know
exactly.
How about non-interactivity?
Yes.
There
Goodness,
we go.
please. Let's
Yeah.
get rid of it.
Non-interactivity.
Yeah.
Basically what Lightning needs to...
Yeah.
That's what everything needs because it removes the human element, which is the biggest flaw in any system. Full stop.
Nice. Is there anything else that we haven't touched upon and you really wanted to say in this interview?
Be cypherpunks. Build things. Don't whine. If something is not how you like it in Bitcoin and Monero and anything, don't try to shame people into good behavior. No, please don't use chain analysis. That's bad for Bitcoin. You're hurting Bitcoin. Don't be whiners. Don't be shamers. Be builders. Build something better. That's what cypherpunks are all about.
I also
That's
think
it for
that
me.
we've come a very long way. I remember reading on Bit's log, which is Sergio Damian Lerner's blog. In 2014, he did a very influential piece of research that still gets cited. It's called the Potoshi Project. People don't quote the source anymore, but they do claim that Satoshi mined 1 million Bitcoin. And at the time when he posted this research on Bitcoin Talk, people were saying, man, it's his privacy. You're not supposed to look at that. At the time, blockchain analysis was so raw, so primitive that people were basically shaming you for even looking at the blockchain. And now basically it's so indexed and you get all of these tools like, what's it called, Gotham?
Yeah.
And even Samurai Wallet had their own, what was it called? It was a blockchain analysis tool that they were using.
How long ago was this?
Anyway,
Yeah,
blockchain.com had the first blockchain, like visual blockchain explorer that I know of. And then you had all of these block chairs that were able to sort transactions according to fees and stuff like this. You have mempool.space nowadays, which is a very effective tool for doing some blockchain analysis. And now it's such a common practice, like it's no longer taboo. But it happened over the course of 1 decade. And that happened very fast, and Bitcoin hasn't changed much since then.
I don't know if you have ever seen SpongeBob from way back in the day, but there's a scene where SpongeBob and Patrick are yelling at each other from across the restaurant. Hey, how you doing? I'm doing good. How about you? And Squidward is caught in the middle. He's like, guys, can you can you keep it down? I forget exactly what he says, right? And they're like, well, how rude of this guy for eavesdropping. You know, they're so across the restaurant kind of thing. And that's like how Bitcoiners are to me. They're like, you got these Bitcoiners like announcing their transaction, how much they're sending, where, when, how, and then somebody takes a look. They're like, how could you do this? You know, it's crazy.
If you want to start looking into these privacy projects and you want to, basically you disagree with us or you don't want to start with any preconceptions and you just want to research for yourself, what's a good resource for that?
Can you repeat the question? I'm sorry.
So for someone who just wants to get started with doing his own research in the field of privacy coins, what's a good place to start?
That is a tricky question because there is not a central repository of this kind of stuff, which is actually a real big shame. Maybe we should indeed work on putting something out like that out there. Honestly, if you start with the bigger privacy coins and just start reading what they're all about, there's a lot of buzzwords and a lot of things, so it does get difficult to separate fact from fiction. Okay, you know what? Actually, what I would say is before you even do anything cryptocurrency privacy related, learn how to keep yourself private online and in general, because you're going to learn a lot about what kind of foot guns exist. You know, you can go to YouTube and type in DEF CON Tor talk, and they have several of those about how people got busted. It really is kind of an all-encompassing thing, and that's why I say, privacy and cryptocurrency are two separate disciplines. And only after you learn about privacy and how it works and how it functions and how to keep yourself private in a digital age can you even begin to step into cryptocurrency and start critically evaluating the claims of different privacy coins to say, how are they accomplishing this? This is a huge claim. I wonder how they're going to back that up, because I know if Tor can't accomplish this and they have all this money and all these users and all these things, how does this little cryptocurrency coin, how are they going to do it? So look into privacy in general, and there's things like privacyguides.org, I think. Learn about federation, learn about VPNs and mixed networks and stuff. It's a bit of a rabbit hole, but it is pretty fun, and it's worth going down, I think, just both for yourself and so you can actually analyze claims by people. This Vlad, just that single question makes me think that me and my group may throw something together just as a starting point, just as the first lily pad that you jump onto in your thing here, and we can put that online somewhere and just go over some basics and send people off to resources beyond that. So yeah,
I'm happy I did this. At the same time, what's a good VPN? Are there any clients or
MimbleWimble? Yeah, they're good. They're good people. Really also walk the walk in regards to privacy. But if you can stomach the delays, I would use Tor over VPN.
Isn't it better to use a VPN before Tor?
You mean in front of Tor?
Yeah.
Generally no, and Tor over Tor is also not great. They have an article like why not to do Tor over Tor or potentially VPN over Tor. The more complicated you make the circuit, which adding in a VPN actually is functionally like adding a fourth pseudo node. Instead of 3 hops, it's 4 hops, except one of them isn't full and complete. You actually get more information out of that than if you were to use Tor just normally. Just as a normal user, things might have changed, but that's been my research. They don't recommend Tor over Tor. They don't recommend VPN over Tor. The official project doesn't anyway. I'll take another look at that because it's always good to refresh your information. So several of the things I said here has potentially been out of date, and somebody corrected me in DMs or somewhere. So it's always good to refresh my information. But Tor usage, especially if you use it generally, normally it's fine.
What do you think about the NIM Mixnet?
They were with us at C3, and they've actually been with us for several times at C3, and I think it's a neat idea. Incentivizing infrastructure has always been difficult, and so doing that via something like NIM is, I think, quite powerful. And a similar thing as Oxen doing which is another crypto coin, doing Session, which the messages are routed through their like master node equivalent type things like Dash has. I like this idea. I do like the idea of using incentivization on nodes via crypto coin to create privacy infrastructure, which is otherwise a thankless and expensive task. I think we would need to see how it's live as far as I know, and I think it has been for a while because I spoke with them at C3 and they're making the first quote unquote killer app to put on top of it, or maybe it's not quite live yet. The details escaped me. I was quite sick at C3, unfortunately. But no, yeah, it's a really cool idea, and I'd love to see it persevere in this day and age. And I'm excited to see where it ends up. I'm not going to make any shot calls on it. Like, is this the thing? Will this save us? You know, it needs to prove itself a bit in the wild first. But I do think it's a very cool idea that has a lot of potential.
My God, someone just called me a Knee-gur.
Wow.
K-N-E-E-G-U-R. And then I read this out loud and I realized, okay, this is what it's supposed to be. I posted a meme about privacy, about Bitcoin, Monero, and Zcash, and asked me, how much are you paid? G-U-R. Really funny. Anyway, I'm not paid by the Zcash Foundation or whatever. I have the sponsors scrolling down. You can see that, and then you can actually see if they're more Monero aligned or Zcash aligned. I think they're more Monero aligned. And nobody tells me what to think or what to do. That's why I have multiple sponsors. So there's not one of them that can tell me, you know, you stepped out of line with this one. Yeah. Anyway, I wanted to ask you something else. Oh yeah, Decred. I always forget about Decred. They did some interesting privacy stuff that looks a bit like CoinJoin. Is there any merit to that? Did you have time to look into it?
Looked into Decred very much. I know they're held in fairly high regard by people that I respect, but I have not looked to them enough to have an opinion of my own.
You mentioned that Zano is on par with Monero on the metrics that we described. But also, I think Zano derives from Blueberry, and you mentioned that Blueberry was a scam. Like, what's your take on this?
Yeah, I need to catch up with Crypto Zoidberg, who claims to be one of the initial authors and stuff. I've caught up with several of the people who have alleged to been a part of Bytecoin over the years, which was a scam, and just get their side of the story. I think it'd be interesting. Not so I can like say you and your project are all scammers or any of that, but like, I mean, things happen in the past and people make weird decisions, and I was young once and did stupid stuff, so you know, I'd like to get the full story. I have spoken with several people who have claimed to be on the Bytecoin team, and that I actually do believe. And Monero has sussed out many details over the years about what they were trying to accomplish, and not necessarily who was involved, but what. And yeah, it's. I'd like to get a little bit more information and delve into the story a bit, mostly for historical purposes. Yeah, although Zano did have us do a new like a Zarkon. Okay, anyway, blah, 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 blah. I can go on for 200 years, but I am tired. It's been a long podcast.
Yes, it's been, and I enjoyed it. By the way, like,
Oh yeah, this has been fun.
I'm sorry I got distracted by my phone, but I've been retweeting and checking the chat sometimes, and we got like 200 messages in the chat, mostly on Twitter. This is fun.
Yeah, man. Let's do this again next week.
Sure. No, but seriously, if I do another edition of this magazine this year, I would like you guys to think of a topic that you can cover, something unique about privacy in the space, as in cryptocurrency privacy.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna make sure I send each one of you a copy or send multiple copies to the same office. I don't know how you guys work, but
okay. Yeah,
we'll figure something out.
Sweet.
So thank you very much, Diego and Luke. You guys are awesome and you're true titans. You're able to go through 5 hours of podcast without asking for a toilet break or something. This is what I call...
You guys are still going?
This is what I call iron bladder, you know?
That's right. Yeah.
Not even water. I didn't see you drinking water, Luke.
Well, so I have my jug of tea over here, but I feel weird drinking it on camera. I feel like that would be jarring to some people. So.
Okay, thank you very much. And once again, thanks to the sponsors, Bitcoin.com News, Edge Wallet, Layer 2 Labs, Nuance.com, Citrea, SideShift, and Huddling.ch. I'll see you in the next one. And also check out their wallet. Why wouldn't you? It's called Cypher Stack, and it supports all the privacy coins. It sort of competes with Edge Wallet, except that Edge Wallet has more swapping features. Anyway, check them out. Really cool work. And they're gonna add MWEB.
Thanks very much, man. Appreciate it.
Yeah, this was fun. Thanks, man.